Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 29, 2026, and it is a very surprising start to the week. There was a lot of drama over the weekend. The market really ignored the geopolitics. You did get a lot of headlines on AI, the doom loop fear. Korea didn't do good. Other parts of Asia did well. You had a couple of announcements, and people are feeling pretty good on software, and before you know it, getting ready for earnings season. But before we got to do that, we got to close up this month, get our rebalance, start the new month, and then at the start of the month, you are going to be getting Kevin Warsh. So even over the weekend, coming into this week, a lot of people are starting to anticipate what Kevin Warsh could potentially do, and they're even saying it may even be a Jackson Hole type event, or at least has that possibility. So we're going to see how that all plays out, but should be a great return to the week. We'll see where it leads us, the rotations and all of that. So I hope you're ready for a good day, Chad, but you know the vibe. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for everything you have sacrificed for all of our collective freedom. I hope I can help you with the long term. I hope anything here helps, but at the very least, I do want to honor y'all and show you the love and appreciation I do believe you deserve. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I don't know if the rest of you, I don't know if you support a war or not. I'm not making it where you have to. But what I am telling you, man, is you can never take away the honor from somebody who has decided to give up so much for the collective freedom of the people they have never even met. So veterans, the families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, Chattadoria. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday. Oh, it's good to be back. I want to say it's a full week, but it's not. We missed our Monday. I like the Mondays, man. But yeah, Friday is closed. So keep that in mind. But it's Monday, Chattadonia. So go back to bed if you're not excited. Again, the market's already excited. But yeah, we do have to see how this is actually going to hold. Again, I mean, what has characterized a lot of June is that these opening morning moves, they don't necessarily stay there. So we'll find out. But other than that, keep your eyes out for. I got a couple of different plays. Viridian, that was a biotech we played on Friday. They actually got an approval, so those should open up. Again, Meta and Google, there was headlines on the Anthropic usage. Meta took it positively. Keep an eye out for IGV. Again, chips not moving much. A lot of people, a lot of analyst activity today on software, so people are feeling good about that. We'll see if we get that rotation. Palantir had a couple of deals, one with a smaller company and one with NVIDIA. Comcast, the split news got a lot of attention, so watch out for that. Again, Qualys S, VRNS, watch out for any cybersecurity. App was the big upgrade for software. QNT, this thing got like 5 or 10 different upgrades, so I'm going to be watching that one. And then keep an eye on Warby as well. They got another upgrade, but they've came back to their breakout level. It literally pops every single time, but then never goes from there. Other than that, we'll see how this week starts. Again, it is going to be a holiday weekend. Monday, Tuesday aren't really too exciting, so we do have the market doing its own thing. Tuesday is going to be Nike earnings, and then Wednesday, Thursday, that is where everything is going to come out. But yeah, let's end this month, see where it leads us, my friends, and I hope you're ready for a good day. So we have less than 30 seconds. Let's see if I can get this in time. But yeah, man, call out any place, any info. Don't pump on the homie's head top. Let's have a good Monday. God bless you all. Are you feeling good? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to make sure we get it. I'm going to make sure we get it, bro. Uh-huh. He wants to fight you, man. Oh.
I think he's so sad.
There you go. Tornado. Cuckoo. 3, 2, 1. Buku.
They hate AI.
Round 1.
'Cause it's not real.
Fight. Alrighty. So opening up 3 quarters again at 1 point. Futures are up by 0.9. Dow's only up by 0.3. Russell is opening up negative. So again, that's something else we got to talk about. If we get a little bit of a Russell NASDAQ rotation, this is another idea people keep bringing up. So then there's Qualcomm or Comcast. Where's Quintian? Quintian opened up lower. None of those contracts are cheap. So that kind of sucks. They hate AI art. Let's see. Okay, they're not going to fill those. We'll let him go. Again, IWM is down 0.29. NASDAQ's up by 0.7. SPY 0.55. I was looking at some plays there, but... And then we'll see where software's at. Software's up by 1.4. Chips are up by 0.3. So, for now, they're both going. We'll see how long that holds. Palant. That last contract, the last free one on the weekly, I think it's around the same price. Oh, no, it's up like 200%. Yallah, Habibi, yallah. Gap, the Viridian didn't go as much. TTD. Watch AppLovin and then just AppLovin, CRM. I think, or no, one of the cyber plays had a bad downgrade. And then Google, hi. So Google's up 2.4. That's starting off good. SpaceX is starting to go up. Again, even Intel. You have Amazon in the green. Apple's barely green. Meta's up by 2.5. And Microsoft. So you literally have all of Mag 7 playing along today. So remember what we saw the last couple days. Which one? I don't know if those will work. They're like a month out on some of these earnings. But yeah, a lot of the Mag 7, that is doing great for now with also, what's it called? Software. Software is doing better than Mag 7 for now. But those are waking up. There's Palantir, Oust Vertical. Yes, actually. So right off the open. I think they were related to some sympathy, but I don't know if they had a headline. And then again, ServiceNow, SAP, Palant again. And then all of Mag 7. Just you guys remember how pervasive that Apple impact was last week. So yeah, you're not really doing that. This time you have Google up by 2-3%. You're getting a lot of support from all these other areas. Mana. Banks are going up. Eli Lilly. Oh, where's dude? Biotechs are still going, and you have XLV up. NNBR again. They had some like data center headline, or some like data. What was it? They had something in the morning. That was up on one of those lists. LiDAR, Tesla. I don't know if it could be the NASDAQ inclusion of SpaceX. That was part of today too. And then Quantinium, it just sucks. There's no like cheap options on that one. So you can't even play any continuation. SMH is coming up, so 0.99. Again, IGV's up by 2. Overall, SPY's doing good. Again, a lot of love here on the NASDAQ and the Qs. Again, IWM came up, though, too. So IWM was negative to start by like 0.3, but that's right there at break even. SPY's up by 0.8. Again, NASDAQ 1.1, and even the Dow. RKLB on the high. Ouster. Again, Google, dude. Google, very big, Habibi. So very, very big. Yeah, Nike earnings tomorrow. Honeywell, Cerberus, Google, now NVIDIA. I even got a little NVIDIA playing along. TLT green. Oh, where's the dollar? Dollar started off low. Yeah, TLT by 0.5. Dollar's still down, which is good. Again, NVIDIA, Google, those are going to be your big caps that are driving everything. But yeah, just see how it, again, see if you get any rotation or not. For now, IGV is one of your leaders. Oh, where's Energy? Again, Energy did terrible last week. WYY, 10 from the top. Nice. TSM, again, more chips, even though they started off. And now software, SAP, Microsoft, Zillow, IGV in general, paying on the high. RDW selling space fantasy, printing shares, Fugazi Research. Quant, Clack. Yeah, again, you had a little bit of a software sell and then chips. Little baby rotation. Chips went a little higher. Again, software was leading in the morning. They still are, but yeah, chips climbed another 0.5% there. Good morning. Edwards Life Sciences. Interesting. Medical equipment is going up. Again, IBB is just holding. Palo Alto's breaking out. Or who's the other one? Yeah, all of cybersecurity stocks are going up. Again, we did have more Mythos Anthropic news, but yeah, little gap up here on the cybers. 10B's going up. Sentinel, Palo Alto, Fortinet. Those are all 52-week highs. Even DraftKings, they had a good Friday. I don't know with dude. It's all Big 7 is so far. Some of this Mag 7 rotation, that vibe caught a little bit this morning. Ouster's still going up. But yeah, memory and not to do too good. Because remember, even Micron, though, Micron and SanDisk, I mean, they never really gave up that earnings move. I guess now they are after this gap, but they were pretty chill considering last week. AT&T on the low, Macy's on the low. Where's Staples, Habibi? Staples are still in the green. Kimberly, Habibi. Again, Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, all the comms. AT&T, 52-week low. And then Pfizer. Riri. Already got 2 NVIDIAs. SanDisk still going down. Now Crowd is... Crowd actually bigger candles. Again, I think Crowd got the downgrade, but that could be part of the cybersecurity there. And then XBI, Roblo. I mean, the high ticker is still active. NVO and DNA. So we're doing another... we might be doing another day of these biotechs and healthcare. Oscar at 30, DNA, Clove, all of them are starting to go crazy. So a lot of healthcare on the high. A lot of healthcare and a lot of cyber. So again, Rubrik, Crowd, Fortinet, Snowflake. That's what's doing good for IGV. IGV is actually picking up right now. Roblo. I mean, shit, even Palantir. NQ's at 0.79, it was just at 1.1. So I was like, what, just under 0.5%. Russell's still in the red. And then VIX is barely in the green. Now Shopify, it's another software. Yeah, chips came down. Again, memory's into the gutter. NVIDIA is doing decent. Again, your Mag 7 is hooking you up today. Again, there is a Rubrik now. Check Qualys too. But yeah, all of the cyber is looking good. So we saw a little bit of that last week, but they're all kind of turning up here. SkyQ, CNQ. Oh, those have ripped, I think. But we didn't get a headline on those. Interesting. All right, those filled the Veronis. So the Veronis from Friday got a little bit more than 100%. Fat spread, but they'll fill. Hey, AIR. Mute check, I see you. I say you. Again, rubric, more cyber. I wish we had more cyber. I have those Sentinels still. And then we had those Veronis, but all of them, man. The Qualis, every single one of those ideas, that got some of that rotation early and quick. Yeah, it's all cybersecurity. Again, this kind of, like, we noticed this on Friday and, like, Thursday. Again, we made those Veronis and a couple of others, but, yeah, cyber is starting to ramp. Again, even the ETF is doing a lot better than IGV. I don't know if memory, I think it's part of a rotation. Again, you had the drama. Korea didn't do too good last week, but, yeah, I think it's just kind of part of this rotation. SATs or EchoStar, they're on the high. BTDR, ANET on the high too. Interesting. More biotechs, you guys. That's the crazy part, because that still keeps going. Bloom Energy got work last week. They already gapped up 10. Again, Rubric, that's another one. Rivian with some candles. I don't know if you're into that. 2% pop on Rivian. Cart, Dash, again, they had a lot of activity last week. More Mag 7. So Amazon's playing along. Again, if you get Google, remember Uber and Nancy, that was the story last week. More cybersecurity. Again, communications, AT&T, Verizon getting absolutely murked. Netflix starting to pick up. I haven't looked at Intel. No, Intel's down, though. Again, just in general with chips. It's weird because chips are actually green today. Again, it helps with NVIDIA, but yeah, it does seem mostly software and everything else. We'll get a checkup here in a little bit. It's only been about 20 minutes. Palant, Nivda. GL Dubs. Beam. There's a couple of things on the high ticker. Beam 3%. Tesla starting to go up. XLY. Or, again, whatever Rivian was going through. Apple selling off now. No. So, again, Apple's still in the green. Today, you had all Mag 7 helping you out. Like I'm saying, it just makes the index a lot easier to read. But when all the Mag 7's doing good. But, yeah, that's it. I made the Veronis free. So, yeah, those killed it if you had the VRNS. So you can make them free. Again, the ask is very, very wide, but that actually came up a little bit. But yeah, if Apple comes down, just watch out for that. That'll be your first big tech selling off. Intuit. There's Oracle Cure. They were moving again. That's the biotech. They've struggled with their like FDA approvals. I think somebody died at one of their things. But yeah, they've been kind of popping. Dollar Tree. Bank of America, more staples, Coca-Cola, Qualcomm, maybe, actually. Ouster's still going. Yeah, was that same price from yesterday, or from 2 years ago? Yeah, if Qualcomm came back to before they announced the data center stuff, I would consider it there. NVIDIA, TSM. Yeah, NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA's not that all chip makers are going up. Again, a lot are in the low, and then memory is down. And then more software. I think Cyber is doing a little bit better still. Again, Tesla, that keeps printing. SPY, new high, 739, my friends. So, good news, you're higher than Thursday's open, and you're right below Tuesday's high. But this is as high as we've been all last week. You guys realize that, right? So, yeah, if we get above 740 and hold, you didn't go above 740 once last week. You went 739.70. So, yeah, we're climbing up there, but this is good for now. I just hope Mag 7, by the time we get to 740, you better pray none of the fuckery from all of this month returns. Crowd. What was that? Cyber Airbnb? Even Vist. Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. I thought that was Verizon. I was like, if that just popped up on the high, there's something. Yeah, QQQ gassed. Again, more software, and now Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, they're all playing along. Again, actually, Meta's looking really good. Meta and Netflix. Again, Apple's the only thing I don't like right now. That's it. That's the only one that'll get in the way. What time is it? It's only been 15 minutes. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, a couple things moving. Ouster, bro. You guys called that one out quick. That one kept going. And then ISRG. Why is PG selling off? I mean, see if staples start to go down. And then same thing, IBB, XLV. See if those start to flip. Because if you start watching the rotations flip and then tech or software keeps getting the bounce, that'll give you an idea of where the money's going. But for the most part, you know, these staples have kind of either held up or done nothing. Like I'm saying, XLF's on the high. That's still going. But yeah, staples are in the middle. GE on the high. Again, Apple's the only Mag 7 coming down. Bitcoin. You did have a Michael Saylor gave a strategy update today. He talked about Bitcoin raising capital, certain buyback things. So people like that a little bit. Zillow ain't doing shit. Palantir's up. App and Snow again. And Fortinet. Another cyber push. Uber. Okay, Meta again, Zeta. A couple gold names on the low. I mean, that Airbnb move is fascinating. Oh, I did not expect that one. Wendy's again. Target, yeah, staples in general, not as hot. Some are doing decent, but seems to be everybody but the staples. Again, a lot of software, a lot of tech that kind of underperformed. Again, the NASDAQ is outperforming the Russell. So there's that idea kind of coming up to life. Apple on the low. Quantinium sold out. Let's see. Oh shit, that's sold? Alright, I don't know if you had those old Myrnas from the Honda days. Those got a bid and they sold. You get like 20-30% on those. I rip those. Honeywell, they did the spin-off. What was it? I think they spun off the aerospace unit, and then it it changed the contracts around. But yeah, that I'm pretty sure that's I'm sure if you had any old plays, they're like 1/50th now, or they're like broken down in a weird way. Bop, bop, bop. Why can't I see that? Dude, QNT just sell. I was gonna grab a short term if those were cheaper, but they weren't. So I guess that kind of saved me. But yeah, I'm telling you, with the amount of upgrades on that, I was expecting more. But overall, I don't think any of the other quantum plays. Again, Amazon are running right now. Amazon, Frog, Twilio, more software, more cyber. Hi. Yeah, I think a lot of cyber. I mean, I'm excited about that one. And then SpaceX moving around. SpaceX just sold. But yeah, because I remember we were talking about it, about a month ago when we first saw cyber kind of go up, and then it chilled with everything. But they held up a lot better than software. And then, yeah, it's starting to go. Cisco's on the high now. But yeah, I do think we've been noticing a lot of that from Friday. And now Caterpillar, they sold off on Friday. Poly, Alti, Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, GE, now Microsoft again. And Palantir, Sweet Green's on the low. Microsoft really printing. It's still lower than where I bought it, believe it or not. And then Airbnb. When was the last time we were even in this level? It's been a while, bro. Yeah, I think Airbnb hit, what, 160 last year? So you're in between these gaps. And then, yeah, like 170-ish. Or 200's the high. Gen B. Again, that's another cybersecurity. Every single one of those cyber plays from that video. I think Sentinel's the only one that's down still because they had their earnings. But yeah, Qualys, Gen B, or 10B, Gen, every single one of those. Again, Palantir and Microsoft, another software rip. So, like we were saying, to start off this morning, it did seem software that was holding up a little. You're just back to this little pin. Remember, a couple days ago, software got even uglier there. That's when the AI fears ramped up a little harder. So that's the thing, too. Just because you have a good day on software, it does not mean those, unfortunately, those fears do not just disappear. I know. Yeah, Uber. Remember, Uber was even on fire last week. Amba on the low. Ambarella kind of selling off on big volume, down 1%. Again, Amazon keeps ripping. That keeps printing a lot. Representative Cleo Fields purchased Quantinium. Bro, I thought it was going to run today. I'm telling you, the amount of upgrades and overweights, I thought they were all going to pump it, but, not so much. Not so much. Quantinium. Take two. Hi. Oh, they're up 4. Oh, Gen B. Oh, my bad then. I'm thinking Gen. I added the B. And the B is for the Bostic. Oh, I'm thinking 10B. I'm like, which one? 10B. That was the other one. MBB. Where's KMB? Not bad today. Again, SPY starting to come down. It's been about 30 minutes, so get ready. 7 o'clock. I mean, remember last week, right at 7 every single day, the program would either reverse or it would just chill. KDP, again, not too many staples are going up. And now more memory selling off. Micron on the low. Now you got Baba on the low. So see what happens here. If we start to go down, again, Apple is about to go negative as well, too. But yeah, see on the first decline, see what software does. See what software does, see who kind of wins. If staples, again, healthcare, drugs, all of that, see what kind of goes. SpaceX on the low. RCL, more cybersecurity, though. So that's what I'm saying. Those like 3 candles first drop down. That did not stop any of the cyber plays. But yeah, boy, wait till 7. So just see next 5 minutes here whether or not things continue. Or again, just like notice industries, which ones continue, which ones pull back. The contracts on QNT are super expensive. I think so. I mean, I think the cheapest play. So the cheapest play on Quantinium looks to be about $100 for the lowest time furthest out of the money. So it's kind of pricey. Intel down 5. Wendy's still going up. So yeah, Wendy's back up to 8. Groupon, those short squeeze stocks are going up. Yeah, I mean, Russell's down by 0.4, so that outperformance or that little rotation, it's playing out a little bit more. So we talked about that in the morning. I'll go over it with all of you guys, but there's a couple of ideas coming around. But yeah, I mean, this morning, a lot of people were talking about the Russell NASDAQ. Pretty much anytime the Russell outperforms the NASDAQ by the level it is, it usually reverses for a little bit, but I mean, we're gonna have 3 months to figure that one out. ABCL, J&J, Qualcomm on the low still. So again, chips, look at chips just went negative. Software still up by 2.8, and then that little one, that was just chips the whole time. Yeah, that last weekly Palantir's up like 300% if you want to rip it or not. Or hold it. You have till Friday. Cart. Uber. Oh, some Fidelity, Habibi. Bruh, Palo Alto. Dude, cyber. Well, I don't know. I know we keep saying software. Software is doing good, though. Software is still up 3, but then I think a big part of software is cyber right now. Again, you had this whole Mythos, Claude, we had all this stuff over the weekend with AI, and then again, I don't know if this is them allowing Anthropic back. I don't know if that's the clearing event, but it seems like it is. It's acting like something, but give it a couple more days, and we will know. Bessent met with Goldman Sachs to discuss Goldman's philanthropic aim to fund U.S. nonprofits. Zscaler. Cart again. What was the other one? NNBR? That was from earlier. Jack in a Box now. So again, I mean, Wendy's and Jack in a Box, I feel like, just with how people have asked me, I mean, that's, I don't know how squeezy people are getting. But yeah, Jack in the Box starting to move now. Again, Microsoft IGV is holding up. This is chips right now, so take note. You have things kind of going up. A couple of the rotations are chilling, but yeah, I mean, on all of, you're literally watching software go up while everything else is kind of coming down now. So again, on these declines, it's not as if this just, again, Micron is literally drilling, Nvidia's drilling, so yeah, the rotation finally chips down, but way stronger impetus coming into software. The yen, yeah, that's not good. That was the other one. It was the yen, margins, and oh no, there's one more. But yeah, Bank of America was talking that you might get a risk-off summer if certain things occur. Because usually, again, July is very strong. The history behind July, I mean, nobody's really bearish coming into it, but you know, people were talking about just how we've moved so far. If the NASDAQ does underperform, we might underperform in July. So it kind of all just depends on these rotations. And again, stuff like the data, but really this week, even with Kevin Warsh and the direction we take from there. But SPY's going down again, 7 o'clock. So we had one program, again, buy the cash open, rip up, ignore everything. 7 o'clock comes, the programs kind of turn off, but doesn't necessarily mean it has to fade. So we'll see where that plays out for now. Oil's not really budging, but first hour, we're pretty much right at open with, again, a very, very strong move in software. So now let's see what happens here. But that last 5-10 minutes, that was literally Nvidia and a couple of other names coming down. July is almost over, brother. You know what I'm saying? July is almost over, brother. Possible intervention. You'll see it. It'll just be it'll be a stick. Yes, you will. Oh, what's up, baby? Good to see you. You got that law term working? ELMT, Supreme Court says mail ballots can arrive after Election Day. Nice. How does that work? Whatever ELMT is, 3% pop. Yes, July has not started yet. Wednesday. So again, Wednesday is the beginning of the month, so we still got to deal with this rebalance, and then come Wednesday, you get all of the events. Again, and Kevin Warsh comes out on Wednesday. I don't know what that means. It says Supreme Court says mail ballots can arrive after Election Day. TTD on the high. So see if cyber starts to slow down right here. I think they might for a little bit. So again, 7 o'clock, we hit the high 5-10 minutes ago. Started to come down below VWAP, right back to open. Again, a little reminiscent of what we had last week, but still trying to find the direction. Again, tech is looking good, or tech above Russell, and then software seems to be the winner. Pfizer getting some candles. Habibi, I can't believe it. I'd be funny if Airbnb kind of padded the stats this year. If that just ended up becoming one of the bigger ones. Maybe I just jinxed it. AZI, Core Weave selling off. Again, a lot of chips, memory, all this stuff in general, still pretty bad. So like I'm saying, that last 30 minutes, I mean, you saw it. Chips, SMH, it literally went negative as software continued. BRKR on the low. Long term is down today. Was it because of you, Intel? Oh, I guess Kimberly didn't get the bid. That was nice, though, last week with some of the Intel stuff. Kimberly helped us out a little bit. Tesla. So chips still at the low. I'll move cybersecurity until they start coming back up again. Tap on the low too. About Nike, I like it. I think this earnings tomorrow, that's it. It's either going to be last call on Nike. If that earnings has the turnaround, it'll probably go up like 20-30%, and then vice versa. If it's still like a choppy earnings and they don't get the recovery story, I think Nike's going to $30 because it's already at 40, but 30, 35 would be the next level. It does look attractive though. Again, it even dropped 10% leading into the earnings. Yeah, you just need the earnings turnaround. California Anthropic partnership. And then Amazon's still up 4. Jeez. So again, couple of Amazon, Tesla into the high. There's a lot of other names on the low right now. Some that we saw going higher. Wasn't Frog on the high? And then again, Pfizer. Check if biotechs or any of those rotations. Again, staples are catching a bid. So literally like 5 minutes before 7 we started moving. Again, you hit the 7, you're right back up to open. Again, a lot of biotech still. That's kind of been the last 2 weeks. Yeah, Oracle's finally, this is at my price. But yeah, Oracle, out of all the software names though, Oracle just got washed. So IGV is starting to go down now. Cyber is holding up a little better. But like I was telling you, you just watch the chips kind of knife. But yeah, Oracle is going to bring some things down in software. AGEN, AGEN up 4, Genus. What's this? Fly W. Newsom, 50% off. Anthropic for government. Holy Micron. I don't see anything on AGEN. Yeah. You want Oracle at 130, whatever it is, just as long as you're not buying it when it's up. You know, we made that joke on Friday because, you know, when you look at Oracle, just again, Amazon too, bro, that's been strong all day. So keep in mind, even though you're making this move, chips, memory, rotation, you have some names that are just categorically just very well today. But yeah, like I was saying with Oracle, remember we bought it around these prices. It went up. They're like, can I buy it? No, you buy it when it's lower, you know. But there's like 3 months of people insisting on buying it at a higher price. So whatever you do here, you could either wait for lower prices or not. But this is within our window, which again, you kind of see there. It has gone lower. It could still go lower, but that price point was good. So as long as you're not paying higher, that's it, man. That's it. AIIO. That's not the photonics, is it? I remember that one on Friday. Again, Google. So we got Google, Amazon. I think Apple and NVIDIA are the only ones not playing along. Even NVIDIA could be doing worse, but NVIDIA is about to go red, and then Apple. So again, this is weighing on here, minus whatever else we just did. And then again, Oracle on the low. That's bringing down. That's probably slashed a third of the IGV. So Dow Jones, 21 in the green, 9 in the red. NASDAQ, 77 in the green, 23 in the red. And then SPY, 250 green, 248 red. No way. So yeah, it's funny. NASDAQ is very one direction, but then the SPY is actually more balanced than even any of the other times last week. So there's Netflix. Again, Google now. So Big 7 is doing a lot, but it seems like everybody else. I'm literally watching Google up, CoreWeave on the low. And then same with NVIDIA. Oracle had reports of an exploit, like a hack. I mean, it does look very in its own little world. That's what I'm saying. That's very different than a lot of software today. Again, Google and Amazon, those are your big tech strength. And then googly woogly. Well. So again, Amazon, NVIDIA into the low. I mean, the SPY is still like, again, 50-50, but NASDAQ and Dow. They are doing their own thing, buddy. They are doing their own thing. Oh, new low. But I do like this idea. It may not hit today, but if those do find a way to turn around, not a recommendation. Nibbits just sold off 8? You're lying. Habibi. Oh, wow. Yeah. So again, remember, energy was really weird on Friday. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. Do I plan on spending the money from the Intel calls? No. I'm just going to save it forever and look at it as a trophy. No, I will. I just don't have, don't want to force it. It's a big amount of money. I have 1 year of deposits saved up now, which is amazing. But yeah, I don't have any, I'm looking at the same stuff. I have been talking about it daily, consistently, actually, last several days. But other than that, I'm, if the opportunity arrives, I'll use it. But I'm trying to operate from the sense that it doesn't exist just yet. So we'll see. There's more importance on the Intel capital. Well, just a lot of money. But I don't, like I said, I mean, I had a goal, and I think we sold that covered call at a great price. Like, I don't regret what we did. The only thing that sucks is that I just didn't have a plan for the capital, but I did have a plan for the covered call. So, and it gave us good defense. I mean, you're seeing the last couple days, Intel comes down, the market, our long term looks amazing. We got good value, but like I said, I'm just gonna ignore the capital. I get a deposit on Monday, or as we end this week, and I'll operate from the view that I'm gonna just go off of what my cash would have been without the deposit. But like I said, it's gonna be turbocharged if anything comes our way. I will have a lot of cash to react, but yeah, I'm gonna just operate from the sense of I still need to rebuild my cash. I don't know if Netflix bought him. Again, SPY's starting to go. Again, you have a couple of big 7 support, but now IGV, Cyber, a lot of those are starting to come down. The call, unfortunately, that last play already went up. So I think you guys are a little behind. That's the only downside. You know what it reminds me of? That's why every time I tell you guys like a play, and especially a price, and that's why I'm like, yo, be careful of like chasing some of these, especially if it's quicker. It reminds me of those guys. Have you ever seen those videos of those people cut up traffic, and those people who try to squeeze in and out of traffic really fast? That's what it reminds me of. So sometimes on the option chain, there's like a little gap. There's you see what I'm saying? Like 1 or 2 cars could fit through it. But if everybody tries to go through it, it's like, oh. Yeah, I know the Intel, I think, was perfect. It was a great covered call. It gave us, good defense, gave us good upside. But that's why I'm like, I like it. I like the timing. I like everything about it. I just don't, Now I just have a bunch of cash, and I don't really have a plan for it beyond the broader plan we were following, but I had no cash then, so it just non-adjusted I still have or non-adjusted we have a lot of cash. Adjusted we don't have a lot of cash. Taxes, you get taxed on it, but it's when you close the play. So technically you will get taxed on that income. But then it depends where you close it out at. Qatar advises temporary suspension of sailing and maritime activity until further notice. Transport Ministry. So we're getting bad war news now. Oil starting to move. Again, low tickers fully active. You got value. XLP starting to go up now. But yeah, SPY, once again, 7 o'clock, the program turned off. Now you literally, 15 minutes after 7, you did almost the same exact move on the way up, on the way down. So now you filled the gap. I don't know if that's good, you like, but SPY negative, Dow negative, or excuse me, NASDAQ negative 0.4, and Russell down 1. So you've sold off 2%? No. You sold off like 1.5 so far. Yeah, it's a little bit slower on the NASDAQ at least. But yeah, SPY's filled the gap now. Like I'm telling, 7 o'clock, that's why I keep giving you guys these warnings where I'm like, dude, if you've really been paying attention this all of June, man, the rotations, the back and forth, it's been super finicky. And then every day at 7, it moves. Supreme Court lets Lisa Cook stay in job for now. Boo. So that means Powell could stay there forever. So yeah, Supreme Court just gave their ruling. They say if Lisa Cook could stay, then yeah, that means so is Powell. Woo! Powell, you keep your job. Booz Allen, BAH. Again, Amazon and Google, hot. Everything lady, I love when it's hot. I don't know what happened. We've been saying that a lot. If you remember last week, dude, that like 3% swing was crazy. So I think it's just part of the end of the month here because, again, just a lot has already happened in June. The range is wide. You hear everybody talking about these, what's it called? About this, rotation. I think there's a lot in store. And then right when we end, Wednesday has a lot of events and the beginning of a new month. So like I was saying on Friday, I think we're going to stay in this box. I don't think we go too much higher, too much lower. But yeah, for the most part, though, I do think, I think a lot of this month has just been insane in terms of like the sheer scope and size. Again, hyperscalers, the Mag 7, they have not, this has been their worst month in 20 years. You guys realize that, right? So all the people spending money on AI, the people getting the checks have benefited, but the companies spending have done bad. That's why I'm telling, like, June has been insane. Not only have we seen a lot of back and forth, we tried to go for some plays, not all of them worked. Again, some got really washed, and then you saw the momentum calm down. But like I'm telling you, bro, this is why people are bringing up this idea of the Russell NASDAQ now coming into July. Because, dude, this has been the worst month for the hyperscalers on record. So, again, just to watch Mag 7 kind of underperform like that is pretty gnarly. Giggle. Market likes Powell, kind of, not really. That's what I'm shocked by it. So this is all on the video yesterday. If you guys watched the Instagram video I put out, because this is the part I'm shocked by, because so far the 10-year bonds have gone down since Kevin Warsh just came in. Ironically, that first couple of days of Powell, the yields went up. So even though everyone's talking a lot of shit about Warsh and his hawkishness, technically speaking, the bonds are reacting less hawkish to Kevin Warsh than they are to Jerome Powell, which I think is fascinating. Amazon, Habibi. expensive, baby. Amazon, Jackson Hole, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what people were. I was shocked to hear that this morning. People were talking about this Wednesday at Sintrust, the ECB forum, where Kevin Warsh is speaking. Some people are asking if this is even going to be a Jackson Hole event, where pretty much Kevin Warsh uses this to address the world, the markets, the nation, and then kind of, doubles down in a more aggressive manner on what he said. Remember, that's what I'm saying, the bonds so far, they have taken his first surprising, speech, as they've said it's hawkish, but yeah, the bonds have held it in a very, very nice way. DG, there wasn't many highs on that. And then oil's still going up. Again, you just had this this headline on Qatar suspending sailing and moving stuff through the water. Intel, Habibi, Intel, not good, brother, not good. Again, chips did bounce there, though. So see XP on the high. Yeah, Airbnb, or excuse me, Amazon and Google are great. Get better sales. That's what I'm talking about. Gem. Jem. Match. Again, Visa all day. KHC was running up. I mean, check Smuckers. Actually, I think Staples benefited off of that whole little move. IoT. Banks. Yeah, financials are on the high. MTB and a couple of others. Where's TLT? Where's TLT's catching a bid, and the dollar. Sono on the low. Hot dog. Sono with a stick. Sono down 2.5 on one candle. Big volume. At Hone A. Oh, the space. Yeah, Honeywell. Yeah. Oh, I guess there's Hun A and then there's Hun. Oh. That's why the options are different. Again, Myrna, I sold an old Myrna play. I don't know how they went up. So there was a Myrna play during all the Hanta stuff. But yeah, those have a gain now. If you have, I guess it is breaking out. Maybe I should have held those. I just remember that play didn't do much. Veronis went down? No way. No way. How to deal with influenza. I'm gonna say that one, they've been going up a lot. Eras, it's a biotech. AT&T still on the low. Axon trying to grind. Healthcare came down a little bit. At least UNH did, but low-key XLV is still up. So again, this is just a chip bounce so far. Chip bounce and then everything else in between. With the Amazon and the Google. So proud of you, brother. And Visa and MasterCard. Again, XLF started running up there too. And now more biotech, Sanofi, and a few others. IVF too. You guys pointed that one out on Friday. BNY, repeat buyer. And financials are running. BNY, Met, and then there's one more I just saw. Then again, Visa, MasterCard. Is Oracle bouncing a little bit? See what that does to IGV. Palant chillin'. Got Netflix finally up. Again, Mag 7 isn't bad. Just it's literally Apple and Nvidia, but they didn't even start off that bad. And then TKO. KKR had a good update last week, but Owl, and again, private credit, just a lot of those concerns came back. 10B, is that the cyber? Which one did I think I already misspoke on that one. Yeah, 10B is the cyber one. A Dropbox. Is it time, Dropbox? Polte, as I repeatedly said, I believe Lisa Cook will be indicted for mortgage fraud. Oh, okay. Toast, more financials, fintechs, all of the above. Meta kind of moving around. It is, you need the Apple to play along, brother. Bro, Visa. Yeah, I don't think the Lisa Cook investigation is over, but that's why it's saying, the Supreme Court saying, until it's over, you can't get rid of her or remove her from her spot. Which, again, I think it means more for Powell than anything else. I don't know. Amazon could either be relief rally, or even looking at Google, this could just be an early rotation. Again, if we are, whether it's kind of the rebalance or then coming into July, if we really are going to see NASDAQ over Russell, I mean, this could kind of just be the early front run. The problem is, just like we're saying, every other day by 7, things flip. I mean, your range on this month is like 5 to 6%. So some of these moves, they could look like front runs, they could look like rotations, but they have to stick. And unfortunately, nothing has until we kind of really get into earnings season. But yeah, for now, I mean, it's decent, but yeah, I don't, and it's looking like it's moving there ahead of this July, but yeah, there's no guarantee it'll stay like that. Yeah, Dropbox is a buyout candidate. That's why I was like, maybe it's time one of these days. PSNL. Oh, what about Bradley Frizzle in the peach? Happy Monday, Chad Antonio. That's all the market needed. That's all the market. Get ready for VWAP. Get ready for Bradley Frizzle. Bradley! How was your weekend, brother? Good morning. Oh, feels just peachy. India to lift curbs on retail sales of diesel gasoline. More banks, more airlines, more peach. How can you not be excited? It's amazing. How could you not be excited? It's glorious, glorious peach. Where's Boeing? I put a Bank of America. Apple on the low. Uh-oh, hot dog. And then more financials. So Apple low, Nvidia higher. Apple is your only lagger as far as Big Seven's concerned. So see, though, if Netflix and Meta and any of those come down. And now your peach. The peach isn't lagging. The peach is right on time, brethren. Oh, glorious. Even Baidu. And Tesla again. And Cracker Barrel. Anthropic, is Amazon front running them? Maybe. There's a lot who own it. I mean, again, the SpaceX IPO was hot for valuations. The follow through wasn't too crazy, but yeah. And then I don't know the timing of Anthropic, but I'm sure as they like kind of hammer home the timing, that might start to go. CBOE on the low, and then Apple as well. And then SPY's up by 0.4. I mean, you were just negative a second ago. NASDAQ's up by 0.3, so you just moved another 0.8. And then Dow's up by 0.6. Russell's down by 0.75. Again, Baidu, Tesla. High ticker is pretty active. I mean, do not be fooled. You know, it's actually almost fully maxed out. It's like 3/4 of the way there. Again, back to VWAP. VWAP. Hey, you guys see Tesla, right? What the fuck is this? No. Tesla just popped $5. Again, another round of cybersecurity. Rubrik and Sentinel just broke out. Habibi. All right, that's cool now. Well, Sentinel's back to that like post-earn. I think we bought it here. So I'm down with that. Hello, Habibi. Carg Island, and then Cerberus, and then WDC. Yo, memory is picking up. Hey, yo, WDC, they were just clapped. And then STX, so yeah, that's so and Nvidia started moving, but C, it's weird that software is going up, but memory just woke up. So again, a lot of those that were lagging are now starting to pick up. STX, Cerberus, I mean, let's see, CoreWeave a little bit. And then Spoy back to VWAP. 10B. I know I don't have the 10B. I have the Sentinel, unless I don't think I have another one of those. Oh no, I do have a 10B. You're right. I forgot. I have the shitty one though. They're not up as much. We already ripped the Veronis, made some money on that, and then the Sentinels. If you have the old Sentinels, those have came back. Give or take. It's just a spread, but they should be up or break even. Dallas Fed 0 versus 0.4 in May. And Axon too. I know Rivian and Lucid, and then you got Tesla just doing its thing. But yeah, Rivian and Lucid have both been on fire. And now MGM. Went for the Apple. Dude, Apple is dirty. So yeah, remember that whole thing from last week? It's at an interesting spot. I mean, I even think some of the SPY, you could just see what Apple did. But good luck on that one. I don't think it's too bad of an idea. Nike, I mean, you could play Nike now or tomorrow, but their report is tomorrow after the bell. Bro, Tesla, and now AMAT. So a couple more. Again, IGV is climbing back up. Cyber broke out before IGV, so that's what I was telling you guys in the morning. I do think Cyber is kind of leading there. You had Anthropic, Mythos News, so I don't think that's a coincidence. You have a lot of this stuff going on in the background. Right, but yeah, you literally just watched Cyber hit a new high before IGV did. And then you got like stuff like Oracle drilled down. So I do think most of the support on software today is coming from cybersecurity. So we'll take it. Why do money markets continue to rise? We're at 7.9 trillion. It's because there's a lot of fucking money, dude. That's it. It kind of blows my mind. That's what I was saying. It's like no matter what happens, like the money shows up. People even lose a lot of money, the money still shows up. Again, fear, people pull back, but yeah, there is a lot of money on the sidelines. That's how we've absorbed. That's why there's always money for these bond offerings, these IPOs, you name it, my brother, you name it. AEP on the low and then Iller on the high. AEP is it energy, right? It just wicked like 2% and then bounced back up. Bros on the high. TBPH. What's this? Theravance Biofarm just had a pop and lock as well. Again, casinos. All right, high tickers bumping again. CRM, but I see cybersecurity, Amazon, Google, and then a couple of other random winners like AMAT, and then again CRM, and then anything not there. Anthropic CEO warns open source AI is on a very dangerous path. I'm sure it is, Dario. I'm sure it is. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did I say 50? 50! Oh, we're so back. All it takes is one software rip. Oh, 50! Dog, 50! Habibi. Habibi. Liga. And you guys know, legal. Illegal, he only asks one thing, man. He just asks you get a long term. You know that? Do you remember when Legal was begging you? I remember Legal. Because I begged them before Legal. So I remember. But I remember. Thank you, my brother. That's amazing. That's amazing. $50? Well, 50 new chads. Welcome. I hope you enjoy. I hope you get a long term. You should ask Legal about it. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. It's amazing. 50? Lufthansa cancels more routes. What was it? Now in SAP. 50! Well, hey, man, that's word to the long term. Cerberus again as well. Like I said, Cerberus and the other one just started ripping out of nowhere. I got the long term before I hit join. Major key. Dude, long term before anything. You know, like, bro, like, you know, like when you get in a car? When you get in the car, remember all the propaganda? And they're like, buckle up, seatbelt. I feel the same way about the long term. I think when you get in your car today, you should be like, oh, do I have a long term? Okay, am I saving 10%? Am I buying high quality assets and not changing my mind for 10 years? Oh, okay, I'm safe. And then you could back out of the driveway. But I think you should get a long term before anything. I think you should do a long term before any. I think even when you wake up in the morning, I think you should praise God, tell yourself it's going to be a good day, and then be like long term, and then go to the bathroom. But you get what you see. I'm just trying to establish the order of operations. I don't know if y'all feel me. Maybe you get a free membership. I beg you, please start your long term today. Secure your financial future, please. I'm paying to beg you, please. Hard. I don't know if they're picking up on it, man. I hope you are. Where's this guy throwing this money all around? That sounds like the long term. The long term is the cup that overfloweth. So yeah, he's begging you to get a long term. I hope you do it. Because he's gonna look back and he's gonna be like, why didn't you get it? You're like, I paid to try to get you one, and you still didn't get one. Do not delay. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Woo! Merc. Got a couple things waking up. Again, towards the highs. SPY. That was just a nasty move, you guys. Do you realize you went 30 minutes down 0.5% and then 30 minutes right back up? So you're barely above where you opened. But again, this not bad, though. I mean, at least the last couple of days, we would do these like sell-offs, and then you would just kind of turn everything off. So XLV now, healthcare. That brought up a couple of memory winners, cyber, software, and then healthcare. Healthcare came out of that swinging. How do we know what should be in our long term? You're on board. Hell, you hear that, Legal? He's on board. So go to the trading fraternity. The link is in the description. I'm telling you, this is why I think Legal is saying, you know, because the last time I was begging people was last year, and like I would put it on every video, and like I changed the channel around to make this so easy to follow. So that's what I'm saying. I kind of gave up on begging, and then Legal kind of took over because he's reminding y'all, because we did a rebuild. But if you just go to it's in the description, it says the Trading Fraternity Nightly Watch List main channel. But every single one of these Trading Fraternity videos, I'm going to put the whole portfolio. So if I make a new play, you'll get updated on it, but you could go and see what I have, what holdings, what size, the price I bought it at, and this is a great way to follow along. So yeah, do it. Do it. I'm telling you. Google again. Ay. Well, in the YouTube long terms, we actually don't have SPY or Google. No. But they're all there. You'll see them. I mean, we have a lot of names. You've heard us talk about them. I mean, it's pretty much, it's this account right here. So they're all here too. But like I said, on the video, it's organized, and it's just easier to pause it, get an idea, look at the prices and all that. Cerberus again. Hi. Isn't this back where it reported? Oh no, that's where it opened. But it was at 2:30 on report day. We'll see if that actually breaks out. Roblo update. Special envoy Witkoff Kushner will travel to Doha today, meet Tuesday, Qatari PM. The long term is legal. Do it. It is. I think it's a legal commitment to your future. Very easy to follow for monkeys like you? No. In a weird way, man, if you could follow the long-term videos, I think you're a genius. But I've seen everything. That's what I'm telling you, man. You would be surprised. You would be to the point where the long-term videos still miss some people. You know what I'm saying? So no, bro, I try my best to make it simple to follow because, you know, a lot happens in a day, a week, a month, but no, that's on you. That little discipline and that you pushing yourself over the edge to actually follow along and utilize. Oh man, that's harder than you think. Harder than you think. PGNY and then Google it. Google. Can't you see? Did Google lag us today? I remember Friday. You guys were going crazy. They were hoeing us on Friday. The worst for I don't know. That's why I don't like the comms. Comms are they're both like cyclical. They go ham. They'll outperform and then they'll underperform. But then yeah, just the timing. I was saying that about Comcast the other day. Someone asked me, and I said the chart looks great, but I just don't like the industry. But yeah, then they did that split thing here this morning. Bro, Google. Paulo, centralized big tech is starting a warpath against open source. The excuse safety, the reality extinction of their business model. Heavy. I agree. That's why I said, I was like, oh yeah, Dario, open source, huh? That's that talk we had on Friday when we were talking about AI, the disruption, the opportunity. So yeah, now maybe that's why if Anthropic gets back with the government and then they're gonna rail against open source because they don't want you to get access. Because again, GLM. So GLM is open source. It's this China. They built open source and then this Chinese company. But like I'm saying, bro, it keeps going on. Like you keep hearing about no NVIDIA chips, cheaper performance, all these other models. But yeah, his comment is interesting today. Some people are arguing it's there. Some people are arguing China after G. That's what I'm saying. It's like a week old and we're hearing about it sporadically. The Wall Street hasn't picked up on it yet, but I mean, there is some people saying that China is now ahead after GLM. So yeah, we'll see. But that's what I'm saying. These AI fears keep swirling around. It just depends on earnings. So think about it. You're 2 weeks out of earnings now. As we get these earnings, those are either going to confirm or deny those fears. IBM, see if any of the quantum plays start to pick up. But yeah, IBM wasn't doing much. Yeah, the Varonis, I already ripped those. Those came down, though. But then that's weird. Varonis isn't... They led the way, but the rest of the cyber plays are doing great. But yeah, long story short, this might be the closest China has been. But then again, the thing about GLM... It was done on Huawei chips. There's not one piece of NVIDIA silicon in that, in what it was used to make it. And then it's already doing better than Gemini. Some, again, arguably top 4, or some would say it's number 1 right now. Bro, Tessie. What did I want to check? Palantir, I think it just has to do with software. Like I say, Palantir, Zillow, like we said with these, it just kind of depends how things play out. I do think the June, very terrible for them, so that idea was wrong. But like I was saying, it's either software is going to kind of return, and maybe those will get some life. But other than that, if it gets a little worse from here, the average down is going to be Microsoft and IGV, essentially. But I do think Palantir is it's a leader of software. It just has to, again, kind of get woken up with these flows and activity of everything else, because it has underperformed. And I do speculate there is going to be some sort of Palantir government thing, but yeah, we'll see. Bought. And then BR, that was our other little small cap runner. And I keep seeing MGM, and then SPY right at VWAP. So again, we went 30 minutes straight down, 30 minutes straight up, and now you are just dancing around near the open. Bought on the high. MGM. Yeah, bought 2 candles. That 8%? Yeah, holy shit. Whatever bought, that just popped 8%. Robo strategy. Rises 33 million through private share issuances. I just see a private placement. It's like PE for robots. NetEase on the high. Cars, CRM. NetEase is an interesting one. Again, I swear they had a headline the other day. Again, this is China. They're kind of breaking out. Yeah, what was that NetEase headline on Friday? Yeah, what was it? Billy shares rise. NetEase to become dual listed Hong Kong. That's what it was on Friday. And then BMY, another little healthcare, and Merck. That last little healthcare rally started with Merck. But yeah, now you got BMY, then KHC, so that, and then at Hershey's, this little round of staples is coming back up again. So just see, that's kind of what happened on this last little pullback and rip through. And Visa and Master. Again, same exact place. So a lot of on the high. Last time we were going down, and then there was names that just kept going up. It's the same exact thing. And then watch your Apples and big techs. So even actually Apple's not going down, but Nvidia might. You started the Bible. Any tips? Read it all. It'll take some time. Find a good version that's easy to read, and then you could get into the specifics on the, like I like King James, but when I started out, other versions were easier to comprehend. And yeah, just go slow and actually read it. It's a great book. Kimberly. So yeah, like I'm saying, a couple of these value names, but there's a couple sprinkled in there that weren't moving last time, like IBM. That's starting to catch a little bit of the rotation, which I think is quite fascinating. Did Oracle stop going down? Shift 4 on the high. Again, a C-Odd-M. Chips are still in the red. IGV still in the green. Again, XLP is actually in the red, even though, again, a couple of them are moving right now. Arvin, Gap selling off. And then whatever S dot is, that one's still going. 10B. Is it Tenable? 10B. Going on your tape or CD. No team illa, the ammo, famo, any channel. Yeah, IBM is just a weird rotation winner right now because I was dead most of the day, and then it just kind of picked up randomly. And then Netflix good. Amazon, dude. Amazon's like kind of disgusting. No, it's a solid 5.6 after not doing much. And then Roblo, too. I've seen that one all day. Again, high-low tickers kind of balanced out. Now Rivian, watch if Tesla, and Lucid. Again, Tesla has been very strong all day. But yeah, so once again, now you had that little back and forth, and then a couple of those leadership names got a headline, or excuse me, got a move. And then oil is even climbing up, but high ticker, once again, starting back up. All right, yeah, dude, we had plays. I forgot about them. They were small, but those are up like 30, 40%. Any cyber play has done very, very well. So again, we got some exposure on those the last like week or two. And then earlier in the month, we had that Sentinel, which got clapped, but now it has came back. I'm back. CRISPR, Abivai, biotechs are moving too. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Again, if you didn't watch yesterday's video, I would watch it. I think it'll prepare you for this week. Takes about 2 minutes if you want to know. Yeah, GeoDub, volume and it's moving. But I'm going to BRB. Follow me on the Instagrams. I hope you're having a good Monday. We got some shares, or we got some things free today. Woke up with a couple, so not too bad. And shout out the long term. Oh, and get ready to wrap up June, Chattadoon. Get ready to wrap up June. All right, I will BRB. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Come on, we made some free today. Can I interest you and make it free, or would you? Yeah, we can make it. Or would you guys like some political propaganda? Let's get him some political prop. Let's wake him up a little bit.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take
Now I'm gonna have this tune stuck in my head all day.
for Kamala,
But it's okay.
approved
Good
by
for
the
Lincoln.
lesbian nuns. Give Kamala, hey, G.
big win moments ago for the Supreme Court in the Slaughter case, confirming presidential power in our country to remove executive branch officer and agency appointees. This decision was long sought out by the presidents all the way back to 1930s. It's such an honor who won this historic, unprecedented ruling, one of the most important ever given with respect to presidential powers. Is he I thought he took a L on it. Well, interesting. Matt, but it seems like, I don't know, unless he's talking, because there's supposed to be the birthright citizenship. We haven't heard about that, but so far, it's interesting. QNT on the low. I think that was the most surprising one, but then again, we haven't really had a... Today's not really a quantum day, is it? No, they're not all down, actually. I'm kind of surprised. Marvel. $10B tenable. Clack. IGV Habibi. Software came up, you guys. I don't know if you noticed that. So that second half here was software bottoming out and then coming up. Because software was red most of that time, but now it's back to green. You have software and, or excuse me, chips and software. But that was chips catching the bid there. We'll see, yeah, see if anything else moves around, because Microsoft now on the low. Microsoft might go red, which sucks, because like I'm telling you guys, you saw it. You know, things were looking good. Oh, Microsoft really selling off. That's printing the low ticker, but like I was saying, you have Meta, you have Amazon, you have Google. This is great. Apple kind of added some of the confusion, and then NVIDIA came back, but yeah, if you get one more big tech, you might have Microsoft in the other one. ALGM hitting a high. LRC, dude, a lot of chips popped right there. Yeah, LRCX, Clack, Asmil, they're all running. And then a little bit of software reds. And then Bobo on the low. Still love you, Bradley. Yeah, no, Microsoft just went red. So again, that held for a little bit. But like I'm saying, it just is going to suck if any of the Mag 7, just for what you guys have been used to this month, and then, you know, even a lot last week. That's how you got these moves, where like the index doesn't move much. It's when all these names move, and then the Mag 7 just kind of does nothing, or even declines while everything else goes up a lot. But yeah, Microsoft's starting to dump right now. Tap, it's up there on my value ranking. I just don't, we missed the dividend. So that's why it's no, you know, just like Kimberly, like you guys, like I love Kimberly. You saw me just recently buy it, but I waited 3 months and then I bought it closer to the dividend. Because usually after the earnings and ex-dividend, it'll stay within a range. It's not, there's no real incentive to hold it for the next 3 months when it could like fluctuate either higher or lower. But yeah, I still like TAP. Just by the time I was ready to buy it, I missed the ex-dividend and then we got KMB. Did WDC keep going? There was one more during that, but yeah, WDC's on the high. STX was red most of the day. That one's actually came back to green. Uber coming down. Freesia, PHR, little baby candle. And then Tesla's still at the high. Micro slop. Again, LRCX, Clack, Asmil, all three of those in tandem are literally ripping into the high. So just see what software does, because it seems like that last hour brought back chips a shit ton. Chips had that little sell-off with NVIDIA and a couple of others, but they have came back roaring. I don't even know. Where's Korea? Korea's still down. Again, WDC, LRCX, ASML, Clack, all on the high. I know, IBM. That was random as fuck. I'll take it, though. It was not doing anything. Senator Cotton, Apple using blacklisted China chips would be a mistake. CP. Why are railroads? Railroads down 1. A couple of other travel transport names are going down too. You tried the secret place. You don't know how long you did it for, but notice focus. Good. Keep going. It's a muscle. Strengthen it. A net. Did Oracle bounce? It did a little bit. Polyalti. So again, Fortinet, Crowd, Palo Alto, Sentinel, 10B, Gen. Just see, those have kind of been going all day. CME, watch CBOE is going to follow along. They're getting smashed. And then K-Web on the low too. Netty's still held, and then Baidu had the chip shit. Where Apple chilled out. I mean, Apple, Nvidia's back up. Oracle chilled out, but it's still red. At least, I mean, it gave up its green, but at least it's not deep red. And then Palant. Yeah, whatever that Microsoft is. But yeah, if Microsoft or Apple, or if Amazon or Google give up gains, that could change how a lot of this plays out. Citadel warns of tougher securities. Investors underestimate his commitment to lowering inflation, warning higher rates could weigh on risk assets. Let's see if we get a Jackson Hole this week. I guess it's we call it Jackson Hole, but Jackson Hole is its own event. It's just what Powell did in 2022. And that's what makes it live in infamy. But yeah, maybe Centros turns into the new Jackson Hole. That's pretty much what people are saying. Boeing still, and again, Eli Lilly, which again, XLV and the drugs, those are starting to go down. Arvin, that's a biotech one. Again, there's a big biotech, I'll pull it up. I'll get you guys the next quarter, but I know I'll post it somewhere. But yeah, there's a bunch of biotech catalysts that come up here for second half of the year, June 2026. Yes, sir. Do 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 do. ADPT. Adapt 1.8 on one candle. Again, low ticker's actually pretty active, but I just don't think it's until like one of those bigger market cap moves. Oil coming down a little bit. I have not looked at bonds. They haven't done much. Dollar's still at the low of the day. Thoughts on Micron is that the earnings were good. The AI and the customers are still going, and you know, the narrative of demand is still there. The bad part about Micron is that it fueled this idea that if Micron's doing so well and they're charging more prices, higher margin, this is worrying if pretty much if it's sustainable, that these price increases, is it going to feed into consumers and other companies? And that's what kind of got people hesitant with a lot of the other AI doom fears. But generally, I mean, Micron was seen as actually very good. Yeah, Axon's been going up all day. There's a couple brand new names that are popping right now. Or just like biotechs hitting their first levels of highs right here. I love it. SPY right above open. Calm day. Calm day on the front. And it's 8:04. 25 minutes till Euro close. Yeah, UPC, I think, is a biotech. I'm pretty sure, but that just started going up in the morning. It had a move like that last week, too. one take was that the bad for chips because where can you go from there? I think that was the idea leading into it, and then it still went up. So I think that's like kind of the NVIDIA reaction after a couple of quarters of that. But I think the fascinating one of like this, at least what we learned in the last week, was that it just got people talking about inflation. Micron did so well and the margins were so up that now they're like, well, these companies buying it, how are, and then Apple raised the prices. It just like started, you know, it reignited the cost fears in that little doom loop. But then again, I mean, this last month we have gotten so many little seeds of development in the AI fears. So, I mean, it could be anyone's best guess, but I'm sure we'll find out within the next couple of weeks. Because as we start rolling into the rest of the earnings, you'll get more chip companies, more of all this. We'll get to see which story pretty much dominates, or what's true and what's not, really. You know, does this really cause inflation? Has it spread? How well are they doing? Can they continue this performance? All these main questions. IBM, it was slow in the morning. IBM was red at one point. It just hit that low and then just took off. Yeah, the unemployment steady, waiting for partisan model. Dude, I don't know. Unemployment just won't move. So that's why, like, in a weird way, unemployment's kind of became a non-factor. So I do think stability in wages are a little bit more, I think stability in wages are taking precedent above employment this cycle. That's what it seems like. And again, at least with Kevin Warsh, he wants to send a message of price stability and stability. But yeah, the unemployment has not even fed. I mean, it's compared to what unemployment has caused with like policy, insurance cuts, all those things we've seen over the last couple of years. Employment is not even a factor. It is a factor, but it's not. It is not. It's been so comatose over this last like 18 months. You're amazing. I told you all will be well when I made a major mistake gambling with money I didn't have. I recovered and now I'm ready to stay disciplined. Thanks for having faith in me. Of course. Don't fuck it up now, man. If you rejoice, you got a gift. So, like I said, I mean, every downside is always limited. You could always bounce back, but, you know, this bounce back now. Make sure you secure it, brother. Make sure you secure it. And then swimwear, isn't that a drone company? WDC, dog. That was a wild one. Again, a lot of chips, bro. They sold off pretty hard this morning, but the comeback on some of them is pretty impressive. And GeoDub still. A-Lab. Is A-Lab all-time high? I think it is. Amazon again? Oh no, Amazon's coming down. So watch out though. That's what I was saying, bro. If Amazon and Google give up, you already have Microsoft red. You'd only have, and Meta's given up. So Mag 7 is. So notice what's happened. That last hour, chips and memory took off again after starting weak. Mag 7 held up the lead in the morning. They're still leading, but literally right now as we're moving, it's like WDC, STX, Dell, NVIDIA. They're all coming up, but now Mag 7 is starting to come down. You already have Microsoft in the red. Google's holding because that has some chips, but Amazon's coming down, and then Meta, and then even Netflix. Netflix holding up a little better. And then Tesla all day. P. So yeah, it seems like here, Mag 7, if those start to come down, just you'll probably watch all the chips come up and vice versa. And then staples are down. Healthcare is down. Financials. So financials are in the green. I even think, no, XLV, XLP are still in the red. But yeah, those other staples are slowly selling off. UPS on the low. Win, which is weird considering MGM all day. Sentinel came down. Cyber chilling a little bit. Did we ever get a checkup with the guy with those Micron calls? No. Andy? I didn't even see him the day after. We saw Andy came in before earnings, told you he's buying a bunch of calls, and then I never saw him again. I thought he won though. I thought he did. P is pushing, some would say. Eris. Okay, it's weird. It's more biotechs, but I guess the XLV down. Biotechs is not moving. The MSTR, they said they have the right to sell it. He didn't announce that he was, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of drama over the weekend still with that. I mean, Mr. Michael Saylor needs to he does need to instill confidence within shareholders. So he put out the report saying how much cash they have, their plan to hold X amount of reserves. He said they have the right to sell the Bitcoin, but they didn't announce any. But yeah, they do need he needs to just get that one in check. Again, we talked about it on Friday. It's very weird. And then with the collateral and how this deal's structured. So it's like if the company, if himself could defend it a little, that will help it out a lot. But yeah, for the most part, it's still a lot still just has to rely upon what Bitcoin actually does. That's why too, on Wednesday, we have another ISM. So I don't know if that's going to make the situation better or more sad. Just because we should be doing so well. Fly NVIDIA blog post. Aerospace operates Jetson in lunar orbit for the first time. There's a little bit of volume. You might get a delayed reaction on it. It was out 10 minutes ago. I'm going to say the volume. You could see the volume pick up a little bit. Infu. There's InQ and then Into. I know, GL dubs, dude. 7%. Coors loses case against Texas. That is the most volume of the day. And then CMC. Buy puts on CBOE so it reverses. I mean, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. If there's a cheap one. Yeah, let me know when you do, Habibi. Let me know. You know, just in case. GL Dubes. Bro, that's literally printing the high ticker. Reddit, too. And then Roblo. So, again, a couple of names that had... A couple non-Mag 7 that started off good. They're holding really good. Synopsys on the low. Very weird. Considering a lot of cyber's done good today, isn't Synopsys considered cyber tech? Ain't it? Again, Dell keeps picking up. Dell kind of looks like WDC. Again, SPY right above VWAP, like we said. Just hopefully none of your other Mag 7s stop playing along. But yeah, if they could hold, you'll probably hold around VWAP and then... Again, still play this little chip reignition mixed in with whatever leaders that are already leading like software if they could actually hold. High. Look, low ticker has way more names up, and then the SPY is actually still going off of that. It's beautiful. Beautiful. So again, that 493 versus the Mag 7, that impact, you've seen it a lot this month. Dow 18 green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 60 in the green, 40 in the red. SPY 220 green, 280 in the red. So today you have more names red on the SPY right now than green. Again, last week as we were going red, almost every day you would have more names green on the SPY. So very, very interesting dynamic we've been going through. And then 15 more minutes till Euro close. Bright and early on a Monday. Don't you guys like Mondays? And then we have a deposit coming. Isn't that exciting? Aren't you guys excited for the deposit? Even though we have a bunch of cash. Yeah, last week we had way more green. That's why I'm saying it's kind of annoying, just this Mag 7 effect in just the last week. Feels like there's a lot of volatility. You got to watch the momentum, but then like these little Apple, Amazon moves and Google, just it affects so much on the index level. Did Fly actually react? Yeah, I think Fly, they just needed me to say the headline. But yeah, that did pop it a little bit. Again, that news is 10 minutes old. So then it had volume, and then it's starting to move a little bit. But yeah, there wasn't really any juice. Even Friday, we didn't see too many like news headlines. Remember, this month as momentum's been lower, it's like it's hard to get the plays off the ground, but you can. But once they get off the ground, the follow through is extremely difficult. That's why. So like some of these news and these headlines, like we need real follow through. I don't know if we need real follow through or real momentum. I don't know which one comes first. Opera on the high. It's been a while since we've heard Google spinoff of Chrome. And ASTS. Buy on NVIDIA? Not for the long term, no. I mean, if you believe that the Russell is going to rotate and then the money will come back to Mag 7, I mean, NVIDIA could be a good rotation candidate, but I'm not looking at it for the long term. Long term, we're only looking at names that are substantially down on the year or even just down, but then also, names that aren't up several 100% in a short amount of time. IRWD. Again, Groupon, one of those short squeeze plays. Wendy's still up. IRWD, 4% at the high. Again, SPY right above VWAP. Just we're not moving because you're playing this Mag 7 game, unfortunately. VOR. Nancy did buy Intel, yeah. That was last week. I think she bought it before, but the filing came out, which is very sad. You guys know that. Because how many people did not buy Intel because they hate Donald Trump? And then meanwhile, you're telling me fucking Nancy late stage top blasted it? But now you're telling me Nancy got some? So out in this world, there's somebody who hates Trump and knows about the stock market, and they missed out on all of Intel. And then there's Nancy Pelosi, who arguably should hate Trump more than anybody, and then she's like, nah, fuck that, we gotta get the bag. I think it's one of the funniest headlines, truly. But yeah, she bought that in Uber. That was announced all last week. BTI. OPFI. Again, a couple of random runners. The low ticker is active, but SPY's not moving. It's just straight up Mag 7 effect. OPFI, 2% on one candle. I don't have a headline. Let me check. OPFI. Oh, they were down in the morning. That was actually triggered on the that hit the algo this morning, believe it or not. That was on the pre-market movers. And then VPG. Is that 7? Yeah, it's about 3% right there. 4. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Aqua. Yeah, VPG, they got some award this morning, but it doesn't seem that big. Again, Aqua, Pop, TER, Pop are slowly working its way back up. And XLV in the gutter. IBB, I still keep seeing biotechs move. They're just staying pinned. Financials coming down. Staples already down. Microsoft stopped moving after the low. Google's climbing back up. Amazon chilling. It didn't really flush. And then again, Meta and Netflix are there. Again, Google is actually looking good though. So again, that'll help you a little bit. But then watch if the chips keep coming up. China Vice Commerce Minister Ling Ji, China willing to expand imports from Central Asia. You might add a tiny bit of IBIT on ETF long term. Maybe half of upcoming deposit. I mean, bro, I would be lying if I told you I haven't been having these dirty thoughts. Do you know that? I've had some sick thoughts lately. The other day, bro, I was driving, and I don't know where. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, the brain is fucking fascinating. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, you need resistance. Like, I don't even know where these thoughts come from. They just show up, dude. You know what I'm saying? And I'm driving, dude. I don't know what the fuck happened this weekend. It was a great weekend. And all of a sudden, I'm like, yo. I'm like, if I buy STRC with like a third of the normal deposit I would buy anything with, I'm like, that would get me my yield. That would get me up to $1,000 a year on dividend. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, no. But then I'm like, the distress and then the collateral. But then I'm like, wait a minute. If I just put in like $1,000 at this point, like that could make up enough yield. But then I'm like, nah, I don't want to. So yeah, I'd be lying if I didn't have these dirty thoughts. I've ran through it several times actually. I've ran through. I'm like, oh, and then you could do this, and then you could do that, and then this, and then this, and then if this does that, and then yeah. But I was like, all right, well, I'll just give it time. It's like, you know, it's moved enough now with crazy thoughts, but. Like, let it move again, and then if it gets worse, then I'll have to do it. But for now, it's right there in the middle where you could start introducing the thought. It's not a Ponzi since they'll sell the Bitcoin now. Yeah, I guess the scary part is that it took this long to establish that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it finally... So it took the damn IPO, 4 different units, $15 billion of Bitcoin purchased. It took that much, and then it finally took losing 30% of par value for them to be like, yo, maybe we should outline how this dividend is going to function. Maybe we should talk about how we're getting this money and where it's coming from. They're like, maybe now would be a good time to establish some parameters. I'm like, you motherfuckers. So yeah, I guess technically they do have a plan to monetize it and reserves and all of that. So yeah, we'll see. Well, like, that's the thing. Believe me, this goes with options, but especially with the long term. You know, don't, even if it's risky, Even if it's like, bad idea, just position the right size. That's it. You could buy anything you want with the right sizing. That's something a lot of people miss out on. So, like I'm saying, it's like you don't want to necessarily overexpose yourself. You don't want to get too jumpy. You don't want to miss out, but it's just like saying, if you have this idea, it works with your portfolio, you know, and it is more risky than not, make sure you have wiggle room. Like, so if you're losing right now and you don't got a good long term, fuck out of here with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I would emphasize quality. But if you already got a little bit of lead, you got wiggle room. I mean, just like you saw me do with Sweet Greens, you could keep it small as long as you. I'm saying, am I going to be buying Bitcoin right now? No. Like I'm saying, I've thought about some of these ways to work it in. But if I was going to do anything, and if you are, yeah, you just got to keep it small. That way you could get best of both worlds. If you buy it at the low, it gets worse. You lose 50%. It should be negligible with the right. As Microsoft as your staple start, that's a good idea. That is a very good staple stock. Because again, it could still even move around a lot, but it's such a quality name. You could build around it. Trump Cook lawsuit having to do with her suitability was sent back to Supreme Court on procedural bias. Will take the appropriate actions to make sure someone who's committed wrongdoing will not be making vital decisions concerning the welfare of the United States of America. Oh, nice. They cut me out. Hello, Chad. ASTS. So I have no faith in Bitcoin? That's not what I said, but I don't think it's not that I have no faith in Bitcoin, but I definitely don't trust that bitch. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I hang out with them. I'm down. I'm open to it, but I'm not naive. Especially, like I said, just Bitcoin has been it's a very sad year for Bitcoin. And not because it's went down in value, but because, like I'm saying, it has everything working in its favor. From the dollar to money supply to conflict to technology to a bunch of money floating around, ISM. I mean, you have everything. So the fact that it's not doing well, I don't like it as much. And that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily my first choice. With a lot, because again, it's still a very high price. I mean, if you're asking me if I have faith in it, and like I'm saying, I didn't say anything of that nature, but my last time I sold Bitcoin it was like slightly higher than where it's at now. So I guess 20,000 higher, which is kind of crazy, or 17,000. But yeah, it's still so that's why it's like I don't see this as a once in a life opportunity where I'm missing out on Bitcoin. I mean, it's already been here and ran up and I missed out on it, but so I don't really mind, but I'm waiting. That's why if it gets way cheaper and could hit a new price where that risk reward becomes more attractive, I'd be down with it. But I am still going to be on guard for what Bitcoin is not doing, because it should be doing a lot this year. You haven't heard this stablecoin? No, people say they talk about stablecoins a lot. I don't think it's a direct threat to Bitcoin. I think AI data centers. I think data centers are I think that's the biggest threat to this whole debate around where Bitcoin or bullishness. Chips are ripping right now. 8:30. All right, man. Well, Euro closed. Chips are running. Tesla's still going. I mean, not bad. Again, especially considering what we've dealt with. But Chattatonia, you've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, baby. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But just move your body. It's good. Stay healthy, energetic. Get energy for this next month. Ending the month, the holiday. But yeah, man, move around. I got to move my hips a little bit. I got to do my little hips. Today's leg day, you guys. I got Monday leg day. You know that? So I start in the day. I make sure if I get good push-up like stretches on like my hips and legs, it makes me ready to go by 1 p.m. You already got your chest day in? That's disgusting. That's amazing. That's amazing. Do I like gold or Bitcoin more? I raise you. You know what I like more than all of them? Real estate. So yeah, that's what I was saying before too. You know, and I'm telling you, like even last year, a lot of people wanted Bitcoin. I was saying the same shit all the time. This is good. Last year, I had to save some people and we lost some people because again, like in the big, or like it was like end of 24, beginning of 25, that Bitcoin wave got a lot of people. But even then, Bitcoin hit a record high in October of 2025, didn't it? Or like July. So like it was just up. But yeah, a lot of people were really into it. But I've been saying this whole time, out of all of these assets and real assets, Bitcoin's not necessarily a real one, but if you're going to compare it to gold, and then there's the dollar, all these things going on, I'm telling you, man, just real estate, cheap real estate too, man. And, you know, I know when you guys hear me talk real estate, I know a lot of you, I understand affordability. I mean, believe me, I probably understand it more than most. Dodd-Frank is a piece of shit, and it's hard to qualify, and you got to do all that. But I'm talking like really cheap properties. So, you know, and like I said, if you followed along with $300 a month from me, from when we started the long term, you all got a down payment. I'm telling you, all those long terms, $200-300 a month, fully down payment ready. You had to save your dad from the XRP cult. He was losing it. So I'm talking about good. Did I tell you the other day, bro? I was at this like this event with my girlfriend, and like it was like with her work, and then I met a bunch of these people, and then there was this one guy. I swear, I think it was Netanyahu trying to get me, because I was blown away. It was this, I tell you, dude, it was a guy balling, bro. Like balling, this Jewish guy. He made sure to tell me he was Jewish because he thought I was Jewish, because I look very Jewish. And then, okay, cut me off, YouTube. My bad. Too many Netanyahus and Jewish in the same sentence. Okay, cut me off. My bad, you guys. My bad. I'm just trying to tell a real life story. Just what happened. Yeah, I got clapped. I don't know why. Okay, I think it's bad. I do know why. I know exactly why I got clapped. But yeah, dude. So I'm at literally. This party is at homeboy's, like, he owns a lot of property. This property is at, like, his $10-15 million beach house. And, yeah, we get into a talk. I'm talking to him about AI. I'm talking to him about all this stuff. We even talk about crypto. And tell me why this guy is like, yeah, my friend just put me on a Ripple. And then I'm telling you, bro, I was like, this is Netanyahu trying to trick me. Because this guy was hyping me up on Ripple in 2026. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about this one, bro. I don't know how I feel about this one. So, yeah. But I think Ripple's terrible. I say get rid of Ripple. Why don't you like Ripple? I think it's terrible. I made a lot of money on Ripple back in the day. So I was there when Ripple came out. I remember it. That's what I'm saying. That was like the first penny stock crypto that everybody hit on. They loved it because it was so cheap. Ripple used to be fractions of a penny. But yeah, I never really believed in it as much. And then the CEO is sketchy. Everything they're doing. I mean, don't even get me started on the whole treasury thing and the assets. But yeah, I just don't trust those guys at all. And it seems like it's a way to extract the money out of Bitcoin, and then it's just not really useful. I like the technology is going to be used, but just they're not going to use Ripple. Again, the whole stable coins and how they're using it with banks. But yeah, I just think Ripple is terrible. I think it's actually a giant scam. I don't know what, it's just so odd and weird, but I've never been a fan of it. And the supply is big. I don't know why so many people think, like, I was after Bitcoin went crazy, everyone started putting out this pervasive idea that it was going to go to 1,000. Where is it? You knew to avoid it when your grandma wanted to buy it. Yeah. I mean, I knew once I saw the Ripple guy after all the elections, oh man. Even him and Trump, him and Kamala, he's a little snake. That's when I really knew. But I never liked it even prior to that. And then after what's it called? After FTX, I became a Bitcoin maxi. You know, I started with Bitcoin and then Ethereum, and I always loved Ethereum. Used to be my favorite for most of my career. But then, yeah, after some of these debates and changes, I reverted back to my Bitcoin maxi ways. I just think Bitcoin are bust, and then that's it. But then at the same time now, with Bitcoin, the data centers, everything else, yeah, there's still things I has to work through. But I would still opt for Bitcoin above all. You got your trophy good. That's what I was saying. I mean, Bitcoin, we sold pretty high, and then it dropped for a couple years, and then it rocketed up last year, but it's pretty much came back. It's now lower than one of the trophy prices. That's why I'm like, if it gets cheaper, I'll consider it. But it's just, I don't care if it goes up. I don't care if it goes down. I'm watching it, but it's an alternative. Let it play its role. It's never going to be the main course, but good price, good health. I mean, we wouldn't be opposed to it, but it's also something I'm not necessarily trying to chase. From Bitcoin maxi to maxi pads. Kimberly Clark. Woo! I like a Kimberly, brother. I like a Kimberly. 8:39. Still kind of early. Again, we're just barely above open. The back and forth dynamic between software and chips, and then Mag 7. Google's the one that's up. Whoa, what was that? Amazon candle. And then oil slowly climbing up. Bonds a little lower. Dollar, though, got a nice bid here. And I don't know if you guys have noticed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how painful that 5 days of the dollar going up was. And then you just see it a couple days down on the dollar, where it's so much easier to get relief. Telcoin? I've never heard. I recommend the long term. You know what I'm saying? I think the long term is great. Chips get bought. Dips get bought. Make a long-term ETF? We could. I was going to do it during Liberation Day, but it wouldn't fill me because of the price. But my only problem with ETFs, I don't like starting them at the highest price possible. That's why I haven't ever made one. So the one time I wanted to make it was after the SPY gave up a couple of years in like a week. And then I was like, you know what? I'm down. But then, yeah, it didn't fill me. So maybe if that time goes. And then I have bad news, you guys. Because I was thinking about this the other day. Remember I told you I need to make another long term for my niece? And I was like, maybe we could make another long term. I was thinking about it. Remember I told you I need to pray on it. But I was like, well, what if I just start it and I don't tell any of you? Wouldn't that work? So pretty much I might be starting a new long term, but we don't need to make it an event. And then that way we don't need to hype it up. You don't, still, because it's just following the same plan. You should be doing this already. So I might make another long term. I just might not make it, we might not make it a YouTube spectacle. The goal would just be a small amount. It's for my niece. I have a new niece, so I need to make her a long term. And that's why everyone just keeps asking me about the long term. So I do think some people have picked up on it from the last couple videos. And then like I'm saying, though, I do want you in the habit of, starting there. There's enough out there to start the long term. It's not like you have to wait for us to begin one. And that's why just constant and consistent will take you a long way. Zura and then EXTR. Whoa. Yeah, what's Zura? 8%, but this is gone. It's a decent amount. It's just at 511. Chips. TSM just popped. Google. A couple of others. Yeah, TSM just woke up. Again, SMH is breaking out now. So look at that. That last like 30 minutes there on that bounce. Software's chilling. 175, but now chips are higher than software. Or no, excuse me. It's about 0.5%. Chips are leading. But yeah, that gap might close. But yeah, they're all moving up, which isn't bad. I mean, if everything holds up, again, oil's coming up too. I do think you need Mag 7 to pick up a little bit, or at least not get in the way. What's the anchor of that portfolio? Which one? The YouTube account? Well, if I make the new one, I don't know yet. We'll see. But on any of the other accounts, you can just take your pick. We have multiple anchors, but we have our biggest position was Abivai and Uber at one point. We got JP Morgan's, we have Tech, Meta, Netflix. Intel has became both anchor in size and quality. But yeah, we have a lot of anchors. I mean, that's been the beauty over these years of kind of emphasizing some of the quality is like we got some pretty good high quality names in more than one. Explosion in southern Lebanon, and then Sefcovic EU, China EU trade trend not sustainable. Microsoft, no. And Intuit. So yeah, Microsoft though, remember that was the latest one to sell off a little bit. Mat. Oh, Workday. Interesting. A couple more software is about to hit a low. So literally as chips are breaking out, a couple more software names are showing. We have Microsoft, Palantir, Intuit. They're all selling off right now. Again, Intuit and Microsoft keep printing the low ticker. Dips get bought, my friend. Oh, CVS. CVS with the little stick. Again, last week, that was your healthcare winner. But yeah, CVS into the high. And then KHC, that same, literally, every time Microsoft comes down, literally one of these value stocks hits the high. So yeah, KHC, that value rotation has kind of been going all day. Again, a couple of financials. Can we get KMB? Can we get, damn, team went back to 79. Oh. Ooh, I like team. We killed it at the 60s, 50s, but so it's still a little bit off of that. And then we're gonna have some cash for the deposit. Pinterest. Again, watch of CVS and any healthcare, but chips, dude. So it just sucks. It sucks we can't have chips go. When was the last time we had an everything rally? You know what I'm saying? I think we need but yeah, every single time it's like chips go down, feels ugly, software goes up, but feels ugly because chips are down, and then vice versa. Right when the chips start coming up, you lose some of the Mag 7 and some of the other names. So very interesting. EU and China agreed increased market access measures can balance trade. Well, yeah, chips are at the high. So is oil. Again, couple moving pieces here. We've gotten a little bit off of VWAP. This is just like into the first high that you set here in the morning, which again isn't bad. NASDAQ is up by 1.3, SPY 3/4, Russell down 3/4, and the Dow Jones up by 0.45. All on a Monday. What was the other one? Cerberus. Honda explores issuing 400 billion yen in euro bonds. Nikkei. MH. There's 2 big block orders on McGraw Hill. Damn, bro. 15% off? 50% off? Is this new? McGraw Hill IPO'd last year. ASTS. Now is again one after the next. A lot, like literally 4 or 5 software names. As the chips climb, they started to go down, and then you're not getting the cyber rip. And ASTS is going up. So yeah, chips again. TSM, a couple of those again. Nvidia's right into open, but seems like the last hour has been all about chips. And then yeah, little by little, some software could hold up, but it's not the same gas as the morning here. Did we do the same move after Micron? What do you mean? Like with software? Or this last Micron earnings reminds me of one of those NVIDIAs. One of those later stage NVIDIA earnings where they do very good, beat and raise, and it would like gap up, sell off a little bit, but then kind of hold. That's kind of what this feels like, but other than that, I'm not too sure. Fly, that one, remember, they got that headline. We had it. We talked about it. It just lags for a little bit. But now it's moving. We are sadly in the box. I think we're going to stay here till Wednesday. But yeah, we kind of created a new box. I mean, realistically, you've been in here since May. So almost about a full 2 months, all of May, all of June. Rockwell. Qtum on the high. Quantum. It's so weird. Some of the quantum names are actually doing like qubits and all those. Those are actually up. Again, PL was moving earlier. Those are up 13. Again, SPY is just chilling. A couple staples on the low. Now Shopify. Shopify was a winner in the morning. So yeah, they've gone red. So again, a couple names that started off green, they've already flipped, surprisingly. Again, we're like, what, 20 minutes off Euro close? Dow Jones, 17 green, 13 in the red. NASDAQ, 55 in the green, 45 in the red. Again, at one point it was 70. And then SPY, 186 green, 316 in the red. More names have gone red now. It's actually kind of crazy. Again, equal weight is negative. So SPY is up by 3/4, but equal weight finally went down a little bit. And then more Tesla, Caterpillar, that S-Dot runner from earlier. And then Pepsi, more XLP value names on the low as chips continue to climb. Yeah, even Global Foundries, that one came back up. Again, ships, Habibi, ships. Lightpath now, LPTH. Literally, I feel like since Wednesday, we've seen this thing pop once every other day with a headline. I don't know how the stock doesn't go up. Click. And another TSM rip. So literally, it's TSM just prints the high ticker, then they get a burst of chips. So, dude, I feel like you've got a rumor on LPTH every day since last Tuesday, and the stock is down. I don't know how. Every day, again, it's literally every time I look at it, it's up, but then you pull out the daily, it's like the stock didn't move. Fascinating. Again, ALAB, PL, AU, and then SMH, and then TSM is leading a lot. All right, well, you're going to get a little bit of a run. Notice how the SPY's not really moving. You're just getting chips. High ticker's active, but you see a couple of names on the low ticker, but some of those were red to green, or green to red, excuse me. And then oil near the high of the day. So another little 0.25% on chips. SPY didn't budge. You say typical Bitcoin maxi answer? That's funny. You're a Ripple guy, huh? You know how I could tell? You're super far behind. So that was ironic. You're right. That is a Bitcoin maxi answer. But like, then again, you responding to the conversation very late, hit the live button. But that explains Ripple and Bitcoin. I agree. Tesla. Streams cut out a couple times. Not as bad as last Friday, but yeah. KHC. So watch if something sells off. That's not a chip. Every single KHC candle is correlated with a Microsoft low, I feel like. Yeah, so see, momentum's picking up. IGV's coming down, though. Dubs again. I'm burping. No. Verona. Burp, 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 burp. Between townhomes and regular houses, townhomes share a wall. So that's usually what it is. Like condos, townhomes, they're like houses that share a wall. So you might have a wall in between you and your neighbor. You guys are sharing a dividing wall. Whereas houses, a single family, it's not attached. So it's a house on a piece of land with no other property attached on it. I have not made a Microsoft play, no. It looks good, though. I mean, again, this idea, I'm glad they're negative now, but that pop on Friday was pretty big. But yeah, I mean, even then, people were talking about Russell NASDAQ rotation. You see it a lot this morning, but yeah, it has to hold. My only problem is I just think we're kind of early. I think we got to get through Wednesday, see what Warsh does, end this month, start the next one, and then we'll really be getting into earnings, and then we're going to start seeing what starts to happen. AKA, this is either we are going to either rotate, or some of these other themes we've talked about, laggers, leaders, something needs to present itself. But so far, we've kind of just been in this box for 2 months, playing this back and forth. But yeah, once it becomes clear, that is a play that I like, but I have not made it yet. Google. Is that bad, though? A shared wall? Just depends who you ask, but it's bad for value because it has different demand. So pretty much there's more demand for a house that doesn't share walls than one that does. There's also more utility, and there's also less supply. And then it might be easier to transfer because some types of families, or depending on the type of work they do, they may not want a shared wall, because it could be disturbing. It could all sorts of reasons. So it just all depends. It just affects value differently. I do think townhouses are better than condos, and then single family is better than everything. Would I have a townhouse or a regular? I would rather have a regular home, but a townhouse in a really good location goes a long way too, right? So if you're saying like single family house in the worst location or townhouse in the best location, if they're the same price, I might go with the townhouse because of location. But I do like single family. But if you tell me like townhouse in best location or single family in the middle, not the worst, not the best, but opportunity of upside, I would go with the single family. Gigo. Bro, just chips. Click, clack, fly. Quantum, QTUM. And that fly started taking off. Cooper and Ayun discuss framework implementation. That's related to the war. Are biotechs going? LabX? Oh, LabX is 2X Lab? Okay. I was going to say, dude, didn't really make sense that biotechs, they've kind of been chilling here. I know it's against the rules, but would you sell half a long term for a small business? Here, come over here. Give me your car. But no, it's actually, if you understand the rules, that's not against the rules. So if you want to sell your long term to upgrade, buy a home, invest in a company, I'm not against that. But like I say, you have to do good due diligence. You know, I heard the funniest joke ever. I don't know. Here, let me see if I can find it for you. It reminds me of that question. Because what I'm saying here is that you could sell the property or sell the long term to buy a business. But one thing I've been reminding people of lately is that you can't, it has to be like a real business plan. It has to be serious. It has to be something that a bank would approve. It has to, it can't be something where you're just like, oh, I have an idea, I'm gonna buy business cards and sell my long term. Like, please don't do that. Like, it has to be like a full-blown real investment. I'm talking due diligence, and just like when you buy a home with the long term, hopefully there's like a trigger point where it's like, okay, I'm going to go through this process, due diligence, how much money do I need, and then what's going to be the triggering, like once you're in escrow of the actual company. So there's a lot of steps that lead you up until buying a company or investing in a small business that require due diligence. And that's why I'm saying you should really, I'm not against it for the long term, but you have to be very mature about it, and you can't be don't be childish about this approach towards making a business or buying one. The other day Chads were talking about it, weren't they? They were talking about auto companies, and people approached them, and we talked about it. It's a good idea, and I love businesses. I think it's a great way to work your long term into more assets that'll work for you down the line. But yeah, it's also businesses, you could lose a lot of money if you're inexperienced, and if you're, or again, you buy a company and just don't know what it is. I've seen people, even experienced people, have lost money on it. So it all comes down to research and again, due diligence, being wise, making sure the numbers work, and getting involved with something that you can align with. Because that was the thing. The other day, someone even asked about, like, they wanted to start a company, like a funeral home. Someone offered it to them, and I just said, like, do you know how to run that type of business? Do you have that experience? That's going to be the other part of all this. So you got to think about that. All right, where is it? Oh, my email won't load. FG chips, dude, new high. Amazon could pay more for Anthropic under new deal. Hot dog. Someone was just asking about that. They're like, well, doesn't Amazon own Anthropic? I said, yeah, maybe as we get close to the IPO at Hypes, but that headline don't sound good. Oil breaking out again. A lot of the same things moving. GLW, the chips, a couple of random ones, TSM, those are still on the high. And then again, little by little, just one software name after the next that wasn't like really hot is pulling up on the low. I found the joke, it's just not sending to me. CXT. Then Cerberus again. I'm saying, see if Amazon's going down again. It'll just suck if we had another one. And Walmart flushing. I mean, Walmart's down one. The high ticker's almost fully gassed, though, so you have way more volume of these chips and other ones. Again, one more Mag 7 down with Amazon, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, here's the joke. So, yeah, this is the... I thought this joke is hilarious because it's, like, super accurate. But this is what... he says something that I think... Even though this is... That's why I love good comedy, because it could highlight the truth. So, yeah, here, take a listen, and this relates to businesses. Let's see.
Do not go on Shark Tank. There are places that offer much better terms than the Shark Tank sharks. I happen to have an accounting and finance degree from Boston College. It's no Harvard was our motto. It sounds much nicer in Latin. Okay, so here's a place where you can get better terms than the Shark Tank sharks, and this is where you should take it. A bank.
There you go. That's the punchline.
They make reasonable investments in small businesses.
Did you guys hear that? Oh, I don't think the joke's over. Why'd he stop? Why is all my shit lagging, bro? Oh, he said the punchline. He said the punchline. Oh, do I gotta...
Do not go on Shark Tank.
Oh.
There are places that offer much better terms
It's so funny, but it's true.
than the Shark Tank
Google can now
sharks. I
take
happen to have an
notes for you.
accounting and finance degree from Boston
For
College.
Google AI
it's no
Pro and
Harvard
Ultra. Google
was
Meet.
our motto. It sounds much nicer in Latin. Okay, so here's a place where you can get better terms than the Shark Tank sharks, and this is where you should take it. A bank. They make reasonable investments in small businesses.
Why does it keep cutting off? Well, yeah, that's the punchline. But like low key, it's a joke. But like that's what you should do. That's what I'm saying. Like I even brought this up. I was like, bro, if a bank wouldn't even approve this, then I wouldn't do it. That's what you should do. If you want to buy a business or you want to invest your long term into a company that you're making or buying, go take it to a bank and ask them. That's what I'm saying. Like if you ever were like, hey, I want to start a company, here's what I want to create. And if you went to a bank for a small business loan, they would ask you for a business plan. They would look at stuff. And again, if it's reasonable, a bank will loan you money. So that's what I'm saying is like realistically, if you already have the money in your long term, I would still go to a bank and present them a plan and be like, hey, would you guys loan on this? Would you give me capital for this? And if they listen to what they say, if they're willing to or not, if it's because you, the borrower, may not be qualified, perfect. But if it's because of the plan and the idea, that'll tell you a lot. So, ta-da! It is. It's very funny and true. I mean, just a lot of people forget this. That's why I've brought it up. I'm like, just go to a bank and ask them about your business plan, because a lot of people don't realize this is what banks do, especially small businesses, local community. It's not like they do it all, like it's not their number one source of business, but that is what they do. They loan on companies. They loan for entrepreneurs and people who want to make businesses. They're just going to ask you for a company, articles of incorporation, see how it's structured. Again, what's your plan, projections, expenses, all that. Dell, more chips. It's funny, the SPY's barely moving, but high ticker is just ripping, filled with chips. Oh, man. That makes no money and then has good potential? No. I don't invest in anything pre-revenue. No. I was more down when I was younger, but yeah, none of them ever make money. That's just the reality. Like, does anybody you know with a lot of potential, did they end up actually living into that potential? I know a couple people, but when it comes with like money and potential, no one's ever done it. Like when everyone's like, yo, I want to raise money. We've never made money before, but it's a really good idea. They never make money. I don't know how to describe it. It's a weird phenomenon. But then the people with like even the shittiest idea who have already made money, they'll usually keep making money. It's a object in motion. Yeah, WDC went nuts. You don't know how to ask this, but why are you honest in trying to help people financially instead of taking? I understand you and how you think, but haven't heard that specific answer. Well, I've talked about it a lot, especially as of lately, man. I think with the mission God, the plan, even with what a lot of y'all have done. I mean, we have some bigger ambitions, I think, as a community as a whole to change the world. But, I mean, let me simplify it for you. It's a trade, risk to reward. Look at it like that, and it should help you. It makes sense. Why would I honestly help somebody financially instead of taking? What is my risk, right? That's why I tell some of you, though, at other times, that's why I say if you're going to gatekeep, if I'm going to get punished unfairly and it changes the risk to reward, then yeah, there's no point. But at the same time, I mean, I don't benefit. It doesn't hurt me to give people certain advice. If actually, I could probably benefit off of it more. If you become really rich, you benefit off of it, you succeed, it looks good for us, but then that's one more homeowner where we complete that long mission of owning a portion of the land. Again, that's another long-term portfolio. That's a reputation built. Like I'm saying, there's more reward by just telling somebody something honestly. Again, and even like Richest Man in Babylon, anybody I've encountered who's been successful, they've been willing to tell me what to do for free. No one's ever asked anything. So, you know, people who are successful, they'll tell you and they'll share it with you. And like I'm saying, it's like, if it goes right, if you give someone honest advice, they love you for it, respect you, you guys both benefit off of it. It's a really, really good upside. And then vice versa. Even if I just, you know, you could get mad at me for advice. Usually some people do if they're expecting a lot more, but even the downside is like scamming and being unhonest, I believe has more downside. And like I'm saying, I think I have a good reputation. Some people don't like how I talk. They may not like my Jesus. You may not like a lot of things, but boy, consistency every day. I know what the fuck is happening in the market. I'll tell you straight up accurately, and then we even have good results to show it. I think that reputation is worth more. And that's why I'm saying, like, the downside of, you know, gimme, scam is like, yeah, I don't think it's good for reputation, even though a lot of people don't value it the same way. But nowadays, but yeah, risk to reward, it makes more benefit and more sense to help people out than not. I mean, you tell me, if you view it as a trade, what do you see the risk to reward as? Yeah, QNT a little. I'm surprised, dude. Like, I mean, that one might be delayed. Give it a little bit, but I thought that one was gonna run today. That's why I'm glad there was some cheaper ones later. But this is what I was showing, dude. The lowest price target was $78. Highest was $150. But yeah, you got this thing initiated at like 15 different banks, all with buy or overweight. Cannot afford to be without adequate protection. Long term. Brings you back to the point, the downside, and helping you see the same in life. And it is. I mean, risk to reward. It's everywhere. But yeah. But that's why, too. That's why after a certain amount of time, like, dealing with some people that change that risk to reward, or it's like if people are never going to change, or it's only going to be back end for you of negative, you got to start learning to avoid that. That's why I say, like, if you really want help, I will help you. If you're one of the people, it's like, you've known me for 5 years, you don't really want help, I've given up on you, unfortunately. And that's why I hope it makes sense. Chips again. I know, CBOE, tell me if you buy a put. But yeah, they've been getting washed. It did the same thing again. I had that little window where he could have made the second one free, and then the day after that is gone. Q. Chips are just, they started off low today. Again, people were a little worried. The AI doom loop, software got the rotation, then it just all rotated back. I couldn't tell you why. I mean, again, it's not like the chips. Korea was a little rough back and forth, but, you know, again, Micron, SanDisk, all of that. It's not like they really, like, got out of this earnings mode. You know, they're still holding that range to a degree. Dude, Jack in a Box again. Chatter of some reveal next week on Tesla. Dude, Tesla was kind of ridiculous today. And back above 400. Maybe that's it. But yeah, and then Stryker, SYK. Bro, Microsoft, we went 380 back to 360. Dude, some of the Microsoft sells are phenomenal. Like that sell from 460 was amazing. But yeah, the way this thing turns on and just whoop. And then STX now, that was a red down on the day. Yeah, there's all these rumors the last couple weeks because nothing's been happening. You know, everyone's just looking for a rumor, but we need some momentum. We need something to trigger. Fed Warsh to appear at ECB forum in Sintra Wednesday. I know. It's funny, bro. I think it's gonna be it's just weird that people are calling this a potential Jackson hole. It just depends on his vibe. Like I said, I think he has to go to this one because I'm surprised he's even speaking. I think he's gonna try to avoid all these speeches, but yeah, I mean it's interesting kind of some of the hype now leading into this. WDC and STX. Fuck off, Warsh. Do I think XRP will take over Swift? Not at all. I hate XRP. We were just talking about it. But no, I don't. I think the Ripple guy is trying to embed. Ripple is like the Sam Altman of crypto, even though you would argue that's Sam Bankman. But yeah, he's trying to get his little fingers in everything so that they're there. But I do think the whole like stablecoin companies are just going to knock it off. They're all already doing it. They're all just going to make their own stablecoin so that you could move money within your conglomerate and company a lot easier. But I don't know if they're going to use Ripple. That's why I'm saying I think it's kind of a nonsense because you could pretty much make your own Ripple and it'd probably be a lot easier and safer than using Ripple. SK and I think Samsung. But yeah, that was some of the capital stuff this morning. I got people hyped. It never made sense. I mean, in the beginning, like I'm telling you, bro, back in when I first saw Ripple, I still never liked it, but You know, you could see the appeal, like when it was a new technology, when this whole stablecoin protocol, how to utilize it again once the trading went up. But once you look into Ripple, it's a weird concept. Where do they get all the money? How much treasuries they own? And that's the funniest fucking part, because it's like, well, you know, if you're gonna buy a Ripple, like just a bunch of treasury investments beyond the whole like stablecoin thing, it's just like it's all, which makes you confident in the value, but it's just like it's all bonds. And then again, dude, let me put it this way: if Ripple was a bank, it would be underperforming heavily. Why? Because if you ever put half of your money into bonds at 0% yield, you got blown up in 2023. So yeah, try to buy Ripple but got almond milk, and I don't do ICOs because it's all a shell. Pay me in Ether, you could keep the check. Your girl go down like BitConnect. Banger. Oracle's gonna pump SMWB, BKSY, or SRAD. Let's see if we get this one right. Let's see. I'm fascinated. SRAD, maybe SRAD. It already popped. They're all working right now. You see that? They all have a candle. Let's see which one. WorldCoin. No, Sam, I don't know. Oh no. I think the real thing is gonna be it'll be interesting, like when the bots get their currency. That's the part that, because that's what people are talking about. I mean, even the Coinbase guy, like pretty much once there's more agentic agents on the internet than humans, it's safe to assume they're gonna start transacting with each other, and that'll probably be done through some level of crypto or wall. Intel on the high. On BitConnect, you got clapped on that. I remember all of them, man. That, then even Luna recently. What was there? Wasn't there like Zcash or Zcoin? But yeah, BitConnect was bad. HLIT, again, a couple of memory, even photonics and like resistor stocks are up on the high. Again, stuff just tied to this AI chips bubble. Pepsi's getting there, yeah. Dude, Pepsi 138, I like it with, I mean, again, we had the opportunity at 127 or like 130 flat, but it's there. I especially with how Coca-Cola is doing, because that's what I'm saying. There is a real arbitrage gap between the two, which I like. But yeah, I do like Pepsi if that comes down. Again, we had months at 120, 127, 130. So that one reminds me of Microsoft. I didn't think Microsoft would come down that aggressively, so I took it right before. But yeah, I do think Pepsi, that could be a good one. Q's on the high. Intel light. Again, Intel is really running. And then Tesla, XLK on the high. NASDAQ up 1.7. Russell down by 0.6. So that little talk we had this morning, it did play out pretty aggressively. I don't think we're crashing up. No. We're moving around, a lot of rotate. Again, just we're in this little box. You should be quite familiar. And like I said, by the end, I don't think we'll go higher than too high above June. We shouldn't go too much lower. And then as we get into July, Kevin Warsh will have a couple events that hopefully can set things in motion. What's the yield on Pepsi? 4? 4.2. Ooh. Oh, but you just missed XDivvy on that one. It'll be B Sky. And then Blaze. Saddle. And that Battery, those went crazy the other week. How can I do that one? Yeah, dude, Saddle just took off. Iran preparations for talks in U.S. have not started. That's old. Saddle kind of going crazy. Oh, Sing. Oh, I think I still have these. I think I forgot to rip these ones. You guys remember that one? I guess it's a biotech. And then LXRX. I thought that was LRCX. Yes, we did get the peach. It was glorious. It was glorious. Tesla again. Dude, Tesla's up 6.5. Straight up today. Again, the space stocks are going. Again, you had the RKLB is going up even after spending $8 billion on a company. Both of them are going up. The buyer and whoever's getting purchased. BKSY. Tyree. That one's starting to pump now. Again, he was forecasting a news headline from one of these algos. I hit a high. I don't see the headline yet. But that's interesting. Oh, BKSY is benefiting off of the Rocket Lab stuff. That's why they're one of those space stocks. And Sing. Again, Intel started waking up there. Am Dizzle. Cyber is still up, but not bad. Chad, not bad. At least a good day, you know, in your long term. Very good again. You know, can't complain, brother. Can't complain. Not too much. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. It's a Peter Thiel stock. BKSY. USO on the high. Or I thought this thing was going to be up way more after the drama, but I mean, you're higher than where you were all day Friday with oil. I mean, again, $70 a barrel. I don't know how people interpret that. Remember, that used to be very low at one point. TST. Oh, SMWB. Wasn't that one on your list? These are all these space stocks, though. So anything attached to RKLB Iridium, they're moving. And then KRC. Yeah, I mean, oil keeps climbing. I see USO a lot. Chips stopped a little bit at the high. And then again, we got to play this back and forth with laggers and leaders. Dow Jones, 16 green, 14 in the red. A couple names actually went down on the Dow, even though it's the same 0.4. NASDAQ up 1.6, 55 green, 45 red. SPY, 189 in the red. And SPY's up by 0.78. Again, equal weight earlier. That was in the red. It still is. And then more Microsoft on the low. So watch for KHC to go up. And then any other value name. But yeah, and then again, any of the other winners. Tesla, Habibi. So again, you literally get Microsoft on the low, Tesla and a value play on the high, and then this push and pull between chips. Not bad though, like I'm saying. I mean, today's good. The real weird part, I would argue, actually, I don't know if you guys noticed, where did we top out at? We topped out at 739.90. Do you guys remember me telling you this morning that we haven't gotten above 740? So, ironically, whatever today is doing, the back and forth, the chips, the cyber, you name it, we're still kind of in yesterday's in the last week's setup. We're not in the, you haven't broken anywhere past last Tuesday or that like gap down. So you're literally just still in this little box from last week where again, we've had similar moves, the back and forth, all of that. So yeah, we didn't get above the 740. QGen, Palantir. Why Pepsi if it's up for the year? That's why I said I'm waiting. I liked it a lot, but is it still up on the year? I don't know if it is. I think it's down. But yeah, this was one we talked about a lot last year. So we talked about it last year, then it ripped. It came down at the beginning of the year, but was still kind of up. But yeah, I don't know where it either, give or take, it should either be slightly negative or around there. But yeah, mine was here. I was talking a lot of Pepsi in the 120s. That's why I was gonna pick it up, and then it ripped, and then we grabbed some other stuff. But yeah, if we do get an opportunity, I think Pepsi could be pretty legit. Cisco, Momo. The Bebzi, Habibi, the Bebzi. A Bebzi Cola. It's a Bebzi. Everybody love a Bebzi. Bebzi. Bebzi Cola push-up. So, Chad, a bunch of Pepsi will kill you. So, it's good that you put it in the long term, but you should also put push-ups in the long term. We've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and move your body, Chadadonia. Let's go, man. Move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, breathe a little bit, get some good deep breaths in. Oh, yes. Stand up. Stretch. Move your body. Oh, I got to do another leg stretch, bro. So, yeah, let's get it popping. SPY chilling. I mean, again, you'll get a lot of, like, things on the high ticker and the low ticker, but, I mean, last couple of hours here, SPY, the actual index, is not really moving. Again, individuals are doing their thing, and there is a big gap between the industries. Rotations, leaders, laggers, all of that. So, in the meantime, we got a lot of time. Happy Monday. But yeah, dude, let's get this let's get the body moving. How do you feel about that? Does that sound like a good idea? I think it's a good idea. I need to do a stretch, bro. I got to do 90s. Let me see if I could show you the workout I'm doing. Let me see if I could find it. Is this it? Oh, no. I want to show you it. I want you. I'm telling you.
This exercise is going to be a 90-90 hip rotation. Go back down, and there you're going to go.
No, that's not it. All right, man. I want you guys to see it. You like lift your leg. You do a 90-90, and then you lift it up, and then you like extend it out. I forgot where I saw it, but oh my gosh, I do these before I do these in between sets. So I want to show you guys it because that's what I do in between my sets. Because then it like activates my hips so I don't like get fucked up. It's great. All right. It's bedtime in Vietnam. Well, good morning. Good night. Woo! All right, let me finish this. Let me get
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Push-up, a good lift, good workout. It's leg day. Oh, so hyped, so hyped. Make it free, baby. We made some contracts free today as well, and then I sold a Myrna. We got some cyber free Vernus. Those actually came back down. No way. StubHub, bro. I feel like if you bought StubHub since the World Cup began, you made 20%. Am I tripping? Yeah, bro. That's where I kept seeing all the tickets. We talked about that too. Remember people were saying you have to only go through FIFA, but yeah, StubHub. What's the contract freak? Shake it fast. What? Oh. Show me what you're holding. Okay, I'm sorry. Long term. Yeah, they announced it on Friday. It's remember that rumor on SpaceX? People were saying it, so they announced it, and they announced it Friday after the bell, but it was the same date that I told you. July 9th is when it happens. They just announced it yesterday. I surprisingly didn't hear about the Russell, though. So I'm pretty sure they were supposed to be adding it there. Again, BlackBerry, that's been going up all day. And then TXN, STX, WDC already ran. Those are going up too. Now Light, Coherus, any of those ones. Cerberus. They're in the Bahamas. I want to go to the Bahamas. You know that? After all these Miles Monroe clips, especially too, I really want to go to the Bahamas. I want to see where homeboy's from. Yeah, the 10Bs went up. The Veronis. Intel now. Well, yeah, we made Veronis free in the morning, but they came down. But those were up. I love how IGV has not made a single high since the first 30 minutes. So yeah, again, at least it's holding, but the second half of this day, or it's only been 3 hours. But yeah, it's moved right back to chips. No, I've never been to the Bahamas. About Oracle, now that free cash flow is negative. Oh yeah, it already did. I mean, if you watch the video, I was very well aware of it, that, you know, Ben Graham would roll in his grave at the Oracle purchase. It's nowhere near his criteria. So like I said, if I adjust it and make a Ben Graham adjusted model, it kind of works, but it still doesn't really fit. So yeah, that's why I'm like, you know, I keep those principles in mind. I try to stick to them closer than not, but you know, the paradox, and even in the modern world, is that, you know, the names that are doing good are usually not going to have a premium, or they're going to have way more premium, and the ones without premium are usually doing bad. So you got to find that sweet spot between Ben Graham doesn't like it, but it's still good, or if you could ever find one that is both doing good and he likes, then wow, that'll be shocking. But yeah, it's all of that, I would argue, fits my initial thought when we bought the play. Catching more TAP instead of Pepsi? Well, it just depends. Pepsi, we missed the dividend on that one too. So both of them, just I'd watch them in the next 2-3 months. So if they both already paid their dividend, they're gonna find their little range, and then we'll see. But Pepsi's way higher quality. That's the problem with that comparison. Although TAP is better value, like book value where it's at, I mean, Pepsi is just it's a way more successful conglomerate. Palantir flushing. Or? I think it just dropping below the gap. Yeah, Palantir. So those contracts are up like 300 if you didn't take them. And then that already gave back up. But they've literally given up all of the pre-market. Again, UMC still, and then Intel. Whatever CTMX was, I put that one up there. It's just all chips, dude. It's SMH, chips, memory, you name it. And then meanwhile, all of software. It's surprising. I'm surprised software is not going down lower. I don't know if people brought the Stub FIFA thing up. That's what I was saying. I remember we had a talk like this, but literally Stub has been doing very, very good since the World Cup. And oil is climbing. No, there's a bunch of bad war headlines over the weekend, but it just didn't. You know, then they said, oh, we'll work together. They have a meeting on Tuesday. Coke, yes. I don't think it's as good. I think Coke is the bottling company. Coke is different than KO. SFTBY. Isn't that SoftBank? And then Jack in the Box, we talked about that earlier with Wendy's. Yeah, Jack in the Box just went 13 to 15 bucks. They're up 12 now. ARQQ. Now McDonald's on the low. Financials into the low. Staples down by 0.5%. Hot dog. And then A-Lab. Still, dude. These are all into the moon. Got a couple of reds on WDC and SanDisk, I think. What the fuck is this? What's this guy doing? Hold on, this guy's going crazy for no reason. Give me a second. Let's see. He's a good guard dog. You know that? He's a little Scott Bessent, but he's really good at making noise.
The Fed. And yet I think it puts the onus on Congress, because Congress
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Not all of the independent agencies that the president now is claiming total control over. And that was not the intent of Congress. It's pretty clear when these agencies were created that they were meant to operate independent of political influence. But that's not the case from the Supreme Court today. So onus is on Congress, and this is not a Congress that's going to challenge Donald Trump. So this could be on the agenda next year, depending upon the outcome of the midterms.
Well, so Fred, if you're Lisa Cook, are you feeling better this morning? She did release a statement, and obviously she's pleased with the outcome here, but still could be threatened depending on the direction of this investigation. Chief Justice John Roberts writes, monetary policy should not be subject to political interference. Is that the end of the story?
Well, first, Lisa should breathe a sigh of relief, but unfortunately, I do not believe this is the end of the story. As Rick just mentioned, this Congress was not one that's really designed or set up to challenge the president. And I think that the president is going to continue this witch hunt, as he did against Attorney General Letitia James in New York, to try to find something. And he's going to throw one thing or another at Lisa Cook. And so this is going to get tied up in the courts really for the remainder of the year. And I think it's going to come down to the next Congress in 2027 to settle this. But this is good news, bad news, and kind of in between. And I really don't know what this court is doing, because their orders today seem to be kind of in conflict one with the other.
Well, I'll tell you, he was pretty happy about the Slaughter ruling,
Yeah.
and in fact said it was his honor as a sitting president to get this over the line. Rick, what do you think about mail-in ballots? This is obviously something that's very close to the president. He talks about it all the time. The Supreme Court, in fact, ruling that, yes, if you put the postage on your ballot by Election Day, it can be counted. Have we finally put this to bed?
Yeah, well, if we haven't finally put it to bed, we should, because this Mississippi decision is pretty declaratory by the court. And frankly, there are a lot of Republicans who are friends of mine on Capitol Hill who are sighing relief, because the debate over this mail-in ballots has been going on ever since Donald Trump took office in the first term. And Republicans rely just as much on these mail-in ballots as Democrats do. And so the idea that we're sort of suggesting to Republican voters, don't mail your ballots, hopefully the Supreme Court will do us all a favor and say, no, it's okay, get it done. I would say, though, it doesn't stop the president's assault on this. He's already instructed, the Postal Service to start examining ways of reducing the amount of mail-in ballots that get distributed. So this is another story that will take place outside the court, but definitely politically important.
Let's hear from you on this, Fred Hicks. The court says that federal law permits mail-in ballots to arrive after Election Day, preserving grace periods that exist in 30 states. Interesting. Justice Alito warning in his dissent
I kind of
that it
miss
creates
Joe.
serious risk, he writes,
Never
of
get-
further
serious
undermining
risk,
public
he
confidence
writes.
in our elections and our
Fucking
system
Joe.
of...
Oh, man, my bad. False alarm. False alarm. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 5 minute call. Hey, happy long-term days. You know, saving 10% will get you a house. Start today. All right, yep, Wendy's and Jack in a Box. And now Sarepta. Ooh, a little biotech candle. Mama. Yeah, man, kind of chill. That's what I'm saying, man. Just like seeing how pinned everything is, this shouldn't surprise you. Because like I'm telling you, this is exactly how every day last week played. And last week was a short week too, and we have another short week this week. But yeah, like you can't get above 740. We make that first morning move, and then after 7 a.m., and then yeah, we're just chilling. Watch chilling. APTV, Centrini sells full position. I know, dude. Micron was crazy. Again, even STX was down 5. Now they're up 7. I think WDC. Now RKLB, see if those other space stocks play. Again, Photonics names are going up too. ARC. Oh, speaking of Qs, where's MSTR? They did good, though, after all of that. All things considered, that update did chill people out. Again, Harris again. Poet! Your boy Poet, dog! He's running. Bank earnings are relevant. Yeah. They don't cause the same, like, you know, crazy moves unless someone does, like, really good or really bad. But, yeah, bank earnings are going to be the first set. You've already got FedEx. We're going to get Nike, General Mills, Constellation this week. And then next week or a week after that, it'll be banks, and then Netflix and Tesla, and then we'll get into the big ones. But the banks can set the vibe. They set the vibe, but it's not like you could have good banks and then still have a terrible earnings. You could have bad banks and then still have really good earnings. But it does set up, at least as far as financials are concerned, it sets some of the earnings season off. RCAP, and then Fly. High tickers running again, bro. Even defense stocks? Am I tripping? I saw something with defend, but it wasn't defend. Again, even ARM, that's another one that did the flip. Yeah, Nivda's still down. Now I bless what I approve. These mother. Frox and Trini. Oh, that's what. Remember, we just saw that one moving up. Well, that's automation, robotics. Again, a high ticker. I'm surprised the SPY didn't move as much, but it's very active. Supreme Court allows states to count mail-in ballots that arrive late. No news on Intel. Intel's just reacting to the chip vibe today, the down and pop. Intel's green now? No way. Yeah. Dude, it's crazy. 118 to 128 in a day. And then what? Last week is at 140? Again, Ionic, ASTS, Fly. It's all space stocks, I feel like. Did Microsoft fill the gap, technically? Does that even count as a gap? I don't even know. What a good time. Dino? Oh, man. Jeez, bro. Bro, some of these still all day. I saw chips, though, now. First move was fun, but now ARM, TSM. See where that leads you. Again, if Microsoft and again, at least Google's still up. Amazon stopped dying, but wasn't as strong as it was in the morning. And then Apple, Microsoft both into the low. Guild, that's a satellite company. Yeah, the Sunrun, I'm looking at these because these came down from last. Remember, they just haven't done anything in a minute. But remember, they had even Enphase, a lot of energy got clapped though. But yeah, a lot of these solar plays. Wasn't there one more person? Wasn't there one more solar company that made like a data center contract? I think it was Enphase, but then they already came down. Okta now, so another cybersecurity. And then Intel, as all of a sudden, came back to green and working its way up. Arrest. And Dock N. I feel like we got hyped on that one before. All right, Chad. Well, happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's already 10? Aye. Because I already paid my fee. Huh? Why is Sunrun labeled as a semiconductor? My thing has to be tweaking. MSTR on the high. Yeah, I like Poppy. I like Pepsi a lot. I'm a big fan, Habibi. Big fan. I just, we have time. Well, you never have time, but we have time. You know, just in general. I don't mind. I already missed it out once. So if that ever comes back up, it'll suck. But yeah, if it ever comes back to that lower end, I think we'll be good to go. A wild Monday, dude. I know. It is. I mean, it started off pretty crazy, but yeah, this isn't too bad. Look at this spy, Habibi. Did that fill me? Why won't it fill me? OC on the high. That was a little pop. Oil coming down. Oh, OC. 1.7. What is this? Owens Corning? Oh, yo, that's a big dog, bro. That thing's been around longer than life, I believe. Oh, they already fucked up the chain. Something may be a brewing, brethren. They 480'd all of them. Check OC. Oh, I don't think you'll be able to get a play on that. Is it still going? OC. You might be able to do shares. The options are shit. Do they halt it? No. All right, well. I'm seeing none of these are opening up. Yeah, bro. OC up 2. Again, wasn't this part of GLW? Owens Corning? Again, aren't they the glass maker? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it related to GLW? I think it is. Man, it's one of the oldest companies in the world. Owens Corning. They're making the glass for the trains. So I'm pretty sure that is GLDubs. They make shingles. Bro, it's ripping. Yeah, bro, they weren't filling anything. But yeah, OC, big pop. I mean, we had it in the first 2 minutes. It was just very... That chain was broken. That's all right. I thought people would add liquidity and it would open up the chain, but it didn't. There's literally nothing cheap. Oh, someone got one for a quarter at the end, but... Yeah, shares would be your best bet on that, to be honest. It's already up 6 now. Yeah, if you took shares, you got literally, I think you captured all, maybe 4% of that. And then Okta again on the high. Where is the other one? Oh, Carlisle Companies made unsolicited offer. Ah. Okay, one of the 20-cent ones has a low ask. That's it. I mean, we had it. They just... That chain was not slipping, dude. They were not letting any of those go through. do. Okay, dude, go see. Bro, we had that one. That chain though, it just didn't budge. And Tesla, the QNT, if it comes down, sure. Yeah, but it already ripped, dude. You've been asking about it, but that one went after the first minute or two. They're still up, believe it or not. I think they're even, the spread is saying they're up 100%. Or a little bit below that. But I did do another play, so now would be a good time to pay attention, if that's what you like. And then OC, we had that early, man. GG's if you got it. I didn't get one, but that was fire. That was a banger. You will lose money. Those ones are a little bit more pricier. You could play it cheaper. That just all depends on how you want to do it. But yeah, I like that idea. Especially coming into July. Yeah, Tesla all day. There's a rumor they're saying OC got a buyout offer. Why not the shares? Because the options are a third of the price. So just taking advantage of the leverage. And then again, some plays with the right timing, right move, these ones with more time could take advantage of it a little bit better. But you can do shares on that one if you're going to have to put up triple the capital and then wait for it. But yeah. Like a good example you could see is Sentinel, because Sentinel's a similar price, and that's what that one we went down on it. But you see those leaps. If it does come back up, it'll operate a little bit like that. You'll be chill unless we burn like a year of time. But yeah, that's why I'm like, it's still gives us some good exposure. Yeah, bro, if you hit OC, that was fire. Dude, we called it within the first second. It was just, that was an extremely difficult option chain. I couldn't even find one. The chain calmed down now. The one really out of the money that somebody snagged, that one has a chill ask, but I don't think those are going to hit. Tem is going up again now, and then SPY is trying to work its way up. It's a big deal if we could get above 740. That's what I was saying. We just got to actually move above there, and then we'll be there. Tempest on the high. And then QNT. It was I. Oh, that was you. You win. If you got fill, I tried to throw in some random scragglers. It just wouldn't fill me. CSL, I think they're the rumored buyer, because CSL is down 4 or 6, excuse me. So yeah, OC up. It's weird because usually lately this year I have never seen this many people go up. They would buy a company and then rip. That is not typical, but we have seen that a lot lately. Owens Corning. MSTR on the high. ASTS, Rocket Lab, those are going again. then TSM and ARC even Hood. Well. Actually, a lot of things are starting. You're kind of broadening out a little bit more. See, you got IGV, you got chips. I think XL, the rotations aren't moving, but financials are. And then again, at least chips and software, and then a little bit of Bitcoin here. Even though oil's near the high, dollar hit a low and then popped a little. And like I'm saying, you're getting crypto moving. RKL. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. RKLB, brand new, random, small space company. Major success this year. That goes and buys a company for $8 billion and then they go up. That's not usually what happens. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, wow. And then imagine how many companies Abivai has bought this year and then they just go up. We've seen a lot of people buy a company and then go up. It's very weird, dude. Very, very weird. I think it's because everybody wants to own stuff and they run it hot and they're like, well, it's all about the assets anyway. But usually you would get punished usually if you spent. You remember in 2020 I would include the strikes. This time it's pretty vague. Yes, that's what we call a learning experience. So yeah, I mean, I got to spend many years on YouTube calling out plays. They made a lot of people a lot of money. Our long-term, several years in a row, has outperformed, created many houses and other wealth. But I don't call out the plays anymore unless you're on the locked in. So I got to do this for a long time, and we've got to learn. And unfortunately, calling out the strikes for everybody without knowing if they're advanced or not, the amount of people, we've got to learn. It's not as beneficial. So if you are more advanced, I'd join the locked in. But, if you are hearing and paying attention, there's a couple clues, but I am trying to keep everybody more safe than not. But if you were hearing the OC, you definitely, I didn't even get a play on that, but if you were just here, you heard about that one sooner than everybody in the world. I wish there was a good one. Those in the monies look nice. The Model Y long. If you're going to get a Tesla and you're going to buy an EV, just buy it used. That's it. Any EV, if you buy it used and save the depreciation, you'll be fine. All right, 740. Chad. All right, this is looking good, you guys. If we could close the gap, but anywhere above here, this at least changes a lot of the bullshit from last week. I would love to get out of last week's BS range. That's what I'm saying. 30 minutes ago, I was telling you, I was like, this is kind of whack because it's still playing exactly like last week. So, but yeah, we're finally breaking out of this little range, that means all these rotations are counting for something. You know what I'm saying? At least it's fucking moving. At least it's at least advancing finally after all this back and forth. Ooh, excuse me. You can't find the locked in? It should be there. If you hit the live, and it'll say real time. And K-Star. I don't know if you guys still have those. I have a K-Star. I made them free last week. But those should be up like 80 to maybe even over 100%. So we played K-Star around the K-Web. This was the one that went. But yeah, those are still going. Hey, I'm Dizzle now. I mean, Microsoft's, the whole chart looks like a weird candle. Yeah, that just hit 359, a really crazy wick. Shows up on mine. Cabo on the high. No, for real. Telling you, if you buy a used Tesla, it might even be the best purchase that you'll make. People love them. A used Tesla, save the depreciation, get a nice car for a discount. You're going to love it. Buy a brand new Tesla, lose 40% of the value. You're going to hate it. But yeah, I've said this for years too. Even back when everybody was trying to buy like EVs, and I was like, why would you buy them? But I always told you the best thing with the EV is buy the depreciation. Make someone else take the depreciation. If you buy a secondhand EV, you know, you buy it used, you save on the depreciation, it's so much better. I'm telling you. And I bought in a used Tesla. That's why I made that one video with the Tesla hack. I still have that one. That thing was a very solid investment. With the charging. Yeah, you bought a used Model Y Performance, 50% off, 26,000 miles. Yeah, that's fire. That's what I'm saying. But I hate EVs brand new. Buying one of those, knowing the depreciation you're going to fucking eat, no way. But yeah, if somebody else ate the depreciation, you just got a pretty cool car for half off. That's why I'm like, yeah, any day, EV secondhand or secondary market is a good move. Ethereum and crypto and the SPY. All right, man, we're looking good, chat. We're looking good. Already paid my fee. Even IGV and chips in harmony. No, that SPY thing on Friday, apparently it was real. They're saying some people were freaked out by it. They thought it was going to be a issue, but people are saying it was just a fat finger. But yeah, remember that on Friday? Some people were freaked out over the weekend, but nothing came from that. You could have made money technically if you played it with fast enough, but yeah, that was just a glitch. Not even a glitch, just a fat finger. GOP leaders are planning to vote on NDAA passage on Wednesday. Politico. GPCR, it's a cancer drug, I'm pretty sure. A Tesla hack. I mean, they don't exist anymore, but there's a Tesla hack of buying, it's usually around earnings, but go look at Tesla's inventory around earnings. They have a certified used vehicles that they sell directly. That's how you could save more money on a used Tesla. But back when I bought a old Model S, like maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago, but it came with free supercharging. So I got it like 30-40% off. But then that car is free EV for its entirety. I don't know if they offer that anymore. Sell cash puts while waiting. Not unless the stock is into the floor. High volatility, you could sell some puts, but I wouldn't get caught selling puts, tying capital without any high volatility. And then on top of it, it's just like, you know, right now you still get paid 3.2, 3.4 for cash. So right now, even cash doing nothing still does make a return. I think Lucids are still 100K, but they have really good lease deals. I saw one the other day because my girlfriend's friend, she's trying to get a car, and I was trying to show her what to do, but I kept seeing Lucids. You could get the Lucid SUV, the new one. It has like $108,000 MSRP. You could lease that for like $700 or $600 a month because they're giving so many credits. That's a steal. If you'd want to drive a EV hearse, that's up to you. But yeah, the Lucids are still expensive brand new, but used, they're fucking plummeted. Iran Foreign Ministry, Iran Technical Delegation will visit Qatar to discuss implementation of MOU 1. Iran priority is currently following up implementation, and then Amazon could disperse more for Anthropic under revised accord. That was the earlier headline. RNT. Zim, there was a couple, I think it was Mobileye. Yeah, there's a couple of smaller names. Yeah, Zim just took a fat candle too. And Hershey's, but then oil. So again, you have Qatar and Iran comments coming out now, but oil starting to move. SPY hit the high, again, above 740. We're back below it now, but if we could at least hold or advance on that range. And then again, Zim is popping. That's the Israeli shipping company. NVIDIA Anthropic Claude models now available on NVIDIA GB300, Blackwell, Ultra, and Azure. And then Secretary Burgum, gas could absolutely get below $3 a gallon. Stocks of crude and SPR fall 5 million to 325 million, lowest since 1983. Hot dog. Cerberus, dude. That's a strong post-earnings runner. Is OC still up? Yeah, that one's holding pretty nice. Again, more chips, but again, you got oil moving. We got a couple of war headlines. I don't think too important. Why the midterms are so important. I have a video on it, but you might be disappointed with the answer. Because I even said it in the video. Like, midterms cause opportunities for investments, and they even usually hurt investments. But the irony is that nothing really happens. It's just a lot of talk. It's uncertainty. That's it. Ahead of the midterms, both sides, they're like, look at what the Democrats did. Look at what the Republicans did. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at that. They're going to mess this up. They're going to mess that. And then into the elections, everyone's uncertain. They're like, what's going to happen to Wall Street? This investment, that. And then right when the midterms gets wrapped up, the uncertainty goes out the window, and then everybody returns back to normal. So they're important for that reason. It's because of just literal political back and forth, but it's like, it's not really that complex why it happens. It's just everybody introduces a lot of uncertainty during the midterms ahead of the elections, and then at the end of the midterms, the uncertainty leaves since now there's nothing to fight for, and then, yeah, the markets go back to normal, or they don't have the overhang of who's going to announce what. Is that CRL? Look, it went fucking up. Oh, no. I was going to say, wait, what was the other one? CSL. I was like, you're fucking kidding me, dude. That was another one all within 20 minutes. But yeah, I still think CSL might even rip. I'm not playing any of them, but just how many buyouts we've seen the buyer go up, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, I got Philo, and then remind me after Philo. I have a AI tinfoil. I just got an interesting email. I'll have to tell you after Philo. So now, would you guys like to get into Philo? Does that sound like something I could interest you in? In there like swimwear. All right, well, SPY holding up. Again, Cerberus keeps running. Again, 230 gets this thing back to earnings, which is kind of crazy. But all right, let's get into Philo. Corsair now, too. All right. Game time. Save the market. It's already saved. AMD. AMD said, I got this.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Maersk just raised the guidance. Or I guess shipping is strong. Oh, Chadadonia. It is time for philosophy. So, Chad, I hope your weekend was good. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got some rest. It's good to market to come back. It's not going too crazy. There was a lot of opportunities over the weekend, but yeah, I hope you guys have been paying attention. I'm ready to wrap up this month, start a new one. We got events. We got a short week. There's a lot in store. And then again, man, we got to make it towards the end of the year. And, you know, someone already just talked about midterms. Remember, things could end up a lot different. And above all else, man, I hope you have stamina. I hope you got the endurance. And that's what ties us into philo. Because like I've been talking about, man, I mean, you guys do whatever you would like to do. You live your life, brother. But, I mean, if you plan to spend, if you're going to put your hard-earned money on the line in the market, you're going to spend a lot of time in the market. I mean, let this serve as a reminder that what you do in the market is going to show up in your real life. What you do outside of the market is going to show up in what you do in the market. So I do think philo, thinking, man, and above all, even from last year, man, I'm telling you, man, all of you, your brain is so powerful. Your brain and what you think and how you use it and being able to control your thoughts. Oh, man, it goes a very, very long way. So I hope I can inspire all of you to always think critically and accurately. So I guess I could lead into to one of the first things I'll tell you, because I kind of already said it. My guys, your mind. So here, let me just tell you this, man. And I don't know if you realized it. You know, it's funny because I have an interesting view on it. So you guys have seen people talk to me, right? Have you guys seen how people talk to me in the chat? I'm sure you could go look up my name, see how people talk to me elsewhere. You know, you could go to my comment section. It's very fascinating. But here's the deal. The story you tell yourself about yourself is more powerful than anything anyone has ever said about you. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying it's funny. I've seen a lot of people say stuff about me, but ironically, the thing that has the most pull on me is what I say about myself. Oh, Chad! The same thing goes for you, brother. My sister. What you tell yourself about you, your image of you, my friend, that has more of an impact and is more powerful than the best or the worst thing anybody could ever say about you. So you know why? I'll tell you, it boils down to one thing and one thing only. Your life, bro, your quality of life, your happiness of life. It all depends on the quality of your own thoughts. This is Marcus Aurelius, brothers. This ain't, you know the OGs, they knew this a long time ago. This ain't even from the Bible. This is the king, Mr. Aurelius. And this is what he was saying. It's the quality of your thoughts. Have you thought about that? I thought about it. This weekend, it's funny. I woke up and I would either be waking up and I'd wake up instantly and I would be like, praise God. Oh my gosh, I'd be so excited. The quality of my thoughts were great on some of these days I woke up. And then some of them I'd be like, oh my gosh, I really have to poop. I'm being dead serious. But then it's funny because I was reflecting on it. I was like, it's interesting how, you wake up and you have different qualities of thoughts. Again, I walk, I'll be driving, I'll think about random things. There's a quality of the thoughts you are getting. Are you using your time to build up your future, yourself? Are you thinking about ideas, or are you receiving something else from both yourself or the world that is, again, lower quality? But literally, there is a correlation. Quality of life correlates to quality of thoughts. So if your quality of life is not as high as you would like, my question is, what are the quality of your thoughts? And then vice versa. My brother, if the quality of your thoughts are improving, if you have a quality way of thinking, I would ignore your quality of life because chances are it's going to match up your quality of thinking eventually. Are you following? So as we start this week, man, you know what? Better yet, as we start the second half of this year, wouldn't it be wise to think about the quality of thoughts? I hope that your next ideas in the market, outside of it, the next business, the next person you're going to engage with, just ask yourself, are these quality thoughts? Are these quality ideas? Am I giving myself quality? What are you telling yourself when you wake up? What are you telling yourself on every deposit, every time you look at the account, every time you hear someone say you're going to get a house? What's the quality of your thoughts? What are you thinking? And is it something that is good, or is it something that is trash? So that's the first thing. But the second thing I want to tell you, it's not the main one today. I actually have a very, it's not like funny, but it kind of is, but it's an interesting way to look at life. No matter how positive I think things go opposite. Yeah, that's a low quality thought. Like, you see what I'm saying? That's low quality. That's not a quality thought to feed yourself. Okay, a couple things still moving. But yeah, we'll get to this one. And then I'll finish it. I still have a couple of clips if we have time. But my brethren, do you know why I like principles? We listen to Miles Monroe. He talks about the kingdom. He talks about principles. There's something I like about principles. This is why I like sharing them with you. You know that? This is why I feel a certain level of confidence by giving you guys certain information about this world and how it works. I have confidence in it. You know why? Because if it's a principle, that means it's repeatable. I don't know how many of you could recall. I've been saying this to you for years. Over half a decade. I have reminded all of you. God don't care who you are. God don't care who you are, what you've done. He don't even care how much you've prayed. You know that? I hate to break it to y'all. He don't care how much you've prayed. You know why? He cares if you followed his laws. That's it. That's what I said. God is a respecter of principle, not a respecter of person. So you know what that means? You may think you're God's favorite. I read the Bible. I love God. I pray. I'm such a good person. God says, I don't care. God may like you. You break the principle, it's going to break you. Break the law, it breaks you. He don't care. He doesn't respect the person. And if he did, it's because you got grace, he bailed you out. But more often than not, it's all principle. All principle. You follow the principle, you respect the law, it will respect you. It doesn't matter even if you disrespect God. That's what some people can't wrap their heads around. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why do these people? There's principles. There's principles of this world. And like I'm telling you, I like them and I like sharing them with you because they're repeatable. A principle is a repeatable thing. Like the law of gravity. You put it in, it'll happen every time. It's a repeatable principle. Repeatable. It can happen again. I love that. As a guy who wakes up every day and looks to make a play, as someone doing the long term year after year after year, I love repeatable. You know why? Because that means if I find something that works, I could keep repeating it over and over and over again. Can I give you guys a good one? This is why I want you to understand how powerful this is. This is why I'm telling you this. I tell you guys something with stocks and real estate all the time. Symbiotic pop 1.9. And you know what I tell you? Make your money on the buy. Doesn't that sound familiar? You make your money on the buy. All those real estate questions last week, I was telling you, man, listen, you could get very, very deep about it, but it's all going to boil down to what you're paying for that property. I don't care about the spreadsheet, this, that, you name it. We could go all down the list, but when it's all said and done, it comes back down to that buy price. You make your money on the buy. Does that sound familiar? Well, guess what? That's a principle. Do you see why I'm saying this is powerful? Because when you get a principle and you understand it, you can now repeat it. Do you know how many times I've made a fortune off of that principle? Do you know how many good investments in my life, life-changing investments, I have made on that principle? You make your money off the buy. Do you know how many problems I have avoided by following that principle? Oh, do you know how many problems I've created for myself by ignoring that principle? Oh, Chattadonia. Do you see what I'm saying? It's repeatable. You find a principle in this universe, God will always honor it. Don't matter if you honor God, you don't understand the principle, oh, you're not good. God's like, hey man, you broke the law, I can't help. Follow the law, that's it, you're good to go. But a principle is repeatable. That's why I like it. Oh, that's why I like it. You know why? Because it's repeatable. Sadly, principle overrides prayer. But it gives you predictable results. Isn't that what we want? You know how many people I have seen make a bad decision simply because the result wasn't predictable? They make a decision, they enter that pocket between decision and result, then it gets uncertain, then they go and they make another decision. Then they change it. That's why I like principles. It's predictable. It's repeatable. And sadly, you live in a world governed by laws. That's the funniest part, that God communicated this to us very clearly. He said it's better to obey than sacrifice. That's what it says verbatim in the Bible. But even if you took out the Bible, look around. Do you not live in a world that is governed by law? The law of physics, the law of motion, the law of biology, the law of the government, the international law. Think about it. This whole world is governed by laws. You mix certain chemicals, you're going to get something out of it. Put a man, a woman together, something's going to happen. You could go down the list of laws. You live in a world that is governed by laws. So even if you failed to acknowledge the Father from day one of living this life, you have been surrounded by laws. A set of predictable results. If this happens, that happens. Sun comes up, sun comes down. Water gets hot, it boils. Water gets cold, it freezes. Object has matter, weight, it comes down. Are you following? So this is great. I hope you're getting it. This reminder of principles overriding so many things. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, once again, you have to follow the laws. But now here's the problem. Are you ready? I know this sounds great. I hope it's a good reminder, but I got an uppercut for you. Here's the uppercut. You can't pray for muscles and never go to the gym. You can't pray for the harvest but refuse to plant. Chadadonia. Do you get what I'm saying? How does this tie into this context? You can't pray for muscles and never go to the gym. Lord, give me the harvest, but I refuse to plant a single seed. Principles. Repeatable results. You see what I'm saying? Muscle. You want muscle? It don't matter how much you pray. Huh. Can we say that? Do any of you think you will bench press 225 by praying your way to 225? I think you should pray. You know that? I pray before I go to the gym because I say, Lord, don't let me snap my fucking Achilles. Thank you. Think about it. Dude, it doesn't matter how much you pray. You're not getting to 225 without lifting a weight. You know why? That's a principle. Right? Lift small weights. Little by little, you'll get stronger and stronger. You follow weightlifting. Go lower your calories. You're going to lose weight. It's a law. Increase your output. You're going to work more. You're going to get stronger. That's a principle. Again, you want to know what the number one principle in the world is? You reap what you sow. That's the number one principle you've all learned from day one. Put a seed in the ground, apple tree, you get an apple tree. Orange, you get an orange. Right? Reap and sow. Number one principle in the world. So you say, I want to harvest, I want to harvest, I want to harvest. I need the harvest. But you have not planted the seed. My brother, it doesn't matter how much we pray for the harvest. Even if you have enough faith, you got to put the seed in. A principle must be followed still. You must still get a seed and plant the seed. That's the problem that a lot of people get caught up in. Is that we want a miracle, we want other things, but no. You got to think about it. God did not want a ministry. Jesus did not want a ministry of miracles. That's why I told y'all the other day. I feel it. The crowd just want to be fed. Jesus did not want a ministry of miracles. Did he do miracles? Yes. But he did not want it built on that. That's why his whole thing was principles. Principles. That's why he kept giving them stories and parables. He could have just fed them. He could have fed them over and over again. Miracle after miracle. No. He kept giving them principles. He said the kingdom of heaven is like this. This is the principle the kingdom follows. This is like this. He's saying it's repeatable. He said you don't need a miracle. He said what happens when Jesus go? He said I'm only going to be with you for a little, right? And then I must depart. Miracles are for a little. Principles are repeatable. You see what I'm saying? It's predictable. It's governed by the law and the law of the word. It's for over. That's what he's saying. That's why he was so so poignant on the point of making sure that people were following the principles. That's why he was teaching the principles. So, Chad, very simple question. It's good. This was a reminder for me. I heard this and I prayed the same exact thing. My prayer after hearing this was very simple. I said, Lord, what laws have I been ignoring? That's what I've been telling you. My prayer, I said, Lord, what laws do I need to obey? Lord, what have I handled well? What have I mishandled? How can I go about handling it better? That's it. You got another half of this year, brother. I would be focusing on this. I would ask yourself, what laws did I ignore? What do I need to obey? Dog, if you could get an answer to this question, I think you'll have a noticeable improvement. Why? Because it's a principle. It's repeatable. You follow the principles. You obey the principles, they will obey you. And vice versa. So, that was the second part. And now, this one is I don't know, this one's interesting. I heard part of this and then I started thinking about it. And then it brings up a very, very interesting thing. I think this is very fascinating. Is it a risk? Is it a risk if you're risking something you didn't want anyways? You know, I've talked to a couple of philos with this context. Like I told you, I said every risk has a ceiling to it. Every bad thing has a ceiling to it. Even life, you die, you know where the max loss is, death. You were even asking me today, I said you could kind of even boil things down to a trade. Upside, downside, risk to reward. Okay, think about this. Is it really a risk if you are risking something that you didn't want anyways? Is it really a risk if you're risking something you didn't want anyways? Can I give you an example? Living a certain way. So literally, if you're telling me you don't even like the way you're living, you're telling me I don't even like living like this, my question to you would be then, what's the risk in change? Are you following? So if you're telling me I don't even like this life I live, you don't even like the quality of life now, my question to you is, what's the risk in changing it then? If you're at a point right now in your life where you don't like it, you absolutely just don't even like it, my question is, what would be the risk in changing it then? Because you're telling me you don't even like it. If you don't even want to live that life anyways, you could literally change everything and theoretically there is zero risk. Why? Because you didn't even want it. So what are we risking? You're risking a bunch of stuff you don't want? Huh? Here, I'll give you another one. Very simple. This one's going to be disappointing. I recognize this, though. I've got to live this life. My God, you know, someone asked me this. A lot of you have asked me this. Say, Josh, how do you handle regret? Josh, you don't regret? How do you deal with regret? Bro, sadly, I don't really regret. Although regret is natural. So, I do regret, but I don't. It's really weird. But let me explain it. You know why? My brothers, my sisters, there is a weird truth about life. You're going to regret it either way. I forgot the philosopher. It's not Dostoevsky. Who is it? It's like Kierkegaard or Kierkegaard. I'm blanking on it, but it's I'm pretty sure it's a German philosopher who talks about this concept. And what he talks about is you're going to regret it either way. He says, go get married, you're going to regret it. Go stay single your whole life, you're going to regret it. Marry or not, you're going to regret it. Kierkegaard, yes, I think it is him who said this. Direct quote. Thank you. Look at that. Look at the philosophers in the chat. But that's what he's saying. He says, you get married, you're going to regret it. Stay single, you're going to regret it. The point is, you're going to have regret either or way. That's the choice no one wants to admit. That's the part about regret that everybody, it's so funny how simple people made that question. See, that's why I'm telling you, I think naturally we all regret. We're all naturally going to just regret. It's there. But when I hear regret, it's funny. It's a deeper question. Not what did I wish I did? Not, oh, what about this now looking back? No. We're all going to have regret no matter what. It's kind of baked into making a decision. Why? Why? I love that question. Why? Why is a regret baked into every decision? Why can someone say that? Why would a philosopher write about this topic? Why would they say, you're happy, you're going to regret it if you get married. You're going to regret it if you don't get married. You're going to regret it if you choose that job. You're going to regret it if you don't choose that job. You're going to regret making that play. You're going to regret not making that play. Why? 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 It's a very important why. That's what I'm saying. Everyone says regret, but then they ignore this. Everyone says regret, and then they gloss over this part. Simple. This is the trade. You must go back to the basic action in every single one of these things. There's something going on. The fact is, every choice in this life comes with a cost. No way around it. So every choice comes with a cost. That means it comes with some form of regret. This is the part everybody is glossing over. You want to know what it is? My brother, every path is going to cost you something. Why do they always leave this out? Every path you go on is going to cost you. My brother, choose the right, choose the left, go up, go down. Follow Josh. Don't follow Josh. Follow the world. Follow God. My guy, it don't matter what you choose. Every path is going to cost you something. So regret is going to be guaranteed either way. My question for you, why are you choosing the regret that keeps you small? See, everyone says regret. You tell me regret, my brother, my mind goes back to money. You know why? It goes back to this brain where I start analyzing risk and reward. Everyone talks about what they missed out on. Fuck that. Tell me about the cost. Everything has a cost. Every decision is a matter of counting the cost. Wow. Thank God Jesus said that. Didn't he say that? Didn't he say count the cost? Count the cost, the wise builder, the wise man. Think about it. Every decision comes with a cost. Every path you choose, you are going to have to either pay for something and not pay for the other. I get this, I have to pay for that. I got this, I don't have to pay for that. Every decision in life you're going to make comes with some level of regret. So why are you choosing the one that keeps you in the same place, the one that keeps you scared, the one that keeps you held back? I don't get it. Like, let me put it this way, dude. Go regret life. Go ahead. Go regret the things that you didn't do. That's fine. That's natural. But how are you going to regret the things you were too scared to even approach? You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. You have all this regret, my guy. Just go right, go left. You're going to have to deal with the cost somehow. I call it a cost. The world calls it regret. No, you need to just start getting familiar with it. You need to start getting used to it. Get comfortable with cost. I love cost. That's what we do every day. Good, bad, cost. Get used to it. Get comfortable with it. But don't be like, oh, well, I regret that, so I shouldn't do this. And then you're going to look back. You'll be like, well, why didn't you adjust it? You were too scared after regretting, so you just stayed the same? Huh? But you're telling me I don't even like this stuff anyways. I don't even like this life. I don't even like this financial situation. So what do you have to lose? You see what I'm saying? Why would you regret making a change? Why would you regret taking the cost that says everything's going to change at the risk of losing everything I have now if you don't even like what you have? You're going to pay for either path. You might as well pay the cost and say, oh, I could have done better, rather than saying, I never paid a cost and now I'm sitting here regretting it either way. Just because you choose not to pay a cost does not mean a bill isn't coming. That's the irony. You still get billed. You know that, right? Regret will still give you a bill even if you don't do anything. Ask anybody who's never done anything. So are you getting it? I love this one. Because like I told you, bro, I told you how you're going to view risk. How you're viewing things in life. Well, this one should be right there, man. You are going to regret either way. Think about this too the next time you make a play. That's why we said choose your frustration. At least you could choose it. That's what this whole philo is, bro. This whole philo is choose your frustration. Because as I'm telling you, you're going to have this no matter what. You're going to have some level of regret. There's going to be some choice. One, you're going to give up something somewhere. So why are you choosing the one that keeps you small? You might as well choose the one you really want and the one that's going to advance you and take you places. I would even start learning to handle this cost. Like I said, get comfortable. Because this is not going away. Every decision you make is going to have this dynamic. So, I hope you feel, Chad. But that being said, that's all I have for you. And now I have two other ones. I have a Jim Rome and a Miles. The Jim Rome, you've heard it before. I've played it for you, but I heard it the other day, and I don't know. It just sounded like music to my ears, so I wanted to hear it again.
Don't settle for the get along skills. Don't settle for the just get by skills. Don't settle for the skills that help you to just maintain, without going down the drain. Don't settle for that. Key phrase, strive for excellence. Strive to get better. Strive to grow. Strive to become more powerful, more articulate. Better able to handle, more patient, more willing, more eager. And you'll be able to handle the upcoming...
Hey, yo, SMCI rated. SMCI offices rated, and then Dell is popping. What the fuck? They jacked up the spreads on those old ones. Yeah, but SMCI... I got the one centers. Those aren't going to hit, though. They're way too far out the money. But, yeah... That's bad. They usually die off of those, and once the hype returns, everybody goes back to it. SMCI rated in Taiwan over smuggling chips.
Winters. So that's number one. Learn how to handle the winters. Now here's number two. Learn how to take advantage of the spring. Uniquely enough, spring follows winter. And pray tell how often? Every year for 6,000 that we know of called written history. I'd gamble on it one more time. Those odds are good. Every time is good odds. Can't beat that. And what a great place for spring, right after winter. If you were going to put spring somewhere, that'd be the place to put it. God's a genius. Now here's what spring is called, opportunity. Interestingly enough, opportunity follows difficulty. 6,000 years of recorded history, opportunity always follows difficulty. Expansion follows recession. Joy follows sorrow. Day follows night. Come on, we can put that together. Not be disturbed by it. It's called the rhythm of life. If the sun goes down, the guy says, what's happened? What's happened? It means he hasn't been here long, I guess. What do you mean? What's happening? Come on. It's part of the deal. But now that you've made it through the winter, now the key is take advantage of the spring. And underline, take advantage. Just because spring rolls around is no sign your future's guaranteed. You've got an opportunity now dropped in your lap. Here's what you got to do. Seize the opportunity. You can't just hope that the opportunity will sweep you along. What you've got to do is articulate it. You've got to pass along the story. You've got to make the calls. You've got to do the meetings. You've got to tell the story. You've got to translate it. It's called seize the spring. Spring is not a guarantee. Here's what spring is, opportunity. Spring is called a chance. You've got to do something with your chances. Don't just let them pass. Okay. Don't settle for the...
Amen. That sound familiar? I played you that. I told you, music to my ears, man. Music to my ears. You know why? I was just reminding y'all. What he just said there at the end was something we were just talking about. I feel like some of y'all have already gone through winter. Can I tell you something? Don't let that be for no reason. My brother, just because you made it through winter, that does not mean you're going to take advantage of spring. That has to be a conscious decision. You are not going to drift from post-winter into spring without deciding to seize the opportunity. That's what I was telling y'all. There's no timid. There's no casual. That's what I'm saying, bro. You just went through a winter. You took a loss. Are you going to make it for no reason, or are you going to make it for a reason? Are you going to make it so you take advantage of spring, or are you just going to drift into spring and saying, ooh, the winter's over. Now my seeds will... Well, what seeds? What are you doing with the seeds? Now that the winter is over and you know it, and now you know spring is coming, are you making that a conscious decision? Are you following? Learn how to handle the winters and then learn how to take advantage of the spring. Are you following? So that's the thing. I think a lot of people, they know the art of surviving the winter, but they're not thinking about taking advantage of the spring. I want you to have both. I'm not here to say, oh, you just got hit, take a hit. No, take a hit and fucking run it up. That is how you are only going to get so many springs in life. If you do not consciously choose to let those, to seize them and work for you, nothing is going to happen. Are you aware? That's what he's saying. Oh, and I love it. I love it. That's what he said right now. If the sun went down. So it's like, oh my gosh, what happened to the sun? He'd be like, you're new here. I love that joke. It's the best joke ever. You've seen it. Think about it. If you're not familiar, you might be surprised by the changes. But you've seen spring and winter. You've seen up and down. You've seen the market. So my question is, are you going to make it through the winter to do what? To do what? To do what? To take advantage of spring. Oh, Chad, I hope they hear me. So seize it. Not drift into it, not stumble into it. No, seize it. You say, that's my opportunity and I am going to possess it. Ta-da. So yeah, that was the first one. I think we got a little bit more time. I'll play you one more Miles clip, and then we'll wrap it up. But thank you, Jim.
True leaders have no maps. They make their own. You know what I'm talking about. Fresh video. You know what I'm talking about. When God gave you a dream, ain't done it yet. You got to start from scratch. Make your own map. Go through all the problems yourself. God's trying to make you a leader. He's pulling out of you the stuff you were born to do. That's why you can only be inspired by leaders. They cannot create you. This week, we want to make you so uncomfortable with being what they made you that you determined when you leave this island, I'm going to become myself. A manager accepts the status quo. The leader challenges it. Big difference. The manager always says, that's the way it's always been. The leader says, until I change it. Come on, say amen, somebody. A leader is never comfortable with what he's done. Jesus. Oh, I want to be here for 3 weeks. You want to come back, spend 3 weeks with us? Leaders never accept what is. They look at it and they say, I'm going to change it. The manager is a classical good soldier. The leader is his own person. The manager, this is the last one I'll give you, it's the biggest one I think. The manager does things right. The leader does the right thing. I'm going to repeat that one. The manager does things right. The leader does the right thing. Purpose is not doing a good thing right, but doing the right thing good.
Doing the right thing good. Or a good thing right. He said it at the end, bro. Easy. And I like what he said. And I don't know too, bro. I think after enough time with me, I do hope some of you, I hope you feel the same way. I don't know. I think you've seen it in me. Because I'm telling you, bro. I do hope you become uncomfortable with what they made you. They is the world. That's what I'm saying, bro. I hope all of you get an itching, inkling feeling one day where you get irritated being anything other than yourself. Because that's how you're going to pull out everything inside of you. Okay? Because it's already in there. It's not going to happen by conforming. Ask Earl Nightingale. It's not going to be happening following all of everybody else. No. It's going to be you. And what's you and how you interpreted it in your life and your skills and talents all culminating. But you have to bring it out of you. And you have to be uncomfortable with following an order just because it's following the order. So I'm saying, what are you here to challenge? But like he said, bro, what's the... come on, you ever want to boil it down? What is it? We do something right? We do it because it's good? No, you're doing the right thing. Doesn't matter, I could do this good. I do a good job. No, we're doing it because it's good. That is such a game changer. That's something I always told you. Uncle has it. He says, do what's right, not what's told. Do you see the difference? That's why, bro. You could tell me anything. I could turn into Kanye. Say, no, why would I listen? It's not what people are telling you. It's about what is the right thing. You see how you could be yourself, you could live, and you could act in that World tells you one thing, does it align with the right thing? Not just because people will say it's right. Again, saving money, long term. You guys know that's the right thing, right? Like, I hate to be so direct about it, but this isn't like I invented saving money and being responsible with money. That existed well before I was even alive. This whole build for the future, look for destiny, build it, that's all of this applies. Are you saving money because someone's telling you to do it, or are you saving money because that's the right thing you should be doing? Are you caring about your family and your family's future because someone's telling you to, or because that's the right thing to do? Oh, if you could unlock this one, man, one step closer to being yourself. And if anything, that's what you should be. This journey is going to be you and you. Don't conform to anybody's vision. But above all else, how are you going to do that? You don't conform if you know what the right thing is. That means nobody tells you anything. It doesn't matter. Do what's right and not what's told. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts. Let's see. Yeah, banger.
But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back. It's a cup, baby. Yeah, I drive fast, but I talk slow. Had some setbacks, but we still grow. How you did that? Only God knows. It's a big bag, but we got more. On the way, another day, it's a blessing. Make a play, either way, it's a lesson. It ain't safe, that's okay, we ain't stressing. Playing my position before I ever play a victim. So let me at it, bro. Spirit on the bend to go. I ain't bowing to your hoes. They sold to get the gold. I kept the truth, they held my own. They acted like they didn't know. They acted like they credible. They judge you from a pedestal. Fuck it. I ain't hating, son. Ones that claiming that they real, usually the fakest ones. Same applies to me, so just judge me by the shit I done. Tryna keep it meek, but they jealous, see a loaded gun. Statistically, most is killed by their own, so you better check your weapons instead of watching the throne. The best lesson being tested and finding peace on your own, but divided can't survive it. I'm talking about your home, I'm talking about your dome. The war that we wage is on. I got it, but first was wrong. The power was in the dawn. That's word of the homie Paul. My prophet make them a ball. I'm talking about my checks and talking about my God. This the new economy. Bring the joy like Jollibee. Dictate like a Maladine. I don't need apologies. Only need my guy with me. My girl look like a model thing. I'm pricing in apostrophes. The price is always taught to me. Feeling like it's Pac with me. Maybe more like Da Vinci. They stopped complimenting me. They said it's condescending speech. I just told them about the plot and how it's gonna end, my G. Answer never changes. It don't matter how you question me. I kept it real, they kept it fake. They want it cheap, I want it great. I need a meal, but I just say how you feel is what it ain't. Confusing truth with the feeling. Make a smaller problem great. Tryna get it way too early. Easy way to get it late. So I ain't driving slow. It's that college dropout. This is more like college honor roll. Always see them talking, but I never seen them buy the lows. They flexing when they got it, but they never show you where it goes. Homie told me Vamanos. Know you about that trabajo. We don't know impossible. Only know that give and go. Something like a pick and roll. I call it out, they get the score. They talking, but don't check the board. They acting real, but fill the door. Dog, I'm feeling blessed. I did a lot by using less. Pray to God with all this stress. I only need a little rest. And back again and hit my reps. Watch my heart and guide my steps. Don't focus on the shit you lost. Focus on the shit that's left. So let it ride. I gotta keep it jumping like a mother and buy it now.
I got one more. Dog, did you hear him? What did he say? Peter walked on water, but fell when he looked around. I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it.
Oh, Mumbai, my long term. Oh, Mumbai. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go.
Whoop.
Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Chatadonia. We're back. Happy Monday. It's already 11:20, so we got an hour and 40 until the bell. Not bad. I mean, we're above 740. I mean, technically out of last week's range, but closer to falling back into it. Again, you just got some Iran headlines. Iran and Oman expect commence deliberations within the coming days. But yeah, oil dropped a little bit. But either way, I mean, I think you're more reacting to the chips and everything else in this little back and forth rotation. Very fascinating. But yeah, I'm excited to end this month and see what July brings. With Salesforce. Wow, good luck. Good luck. SMCI got raided in Taiwan over the little chip exporting thing again. Raid. That song does mention Jolly Boy. Jollibee. What does he say? This the new economy. I bring the joy like Jollibee. Is it good, bro? Chicken Joy goes hard. Raided? Yeah, like the feds, like they raided the off. What does raided mean? What else would it mean? You think they're like a bunch of ants and they're like, oh no, they're coming to get us. That's the only other raid I know, because I grew up poor with a lot of ants in my house. But other than that, rated usually means either ops or ants. So yeah, either way, both outcomes terrible, I would say. But yeah, like pirates come in and steal the chips. Well, yeah, I guess. But rated usually like government. They would say robbed if it wasn't the government. The government does it, it's called a raid, right? A non-government, it's called theft. So I guess that's how it operates, which it makes a lot of sense when you say it out loud. I am in California. It's beautiful. Just very liberal. Not too bad, though. And then bad news for you guys. Bad news for the short kinks. I don't know if you want me to tell you. Files on unreleased iPhone 18 posted on dark web after Tata Electronics hacked. Oh, no way. Well, can we verify that there was no other way but raising prices then? If we know what parts are going into it? Fucking Tim. GEV and Hassies. So yeah, I mean, I was watching over the weekend. Or was it during the week? I think it was the weekend. We watched the Iran-Egyptian game. And yeah, and I don't know. Did you guys watch that game? Iran versus Egypt? But like, dude, I shit you not, man. This little fucking commentator, little dickhead, little American dickhead. The commentator on the Egypt-Iran game, he kept talking about how short the Egyptians were. You know that? Bro, he kept talking about how short we were. He was like, oh, well, they're not really too tall of a team. There's not one person above 5'6" on Team Egypt. And I'm like, what? And then he's like, and then, bro, like 10 minutes later, he's like, well, the Egyptians are not really an aerial threat for the corner. And then, bro, and then another 2 minutes later, he's like, well, they're really small and they can't do much over the air. And like, bro, I swear to you, for like this whole entire second half, he is just going in on how short Egyptians are. Okay? And my girlfriend noticed this. She kept calling it out too. She was laughing. And I was like, hey. I told her, I was like, you better watch your back. I said, it's short king summer. I said everyone likes the short guys now. And there's a new wave of the short guys getting love from all the ladies. I said, I don't know why you giggling. And then you know what she said to me? She denied the claims. She said, She said, whatever helps you go to bed at night. That's what she told me. So I don't know. Maybe I should start liking those videos now that I think about it. Because they doubt it. Now she's doubting me. She's saying it's not. I said, you ain't seen what I seen. But yeah, apparently they're doubting short guy summer. At least my girlfriend is. But I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's still there. And then, yeah, everyone hates the Egyptians. Apparently, we're short globally. I didn't know that. I got tall people in my family. Like, I don't know how. I thought I just got screwed over. What does this have to do with anything? Nothing. Zero relevance. Well, usually after philo, we had a time this year where we go through r/short, and then Brazil and Japan is going on now. She's just trying to keep you down. I know. What a hater. What a hater. Salah is great. That game, that felt bad for Iran. I do think they got robbed a little bit. I mean, technically it was offsides, and like the Egyptian coach, he like was calling it right from the beginning, but it was like a corner of his toe, dude. It was like, it's crazy that but then again, soccer, you guys like offsides and shit. I think offsides is stupid. You know how long it took me it took me like 4 years to understand offsides. Like, thankfully I got into soccer or watching the World Cup this year, but I already understood offsides. But when I was a kid and my brother tried to explain FIFA to me, it took a long time. I never really understood offsides. It's such a stupid rule. They're like, oh, you can run, but not too much. Yeah, but like, what's the point? Isn't the whole idea put the ball in the net? Why does it? They should have ran back. Like, why can't we cherry pick? Aw, bro, they got cameras and shit. Some still don't get it. I think FIFA, the VAR, like the virtual explanation of offsides is really helpful. But even then, it took me a minute. Who say it's the... No, it's not the short guys. It's women. That's what I'm trying to explain. Now listen, granted, I've never encountered one of these women in real life, but at least on the internet, there is several samples. Sample size is at least above 100 of just women making videos explaining why the short guys are amazing. But yeah, otherwise, it's not. I've never encountered this in real life. Yeah, basketball does have a lot of rules. I guess 24-second shot clock, 3 in the key. And that's pretty much it. What if it's a bunch of short guys using AI? Damn. It's likely. Because short guys who would have that knowledge. CHDN. Treasury launches OFAC consideration portal. Reconsideration. Oh, new port. Wow. Is that to get these Iranians? You're 6'2", dating a 6'3" girl. Short guy summer is in. Listen, man, this ain't about us, okay? It's about you. All I'm saying, bro, you and that girl, if y'all ever have a future together, I hope one of y'all know how to box out, okay? And teaches that child to box out. Because you guys got a fucking future NBA star on your hands. Okay, Mr. 6'2" and Mrs. 6'3". That right there, that's great genetics there for a little power forward. Maybe shooting guard nowadays. They're all kind of tall. And it is the year of the short point guards. Thank you, Jalen. Even then, Jalen's like 6'3". Verona. It's weird. Verona's came down and then 10B kept running. But again, Verona's was the first one. Sentinel just stopped. Imagine basketball with offsides. That'd be the stupidest game. Think like offsides. Offsides. No. It's too small. But then again, a soccer field is pretty massive. Is the short guy movement like the dad bod? The ladies say they like it online, but only a small amount actually do. Okay, so you're just really trying to kill all of our hope for the short guys? I mean, I already said it. I was happy for them, but I don't even really get the benefit off of it. So, yeah. I don't know. I guess this is the bad news cycle for the short guys, it sounds like. You think the T-Wolves will get the ring? Oh, I mean, I like LaMelo and Anthony Edwards, but I'm still kind of sad they traded LaMelo. I thought he really would have been like a one-team guy. And then Michael Jordan would have been like, you're my new son. I hate everybody. I love gambling, but you're my new child in Charlotte. But they just let him go. I don't know why they would let LaMelo go. All right, well, you guys know we're holding the 740 very well. They have offsides in hockey, which is the same size as basketball. Yeah, just, I mean, again, you're like wearing ice skates and then have a giant stick. I guess. But then again, can't you go faster on ice skates than running? I don't know. I've never raced anybody. MJ kind of blew it. No, MJ loved LaMelo. They were like really tight. Like that's why, because he owns part of the Hornets. And then like, yeah, like North Carolina, Tar Heels, like MJ's been about it. But I really thought they were going to keep LaMelo for a really long time. Average distance a soccer player runs is 7 to 8 miles. Average distance basketball player runs is 1 to 2. No way. Did you know? What about the long term? I'm pretty sure the long term average distance is about 10 to 20 years. So that runs for a long time. So get a long term above all else. If you're not interested in sports, that's totally okay. But the long term runs more than everybody. It's amazing. Why do you focus on what women like? Is it worth being something you aren't or don't want to be attractive? It's because we like women, Besant. But no. No, but this is just I guess this is our cultural segment of the day. It's not that deep. We talk about everything. We've talked about hair replacements before they were cool. We've talked about sometimes we talked about Grand Theft Auto last week, actually. We had a nice little segment there on Grand Theft Auto and some other things, but yeah, it's not that deep. Don't worry. You know, some people like it, some people don't. I think everybody is perfect borderline. I mean, like, I think I'm an ugly little fucker, but I'm perfect in my own way, and I've definitely leaned into my strengths. So yeah, and I don't believe in plastic surgery unless you like need it for, like, if you're like a burn victim, I could get behind that, and like if people who have other serious needs for cosmetic surgery, but yeah, I'm not a believer in it. So yeah, I just live life, bro. Just live life and have fun. $10 million worth of sudden AMD calls. Ooh, that move on. AMD did the same thing, but even like Intel in that range, my goodness. You have a story. Irony of vanity, look good for a special day and make an embarrassment of yourself. Sad to see. It happens. You know what I heard is actually amazing? Are you ready for this? Why, when people travel, why do they buy new outfits when they travel? Like, if you're visiting a place you're not from, like, they don't know what clothes you have. Like, how do they know if it's new? Isn't that kind of interesting? Because I've seen people do that. No, I know you're like to look fresh, but like you're not from there. They don't know, like, you haven't, like, everything you wear is going to be fresh, like, to this new location. Is it not? I don't know. I heard somebody bring this up, but then I'm like, wait a minute. That kind of makes sense. Oh, for the pics. Wow. That's a good, I guess so. I don't take pictures. But, yeah. I heard that apparently you're 15% more happy if you don't take pictures on vacations. Apparently there was a study. But I said, wow. All right, bro. We hit a new high. I mean, it's very marginal, but at least you're fucking moving, dude. Like I'm saying, this is all I care about is just getting above this annoyingly. That last week was 5 days in a row down. We're breaking the down streak, too. But yeah, we still got a little bit. You got 3 more points to fill the gap, but not too bad. Twilio, they got upgraded on Friday. The K's free. The K star? K? Okay. Okay is the contrast. Some uncle lingo. Why wipe when they can't see at all? How did y'all turn this into a shitting conversation? And he's like, bidets. That's nothing to... What are you talking about, dude? That's just... Listen, you're right. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. Now that I think about it, I'm just... You should stop wiping, too. Yes. I don't wipe to impress people, dog. You know what I'm saying, though? Like, bro, I get hella disappointed when I forget baby wipes on vacation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're taking shitting on them to a literal meaning, huh? I'm shitting on them, son! No, literally. Literally, they don't know when I wipe, son. King David was short when he killed Goliath. That's true. Dude. Yeah, go. I gotta fight. Yo, can I show you guys something and you won't get mad? Oh, did Kimberly break? Because Staples didn't do too good, man. Look at Kimberly, little Staple outperformance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I have it. No, I have to find this, bro. I don't know. I don't know if he is. That's so funny. So yeah, you just brought up the David and Goliath, and I heard a joke about David and Goliath. But yeah, some of you might not like this. I thought it was hilarious. You want a cult trip to see the pyramids? Wow, I'd be down. I'd be down. I feel like you guys were like, "Why are we here?" But like, "Oh, Josh is Egyptian. We might as well." So maybe. Are you ready for this though? So you said David Goliath. You said he was short, right? This was one of the funniest takes I've heard on David and Goliath. So yeah, viewer discretion is advised. So some of you, if you get offended by language easily, you may not want to listen to this. Yo, bro, it's crazy. All right, you ready? Are you ready? Here you go.
Just a reminder that David did not fight Goliath.
Did not fight Goliath.
He shot that nigga.
Fuck, nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
This is just a reminder that David did not fight Goliath. He shot that nigga.
Fuck, nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
It's funny though because, dog, I'm not even lying to you, bro. I heard that and I was like, damn, that's true. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they come up to the fight. David's like, nah, I ain't gonna fight you. Like, but then I thought about it, and I'm like, wait a minute. David had superior technology. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, did God grant the miracle through tech? Because, like, no, for real, though. Like, bro, You even read the comments like, bro, low key, like comparatively, like David had the switch. If you really think about it, like, bro, he had a fucking just like he had ammo. He was throwing shit, bro. Like, dude, Goliath only stationary, bro. Stationary. So yeah, bro. I don't know. I could get real deep on this, bro. So I think it's very accurate. That made me. I died though when I saw that. David did not fight Goliath. He had spears and a sword. I know, but he wasn't ready for flying projectiles. So I'm saying, bro, you could have all those muscles. David was armed, bro. David was armed. Like, I don't know if we gave David enough credit. Bang, bang. It's a good song, man. Good song. Ulta? Yeah, I think that's... I don't know if there's anything else funny I saw. But that one I vividly remember. Oh, I saw people. Do you guys know who Nick Van Exel is? You know what's crazy? There's people who don't know who Nick Van Exel is. Apparently the internet is just rediscovering Nick Van Exel. So I'm very proud. I'm very, very proud. You guys remember Nick Van Exel? If you remember the NBA live songs, you know. But yeah, there was clips going around. People are rediscovering what's it quick. They're learning game, bro. They're learning game, which is good. And the Spy 741. Well, well, well. June 30th. Oh, damn, we still... Oh, no. Tomorrow's the last day. Then Wednesday is the new month. Yeah, all right, man. Well, it's looking good. Again, 7.43 is the gap fill. And 1-1 on the SPY, 2-2 on the NASI, Dow 0.7, and Russell's even coming up, but Russell's still down by a quarter. KN, remember those, was it the resistor stocks or the capacitor stocks? I gave you guys a list on Friday. Those actually held up pretty good today. I mean, shit, even GFS came up. This little dickhead. Wendy's going, remember, Jack in a Box was the other restaurant squeeze. Jack in a Box did very good. Again, we talked about that when it was still at 13 this morning. I was telling you how Wendy's and Jack in a Box, those have kind of gone hand in hand, but Jack didn't move till today, and now that started to pop off. So you might start to hear about that in the Reddit crowd. A long-term, that's that shit I do have. No? Okay. Ford, maybe. Remember, Ford was making some moves last week, Ford and GM. I think it's more tied to the industrials, but I don't know why the autos, Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, they all did very well today. And then energy hasn't been too hot. Enphase came up. Soonroon. We did it. We made 743 is where we got to get to. But this is good for now. I mean, again, chips. You got chips back up today. It did not come at the cost of software, so not bad. It looked like software was really going to rotate hard today, but software got the rotation, but wasn't really a rotation. It was advancing. They both went up. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of fascinating how well memory and chips ended up doing here towards the end of the day. So we'll see how the next couple days come out if they continue. Again, HPE and Dell, that's been going since like post-Philo. Is Micron green now? Yes, sir. Yeah, Micron literally was down, what, 6 or 7? STX was down 5 or 6. So, yeah, 741. We're moving, Chattadoon. We are moving. Long term, that's that shit I do have. I don't know if I like that one. I like it. Bro, Kimberly. I love it. Dog, Kimberly just walked into the party and was like, yeah, I'm with tech. That's why I've been so fascinated, you guys. You have no idea. This whole time, bro, Kimberly was like, no, I'm with him. I'm with tech, bro. I'm part of tech. I'm part of XLK. And they're like, all right, word, you're good, bro. I don't know why, bro. Staples go down last couple days. Staples don't do shit. Kimberly, ex-dividend, he's like, no, I'm with the memory. I'm with memory, dog. I'm with memory. Yeah, I'll take it, dude. I'm not complaining. I think it printed 110 pre-market. And then SpaceX on the high. Dude, Quantinium. That back and forth. That whole time, the premium stayed up. They just dropped the bid, but the bid is higher than where we got it. And then the ask. Oh, no, I didn't cover the Bitcoin 10. It's not Bitcoin 10, it's AI 10. Do you guys want to know? I don't think I'll tell you the company. But I can tell you. Wait, what? All right, I'll tell you. Uber, Waymo parts ways. Waymo and Uber quietly part ways. No. Waymo. Oh, well, Uber's moving around a little bit. Wayme. All right, well, I'll tell you. It's not really tin. I mean, here's my tin foil. We got to just see how the next couple of days and weeks play out. Because of this, again, and even as we get into earnings with the AI doom loop. Because, again, a lot of people keep bringing back a lot of these AI fears, and we have to go and circulate it, right? And that's the funny part is because, like, I put this even on yesterday's video. I brought up the GLM. I brought it up last week. We're talking about it. But, yeah, long story short, where I'm getting this tinfoil that we might hear about it more. CBOE, you didn't buy those puts yet? Come on. We needed you to save it. High ticker is pretty active, but yeah, I got an email a couple of hours ago from one of these top Chinese AIs, and they want me to make a promoted video. That's where I got the tinfoil, because I'm like, damn, are they about to go on a fucking influencer campaign and then start getting influencers to make videos of these Chinese AIs? And then that's what starts everybody to freak out. But yeah, I got it. They one of these top Chinese AIs that's been doing well, they emailed me asking to make a promoted video to highlight the AI. It is interesting because, like I'm telling you, people don't, just the reporting of it, the info comes out, like this GLM shit has been out for over a week, but it took up 48 hours ago. Axios is talking about it. Again, Goldman, a couple of banks, they're bringing it up. Like, it takes some time. Again, kind of how DeepSeek was like took 3 weeks before it really hit the market. Am I bullish Tilray? I don't think I was ever bullish Tilray. DeepSeek was wild, but it was lagged. That's what I'm saying. And again, that's kind of how it gets reported. About Tilray a long time ago, you used to talk about it. Yeah, like back anytime the weed stuff, back when weed was more of a hyped investment. But yeah, Tilray would always come up. But like I've always said, I'd never really invest in weed. You could trade it, but you know, weed is like agriculture. It's a commodity. It's not really the best. It's high demand, but it's not really there. Feeble, no. They send me those a lot, though, still. Weeble. It's so funny, though. They used a lot of their ad budget. Because you don't hear people talking about Weeble like they used to. Back when they were, like, really pumping that and paying people, oh, man. Like, people would bring up Weeble like it was, like, a news event. They'd be like, hey, you know about Weeble? They're planning to spread fear to reset, wipe out the leverage, enable big players. I mean, maybe somebody was talking about how all these moves, it does limit leverage. So, you know, there's some good things you could get from these, from how this all played out. But yeah, I mean, kind of happened in March, but then again, March you actually got everybody to sell out. But yeah, I think it just depends. I mean, remember, it is still the midterm year. So just a lot could happen. A lot of uncertainty could be introduced, but once it gets removed, we'll be good. And then that's why, too, we'll find out what happens here on Wednesday with Kevin Warsh, whether or not that is like actually a big event or not. I mean, he is, like I'm saying, I didn't think people were going to come into Monday talking Jackson Hole, but they are. So it could, there's a lot of potential, but yeah, that's just only one part of what we could deal with in the next 6 months. So head on a swivel, be ready for all of it, but I'm sure it'll be objective. Like I'm saying, like objectively in March, you got a fat pullback, but objectively, you know, every single geopolitical conflict has never resulted in the market staying lower. So, you know, it's easy to follow with that. So we'll find out. We'll see if the big beautiful bet works or not. We'll see AI, but until then, I would respect both sides and do not derive any pleasure from higher or lower. You use Weeble, don't hate me? Why would I hate you? What you eat don't make me shit. You know, that's how it is with a lot of stuff, like even with the crypto and the staking stuff, you know, people would say stuff like that. But like I would always tell you, it's like, I don't hate you, bro, just because I'm not the one who's going to have to deal with it. So it's like, if it ever I hope it doesn't go bad for you, but if it did, I mean, it's just unfortunate. But, you know, go with whatever you're comfortable with, my brother. Well, some people were saying sell this summer. So Bank of America, they were talking about if the yen goes up, if growth drops below 16, and then I think if bond yields go a certain way. There's one more thing, but that they were talking, or Mag 7, but he was talking about Michael Wilson, or Michael Hartnett was talking about how you could get a risk-off summer, a sell summer, which is weird because usually July is extremely good. Usually July even until August is pretty decent. You have had sell-offs in August, or again, any time like 07, 08, you had bad Julys, so that could be part of it. Boeing on the low. Mark Andreessen has been appointed by Secretary of War to Defense Policy Board. Oh, no way. Is that why he sold off IoT? He sold off a stake in IoT last week. Bullish on TLT, only up to like 89. I mean, we talked, I don't really have a play on it. I just, a week or two ago, we were talking about oil coming down and it catching up, and it did catch up a little bit. But yeah, nothing beyond that. But watch Kevin Warsh closely. You know, if he makes a mistake, or if the market wants to pressure him, there might be some plays there. But for now, not really. It could go down. It could. Well, that was my thesis on the video, is that I was expecting Oracle could either drop 50% from my price or go up. So it's there. But I tell you, man, make your decision, set a price, and control it with size. So you've talked about Oracle a lot. You're like, I'm going to buy it. This. Maybe I'll buy this. Maybe I'll this. I would just make a decision, yes or no. Decide if you want it, and if you don't have to go big. That's what I was telling the other guy. Even if you want to buy damn Bitcoin, even if it's risky, even something like Oracle where it can go lower, I would start with a small position. That is what I did with the with Oracle when we got it, and that worked enough. Lilly of Trump using an Eli Lilly drug? Was Trump on Ozempic? That would be crazy. I don't even call it the fat shot anymore. I'm not even that fat. I call it the energy shot. I don't even eat McDonald's anymore. I love McDonald's. Okay, but I had to make a change. Eli Lilly. Elijah. I've never met Elijah, but he's a good guy. Makes good drugs, the good drugs. Not the drugs that kill you. No, those are bad. They gave it to me. I didn't even ask. They said, here, take it. They said, stab yourself. It'll work. I said, okay. $100 bags. Yeah, just but like I'm saying, if you really, I'd make a decision. I mean, Oracle can go down, but I would just decide on the price you want, and if you wait till it hits there, if it never hits there, you don't buy it, and then that's it. Or you get it now with a smaller size, and then you work your way through it. But remember, the whole long term, this is why I'm saying it's a 10-year journey. So it's a 10-year time frame to keep buying, not buy, to wait till something happens. So, you know, watching minute by minute, second by second, that's the only difficult part with all the long term we do, is that watching it so close, you know, it might get lost in the sauce. Relax, Nibis. That came up a lot too. Iron is the one that's still down. Bloom. Again, isn't this UNG? When he said everything is going to cost less. He's a big AI bull. Kevin Warsh is really big on AI, and he believes AI is going to lead to productivity gains that would, again, bring down prices. So that's why some people argue that Kevin Warsh would keep rates low, because he believes AI will cause deflation. He believes AI will cause productivity that brings prices down, and therefore the Fed, the hard part about inflation, will be taken care of via AI productivity. But that's a long, long way out, and that's kind of the problem. Lyft is running up. Again, you had that Uber Waymo headline earlier, but Lyft is actually into the highs. Lagar. Oh, dude, it's power hour. So not bad. We've kind of slow melt up all day. Actually, it was like 7 hours till nowhere up until recently. But we're near the high. Lyft is going up and Lucid. Is there a headline? Because again, I don't know where Tesla's at or Rivian, but we just heard that Uber stuff. And then Lyft is climbing. Yeah, Uber and Waymo and ride-hailing in Phoenix. Uber said they're preparing a separate AV partnership for the city. Waymo still... Wait, so you can't even get a Waymo in Phoenix? Oh, just on the Uber app. But yeah, bro, Lyft on big volume right now, too. There's a 2 center. The 3 centers have premium. The 2 centers are unchanged. Got a small one just in case. I'm thinking if they announce a follow-on, but I'm not too confident. The money, very small money on it. Okay, those already jacked up. Okay, well now it's the same price as the other one. But yeah, if you don't spend more than the 2 cents. Like I'm saying, if you are go close to the money, but this is just if we get some follow-up. It's low probability. Yeah, people did talk about Lucid. That's what I'm saying. Both of those started to move, but Lyft just got a bunch of volume here. ONT. I thought that was QNT. Oh, I need a pro, you guys. Shit, I forgot to get my protein. T-Aw. T-Raw. Where is it? Yeah, Cerberus is crazy. I never did try the cruise from GM, no. Japan lost. Oh, Brazil beat them. As expected. On LEU. I like, are they energy or? Yeah. I don't know how all of these energy companies have higher PEs than anything in even like growth or AI. So we talked about it a couple months ago about top blasting energy. You could find the laggers. I mean, I haven't bought any energy names. I mean, I like industry and I'm really bullish on the AI build out, but yeah, just a lot of things have kind of already ran. LEU is one of them. I think Constellation's even been lagging, but and you could get it at a somewhat of a discount off of the highs. Same thing with LEU, but yeah, these are still trading at like extraordinary valuations. So a lot of this thing that makes me like them, I mean, it is priced into all of these stocks. Kimberly. Power Hour has arrived. I mean, we're chilling. We're still holding up. I mean, not a bad Monday. See, just all depends what happens overnight. I mean, you had a pretty terrible weekend. It's not like this weekend was filled with good headlines. So, yeah, we kind of brushed that off with relative ease. So I do think that creates its own little opportunity. Brazil. I have done futures, yes. I've done them quite a bit. I go where the market takes me. Hold on, I need to check this. Which one is it? I'm trying to see. Bro, my Airbnb is tweaking out. Not like my Airbnb, like the thing, but the actual Airbnb. The Airbnb hit a 50. We're up on that one now, too. That could be our surpriser this year. I mean, I'd enjoy it. Yeah, the Sentinels did great. I mean, again, they dropped for a little bit. I mean, we didn't... Remember, there's like the Palantir, the Zillow. There's a couple plays we added after the momentum. And that we were added a little late stage after we took a lot of profits. Sentinel was one. They went down, but yeah, that recovered pretty good. CBOE, I flipped that one once already, but the second one I didn't get out of, and that one's getting crushed. But that one, again, time. I just think I'm really early on CBOE, but I think come earnings, they should do a little better. Jack, I mean, dude, we knew the Reddit people in Wendy's, but yeah, Jack lagged a little bit, but then it's done that, I feel like, every time. And I feel like anytime we've even had the Wendy's talk, people bring up Jack in the Box, or if we bring up Jack in the Box, they bring up Wendy's, and then we start talking about two tacos. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Arr, arr. And then where's the long term, brother? The long term, I think the long term did great today. Even in general, bro, that covered call, I mean, again, market's been doing a lot of back and forth swings, but yeah, to keep the long term like near the highs, bro. So down a little bit today. But yeah, I mean, we're right off of the all-time high. So I'm not disappointed. Whoa, what's that? That Bitcoin? IBTA and then FABC? Nike too. That's been running in Tesla all day. 413, dude. 411. Still kind of amazing. STE. I love McDonald's. I don't know, man. That would be if it ever flushed a little more, but you can't go back in time a couple years. I'll just wait. Man, let's see the long term. So again, damn, the small account's even up, for crying out loud. So big account, less diversified, the rebuild down. But this is what I'm saying though, like, dude, imagine how the market looks and even Intel's back and forth. But yeah, we got some stability up here. I mean, think about it. We're sitting 10% of our cash is just sitting in cash now. So we got a little bit of defense, but I'm liking it, man. I'm liking what we have had recently. So we still got to do another 6 months, Chattadoon. Another 6 months and take it home. KMPR, high ticker. I don't know if these are. I don't know what these are on the high ticker, to be honest with you. They seem like small caps, but they don't look like biotechs. Is Russell running? Yeah, remember Russell was lagging. I'm a genie in a bottle long term. All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom. CBOE again on the low. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless America. Chips, everything still chilled. All right, I will BRB. Just make a contract free? No? Yeah.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Beat the dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free.
Free, 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 free.
I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what
Chad
I
and
approve. If it hits, I think.
Chad. I love Mondays. You know that? I'm so glad. It sucks that it's still a short week, but I'm glad Monday wasn't closed. I love it. We're back, you guys. We're back. So, Rapparoon, you got 45 minutes left. I mean, worst case scenario, you may get a little bit of positioning freak out to VWAP. Otherwise, you might just hold this melt again. A lot of back and forths with these different names and a couple of late stage ones that just started popping, like a lift and a couple of melters into the end of the day. Some people getting ready for Nike earnings, it looks like. And then, yeah, I mean, some of the other earlier leaders, there's a couple of pockets are still leading in chips and software. But, yeah, man, I'd Rapparoon. And, yeah, we're good start to the week, though, at the very least. A little bit. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where we close, but for the most part, we're slightly out of the range. But yeah, I do think we need to end there. But not bad, man. Not bad. I tell him I do it for a house. Do what for a house? Yeah, I looked at email. Was interesting. That's what I was saying. If I didn't know how to read that, but if you had more details on it, let me know. But yeah, all day Tesla has been insane. And then BHC, Bosch. Your coworker drilled through your thumbnail and ruined your Monday? Oh no. It's okay, man. It's okay. We don't know why it happened. You know, maybe God will reveal it to you. Either way, bro, you can still thug it out. Now you only got faster. You know that? I think that's how I got fast with shit. You know how many times I've like fucked up my fingers? Not like that though. But like, but then I'd still play video games. That's how I got my click speed up. You know, I played with injuries. I played again. One of those other weeks, I hit 1,000%. I was kind of sick, bro. That's why you just work through it, baby. Work through it. The sails, build a better sail. Don't worry about the wind. Oh, we got sidetracked from the tin. No, I said it. My guy, you be getting sidetracked, dog. Yeah, the tin was, I explained how I got a sponsorship email or one of these Chinese AI companies. They want me to make a video highlighting their AI, their Chinese AI. And it's one of these top ones we've heard recently. But that's why I'm like, I don't know. Maybe my tin is there might be a promo campaign around this AI doom loop shit, if that's what they're willing to do. But we'll see. We'll see. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already paid my fee. What a great song. Verizon, ICAP. You want to just pull up and your first thought of the morning is like Josh is Mossad. You've said Mossad 20% of your chat facts today. And now you just want to ask me about Verizon? Are you okay, ICAP? ICAP, what happened, bro? This is how we first discovered ICAP. You know what I'm saying? But instead of me, now you're going after me, ICAP. First it was you, Mad, and now Josh is a Mossad agent, and now you quickly want to talk about dividend value stocks. Well, like I said, I don't like comps, unfortunately. I do like Verizon and T-Mobile and AT&T. Again, Comcast. Somebody asked me about it last week, and I was just saying I like the chart. I like how they look, and they're not up, and some of them are, but. Yes, I don't like how some of them rip recently too, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of the communications. They're very cyclical and slow, even though I use them. We're gonna tariff the tokens. That's a crazy idea. Don't tell Trump that. Don't tell the Europeans that. Never mind Trump. I don't even... That's the thing. The Europeans. We're going to hear about that too. They brought it up on Friday. The digital tax. But yeah, don't let the Europeans... I love you? You love me? Wow. That means you love Mossad? By your own logic. I may or may not be in Mossad. I can't confirm or deny. Oh, so you do love Mossad. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to connect the dots. That's all. Eli Regeneron among first companies selected to expedite review of new manufacturing facilities. SpaceX. That's good. Again, Iridium too. The company getting bought and the buyer. Fascinating. Both are going into the morning. Charter, yeah, Charter went down, Charter went up. No, Comcast. That was the one. They both kind of moved pretty aggressively, but they were up 20-something% at one point. But yeah, Chad was just asking me about Comcast last week. That's why I was like, oh, we just talked about it. I do like McDonald's. I don't think it's not the best price, but I mean, definitely a couple years. You get to go back a couple years in time. I mean, it's still up a lot since 2020 and beyond. But yeah, I really like McDonald's. That's like one of the better anchor value names. Like you could build around it. I think there's still a little bit more downside, but yeah, that company's not going anywhere. General Mills, that's another one of these value names that has been playing out like Kimberly Quality. 88% of companies have entered buyback blackouts. I know. That's what I'm saying, man. We're on the cusp of earnings. That's why, unfortunately, we still got to close out this month. And again, at least you're making way bigger moves post-expiration. I hope you guys noticed that. Literally expiration 750. We're now at 740, but you touched as low as what, 729? But yeah, that's what I was saying, where it's like we got the range. Let's get these catalysts here with Wednesday. Those are going to be very interesting. And then before you know it, earnings is right around the corner. That's why these companies are in the buyback blackout. So keep in mind, that includes like the banks that are coming up and some of these earlier reporters. Those are the ones that are really in their buybacks or have been. But yeah, it's like earnings is going to be one of these drivers. But let me show you this now. So I showed this to the Locked In the morning. I might make a video on this, so you may hear me talk about this again. But here's the one problem is that, one, I think the market is going to need earnings to run. I mean, that's where, as depending on these next catalysts and how we play out, the market is going to start, as these companies report, it's going to start going in bursts, depending on if they're good or bad. That could either dictate to a lot of the direction. But here's the problem. I don't know. Do you guys, let's start with this one. Do any of you remember this chart vividly? Do any of you remember what I'm showing you right now? This is the earnings expectation, and then this is the S&P. Do any of you remember this? Locked in, it doesn't count unless you were here in the morning. You could answer, but I've already showed you this. But yeah, do any of you remember this vividly? I would love it if you did, because you could have learned something. You could have learned a big money maker. This was not, it was I think it was a great lesson, great real time, and very great profits last time I showed you this chart. But, and again, a lot has changed. What are you looking at? Does anybody remember? Do you remember? Do you like it? You should like it. You should love it. That's what I'm saying. If you saw this last time I showed you and you really were involved and understood it and got it, you might be in love with this chart. You might be in love with it because it's so beautiful, especially for understanding some of this. Yeah, Micron's almost on 1% now. Amba too, and Kimberly. I just want 110. It's right there. I just want to see 110, and then it'll dip. And then I guess it just hit it. I guess I missed it. It wasn't. So what is it? $741 too. You're about to go to a new high. It's not bad. And then Dell, HPE. Again, it's mainly chips, I want to say. Yeah, SMH going up. IGV is just not moving. I know only the locked in guys are telling me. I'm hoping. I guess maybe they're not locked in. It kind of makes sense. But I was hoping this one had an impact. But I'm pretty sure over 1 million people saw this last time I showed everybody. So this is the earnings expectation chart. The last time I showed you this was the end of March coming into April, because that's when the March was at the low. This is what I put in the NVIDIA video, if you guys remember. But yeah, I was telling you how even though the SPY fell off, the weird part about earnings was that the expectations were really high. But then even though the expectations were going up and the price was low, the guidance from the companies was really, really low. The bar wasn't that high, and then we blew it out. That's our problem, though. This is now the problem. Although I think these next set of earnings, as we're entering the buyback blackouts and all that, although I'm starting to see that as a problem, or not that being the problem, or that our movement may be confined to these bursts as we get earnings. The problem is that this earnings season now, notice the difference. We're not starting with a giant gap. Granted, earnings expectations are still higher than where we're trading, which is good. So there's a little bit of room, but not as much as last time. So that could also change some things. But then also, like I'm telling you, the bar now for this earnings is much higher. So granted, everybody excluding Mag 7 is a lot lower, or like the median stock. But yeah, it is unfortunately this time you're not going against the small bar, which last time I'm telling you it was very, very low, and then we ripped through it. And that was why we knew the war wasn't going to be the biggest thing. We mixed that in. That's why we were willing to take some of those plays in March. Trump is live. Yo, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, what now? I thought about that, bro. I for like the whole media cycle with like how everybody, you kind of have to say the same thing. I was thinking about it. Like, what if I just started saying fuck Donald Trump every day? And then all the people who like watch but know I voted for Trump, they would get like hella mad, but then I would get the favorability from all the new people, and then I would just switch it every month.
Reading the bill, and I'm going to let
fuck Donald Trump.
Lee explain exactly what it means.
See, because if you're not listening every day, you might think about it.
Vehicles,
that's why Donald Trump repeats hella shit.
Cars in particular, but cars
and
not
everybody watches every day.
It's going to save them a lot of money, and they're going to be able to
stream would start working better.
Please.
Fuck Donald.
Mr. President, this is a presidential memo to the Environmental Protection
fuck
Agency.
The environment.
No,
fuck the memo.
Supporting the freedom to fix. Americans have the freedom to fix their vehicle. President Trump insists upon it. We are not going to be going after people who are fixing their own vehicle, like past
Great idea. I know, but I just want to see one of the people.
Additionally,
who,
we've been concerned. President Trump has been concerned about aftermarket parts.
He's not. He voted for Trump. He doesn't mean it. And then I want to kind of watch him get they tweak. I want to see how they handle it.
This presidential memo puts an end to it.
That's why I was
also
fascinated.
The only third-party certification for these aftermarket parts. It's CARB in California, a process that's backlogged and faulty. So we're going to break that monopoly, and no longer will CARB be the only third-party certifier for these aftermarket parts. Again, President Trump is insisting on fixing it. This presidential memo does that. President Trump was coming up on a Saturday night when this idea first came to his head, and he says he wants to do a press conference right away to get this over the top.
I thought we hit 115,
February 2nd, we signed a right to repair for our farmers so that they can repair their tractors and their non-road equipment, and this is covering everyone else.
I mean, think about it. It came to my attention because I noticed they were arresting people for fixing their car. They were arresting people for fixing it. That's not even believable. Anyway, so it's right to fix, and I think it's...
Can you believe they got arrested?
If somebody wants to fix
for fixing their own car. It sounds made up.
In the shop, they're telling the mechanic in the shop how to fix their car or their truck.
Spy, bro. Even generally, 70% of that high ticker is almost up there.
So I'm going to sign this, and I'll be happy about it.
Cerberus almost back at the earnings level.
We rule by common sense to a large extent.
Kimberly, do you love me? Is it rising?
All right, Lee. Good job.
Hope it never, ever rotates. That'd be annoying. Okay. But I hope it comes back and hits.
Can you imagine that? They want to put you in jail if you fix your car.
They're hoes now.
Thank you, man. You have any questions?
Mr. President, what do you make of the Supreme Court ruling today in regards to the mail-in ballots, and what comes next for the SAVE Act after today's ruling?
Well, because of the mail-in ballot ruling, which was a little bit surprising, gives people more time to vote illegally, let's say. But the SAVE Act is even more important, and that's the right. You have to be a citizen of our country. Okay, you have to show you're a citizen of our country, called citizenship. Voter ID by photo voter ID, and no mail-in ballots unless you're in the military, disabled, you're ill, or you're away, or even on a vacation. We're being very open about it. It's pretty easy. And we'll have honest elections. But the ruling, which a lot of people were waiting for, that was a ruling that was, I think it was very detrimental to honest elections. But it is what it is. Basically, they're keeping it a little bit the way it is now. They may have a little bit of a restriction on based on the wording.
About firing the parliamentarian.
And then you have the very important one, the Slaughter case, which we'll talk about if you ask that question. But the parliamentarian, what were you asking about?
Yeah, have you talked with Thune about?
I have. No, I can't imagine why you'd keep a woman that was put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. I cannot understand it. The leader has the right to fire the person at will and put somebody else there. That would be, because we get so many negative rulings
and
from
Memory
her,
and Geo Dubs,
the parliamentarian. She's been there for years.
Yeah, otherwise it was Micron,
and
but
she was
WDC.
put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. Harry Reid was a bad guy, and he was the leader, and he put her. And the speaker has the right to immediately fire her and put somebody else there. And it's not even believable that she's still there. She's obviously a good politician or something.
Mr. President, question on the Slaughter case. The Supreme Court just affirmed your right to fire the heads of independent agencies. Should we expect more firings as a result of this ruling?
I don't think so. It gives me the right, and not me, it gives a president the right to do what the president should have the right to do. And it's very interesting. It's a big ruling. It's been going on for almost 100 years. They've been working on this, and you know that it comes down at my term is a very great honor. But it bestows additional powers, or maybe the same power on the president. The president has the right to do this, and that has to do with a lot of agencies all throughout the system. So it's considered, you know, the biggest of the group. And I can understand that this has been going on for almost 100 years. They've been waiting for this decision. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. You were posting about how important it is to get the Save America Act passed. Who do you see as the biggest hurdle to getting this across the finish line?
Well, it's held up in the Senate. And frankly, if you terminated the filibuster, you just need 50 votes, and we have 53. And then you have JD. So The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster. But if you did reconciliation, you could do it with 50 votes. I mean, the best would be to terminate the filibuster, but for some reason, but you have the same basic people. But even Rand Paul is in favor of the Save America Act, if you can believe it. Think of it. Rand Paul is strongly in favor. He's fighting for it. So that's good news. But you would have Lisa Murkowski always against things like this. Nobody knows why. I think I know why. But you have Lisa Murkowski, you have Susan Collins, you have Tillis is against, and he's not in office because of me, so he holds me, because I wouldn't endorse him. I think you have Senator Cassidy against it too.
I think he supports it this time.
And I think you have Mitch McConnell against it too. Mitch McConnell, who's very disloyal to John Thune. You know, John Thune was a very good person for him. I mean, he was a very loyal person, and Mitch McConnell's against him almost all the time because he's angry, I guess. Probably at me.
Angry?
Yeah, please.
All right, I sold my Sync shares. You could either sell them or make them free. It's up to you.
You probably get one
But
Democrat.
I forgot about those. I didn't want to play them that long. That was the buyer. I think I had an ADHD thing. It looks good.
And,
it's even higher than any time we've held it.
Everybody
So.
should vote for this.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
dude, Tesla was stupid today.
The
All
Save
day.
America Act. Voter ID with photo, ideally, but voter ID, proof of citizenship, and no mail-in ballots, which is, to my way of thinking, maybe the most important of all because it's so corrupt. But you have exceptions if you're away, exceptions for the military, they're deployed, exception, illness, disability, you have exceptions, strong exceptions. But the cheating on the ballots, the mail-in ballots, Jimmy Carter said it a long time ago.
Okay, well, low ticker actually just started picking up. I put it up there. I was saying IGV moves a little bit, but chips and memory.
All respected.
They had another
And he
burst
actually, I think it was
again.
Jimmy Carter's
Staples
finest
really weren't
moment.
the hottest,
Not-
even though
not
Kimberly
during
climbed, but then
president.
they started selling.
But he headed up a committee and he said he came out with a strong conclusion that if you do mail-in ballots, there's going to be cheating. France gave it up. We're the only country in the world that does this type of mail-in ballot. There's no other country in the world. You know why? They tried it and it was totally dishonest. And it's really dishonest. So we shouldn't do mail-in ballots. So it's not too much to ask for voter
Qubits
ID,
with a decent can.
proof
What
of
time is it?
citizenship,
12:30?
and no
12:34?
mail-in ballots. And you have honest elections.
What are your plans for the housing bill, Mr. President? Are you
I don't know. I
Yeah,
think
Qubits
it's
starting to
so
run here.
unimportant by compared to the Save America Act. I think the Save America Act is exactly what it says. It's saving America from crooked elections.
You don't want to save
And the housing
America.
bill
That's
is a bill that
exactly.
can get approved. They
That's
worked
the
on it
only
long
truth
and
to
hard.
save in America.
It's
Who
very
doesn't like this?
bipartisan?
Terrible.
That means the Democrats like it. I think it's maybe even. It's probably maybe more that way they're getting things that I wouldn't necessarily agree to. Nobody knows more than housing in the history of the presidency. Nobody did well like me in housing.
Nobody knows housing like I could be a house.
I made a lot of money with
If
housing.
I wanted to be a house, I could be a house. You guys don't
When I
get
look
it.
at that bill,
I don't think they understand. I know
It's a bill.
houses so well.
when I look at the Save America Act,
I don't.
it's about
George
saving
Washington.
America. And I'd like
He
to have
didn't
the
even
Save
have a
America
toilet.
Act added.
Neither
That's
did
probably
Lincoln.
Not gonna happen.
You think they
Because
know
we have
real
4
estate like I
Republican
do?
senators,
No.
Maybe 5 that just won't vote for it. It's crazy. Somebody Lisa Murkowski from Alaska.
Listen,
Nobody's
I
done
know
more for
real
Alaska
estate.
than
I know
me.
homes.
She's
I know homes.
Trump
Joe
deranged.
knows
What can I
nursing
say?
homes.
But those 4 or 5 people that I mentioned should vote. How do you vote against Save America? How do you vote against it? How do you vote against voter identification?
How do you vote
or
against saving
proof
and
of citizenship?
America?
The only
I
people
can't
that
believe
would
what
vote
terrible
against that
people.
are people that are going to cheat in an election. The Democrats need it because their policy is so bad. They want open borders. They want high taxes. They want terrible medical, anything medical. I'm the one that did favored nations. I'm reducing
Yo,
drug
SoFi's
prices
on the
by
high.
200, 300,
Yo, what do you
400%.
guys think?
Nobody even talks about the
What if we
news doesn't
use the
talk
cash
about it.
to buy SoFi for
The
the long
Democrats are
term?
opposed to it. If they get into office,
Do
they'll
you-
put it
what do you
back. Your
guys
drug
think about
prices are going
SoFi?
to go up by 200, 300, 400, 500%.
I don't know much
You know
about it,
that.
but a lot of people have brought it up.
I have
Do
not.
you think
It
this
hasn't
would
been
be-
sent to me yet.
I have
It's coming,
about
I
20%
understand. And then I'll
cash in
make-
the big account.
Then I'll make
for
it
the covered call.
Here's what I would like to say.
Unadjusted, I don't
Much
have
more
cash.
than a bill that big
But
deal.
you guys, what do you
It's
think
a
about
Some people say it's wonderful.
SoFi.
To me, compared to the Save America
yeah, it's
Act,
on the high.
just about everything is a big yawn.
And Mr. President, on birthright citizenship.
Birthright citizenship is next.
What are your thoughts?
You say no?
Birthright citizenship. What are your thoughts on
How
will
about
you
no?
accept it if rules
No buy?
Well, I guess I have to accept.
Why
it's
not
the
buy a
Supreme
real
Court,
bank?
So I'll accept. I think it's very bad for our nation. We're the only
You'd rather
nation
buy
that does it.
10,000 Timbits?
No other
what's,
nation
what's
does
that?
birthright citizenship.
Whose
no,
phone is
not
that?
even close. Some did it. They ended
Unit?
it. It's tremendously
Isn't that a
destructive.
REIT?
It's extremely costly. I don't know. It's up to them. But
I don't know if
in
they gotta
terms of for the
offer
good of the country,
Yeah,
it'd be
unit.
great if
Tesla is still ripping
they did the
to the high
did the
heavens.
It
23
would be
minutes
great.
remaining.
I can't tell you. The Slaughter case was the big case today. That was really a big case because it gave strength to presidents and strength to the presidency. A very important
Are
case.
all of those going?
It's been going on for almost 100 years.
BKSY.
and This was the ruling
And
that
then what was that other one?
really topped everything by a lot today.
And then
yeah.
again, these little crypto companies are not quantum. Oh, BBWI. Is that Build-A-Bear?
Child for socialist candidates. Are you worried about more socialist
1.8 at the
Well, I think
high.
it's a
I mean,
big
it
threat
just
to our nation.
tweaked the high ticker, but
Because it's not socialism.
yeah,
It's
Build-A-Bear.
really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but it's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat
someone
to
just
our
bought a
nation.
shit ton of options.
There is, maybe
That is
since
the
our
only thing I
founding.
see on there. Is there a
That
rumor on that?
includes World War I, World War II.
But yeah, there's just like a big
September
10,000
11th.
option suite.
It includes the
Oh, that's Bed
Pearl
Bath and
Harbor
Beyond?
attack.
No way.
I think this is the
I
biggest
thought that was
threat
Build-A-Bear.
to our nation.
Oh,
People
fuck.
will smile when I say that, but the smart people are going to say, he's probably right.
Man, fuck them.
It's basically introducing communism into the United
There's big
States.
options.
Of
That
America.
popped though.
There's
Again, you got a
many
couple of
things that are
squeezes.
dangerous. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Why don't they just pepper spray? Psst, thank you. Thank you. Get the fuck out. Actually, don't do that in a closed room. It's very dangerous. You guys know that? Did I tell you that story? Some kid at my school. We were in middle school, and some kid found a bottle of pepper spray just out and about, and then he sprayed it in the classroom underneath the table, and we all had to evacuate. Everybody just started crying. This was terrible, actually. I didn't think that would happen. No, I didn't think, dude, pepper spray. That's why it's great. Bro, you know what I saw the other day? This was impressive. This was impressive. Even though I can't, I don't know if I can find it. I don't know if I saved it. So ladies defend. I don't know if I should tell you guys this. Because this is very, I thought it was a good idea, but then there's many ways this could be, I feel like used incorrectly. Or, somebody will probably, this might wind them up in more trouble. But, I mean, long story short, people are putting lasers on their pepper spray. So, you know that? So, they are legitimately getting lasers on their pepper spray. So they could point it at people. Or, have good aim. Or they're because they're if you pull out pepper spray, no one knows what it is. But, at nighttime, if you pulled out, a beam, you don't know what it is. And, so I was like, wow. I was like, I see how that could be kind of smart, but then I also see how, some people are like, what? What's that? You want beef? And then before you know it, just, don't pull it out if you don't, plan to use it. Isn't it very, I thought that was interesting, though. But yeah, people got lasers on their fucking pepper spray. I think I've never heard about that till recently. Bed bath in the body work. Yeah, my bed bath in the body all work. Why would you ask? Why wouldn't it work, brother? What are you saying, huh? How did bed not work? You sleep on the floor, worst case. Or the bath? Who bath is a water, pour it, you shit in hole. And then work, everybody. It all work, brother. You saw this guy, American. 10B again. Cyber securitation, Habibi. Cyber securitation. TE again, a couple energy names. Where's Lyft is still going. Run. Lyft. Oh, NFA's Energize. Wow. Is a Lyft? Lyft did not make a liftation. Lightpath got added to Russell 2 and 3. When they announced that. And then, did they announce the Tesla shit? I'm pretty sure that unprofitable shit meets with the criteria. BBWI is going up again. Again, Ionic and then Qubits. I think that one was interesting. Yeah, the light path, that was in the morning. I see Russell 3000, not 2000. So maybe that could be the follow-up announcement. And maybe we hear about some other companies today. But yeah, it says Lightpath joins Russell 3000. Trademark. You know that? Russell 3000 is trademarked. All rights reserved. The pension funds, yeah. A lot of people have been talking about that for like a week. That's why we were even saying last week some of these movements might have been some of the pension front run. But yeah, a lot of people are talking about big sells and even some big additions too. But that's why today, tomorrow, we saw a little bit on Friday. I mean, we might get some bigger moves, but even then, I still think we're going to stay within range. I mean, the market has been absorbing supply, it's been absorbing fat fingers, and a lot of other things pretty well. So we should be good. And then again, come Wednesday, we get that last day tomorrow. We'll see how that rebalance would play out. But then, beginning of the month also brings on its own stuff. And then we got 3 sets of data and then cherry on top with non-farms on Thursday. And then the market's closed on Friday. It's also a short week too. So that does its own things for volume and all that. More volume into the high here at Lyft. Those plays didn't really move. The near the money is a little better, but still some crazy spreads. But not bad, brother. Escondido. That's local commercials for some of you guys. 15 minutes remaining? Wow. Amazing. It's kind of crazy. Mondays, bro. I love them. Oh, I love them. LabCorp on the high. A lot of things, actually. High ticker is pretty active. Serve. I feel like we've heard a lot about robotics. Those cute little robots. That's what Serve is. Markets remain focused on Hormuz traffic with disrupted tanker movements, potential Russian diesel restrictions, and geopolitical risks. Oil rises and settles. Dude, Rocket Lab. It's amazing. Dude, at least IGV held, but my goodness, dude. That shit did nothing after the open. Very good for energy, actually, except for like the oil-related ones. Or I guess nuclear. I guess they all started coming up. I know TE, dude. TE does this every single day, though. Thing kind of moves crazy, and I still don't have a headline on Lyft. And then, meanwhile, Tesla, that's gonna just keep going in waves. But not bad, brother. Not bad. Oh, what happened to SMCI? That one's still down. Bro, Geo Dubs. Pfizer. Oh, where's the other value? Fannie Mae on the high. Hi. Oh, who was the other one? OC. Bro, that one kept going? I forgot. That was the one that got away. Some of you hit that, though. That was not bad. And then I think Sentinel just stopped. That was cute. I guess IGV stopped. I think a lot of them just stopped. All right, man. Enjoy it. Have a good rest of your Monday. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, depending on where you're at. If you're Hawaii, still early. Still got some time on the West Coast. But yeah, 10-minute rigged right around the corner. SPY, this is good. We didn't like run away from it, but like 1 point above the range. You couldn't get anywhere above 740 at any point last week. So yeah, man, that's not it's not bad. It's not, unless we get like some crazy candle here at the close. I mean, we saw some of those last week too. So yeah, but I'd Wraparoon Chattadoon. Where is Apple? Barely red. Again, Amazon was doing good. You had some weird Anthropic headlines on that too today. Not good. And then Microsoft down. Where's Meta? Meta was doing good for a little bit. 3% actually. It just stopped moving intraday. A lot of things gapped and then didn't move intraday. And then there was a couple, maybe like 100 names that gapped and then moved throughout the day. That's kind of what was the difference here. SPY 1-1, NASDAQ 2-1, Russell down by 0.1, and Dow's up by 0.58. Algos and interns. I think after Wednesday, everyone's going to leave, though. So Thursday, you'll still have a trading day, but depending on how Wednesday plays out with Warsh, assuming Warsh doesn't drop an absolute bomb, maybe they'll all rush back. But yeah, and then, because remember, it's still another short week. That's what kind of sucks. Intel, dude, Intel, AMD, I think Marvel. Yeah, those all just dipped pretty heavy red and then came back. Yeah, Baidu, they had good chip news in the morning. 8:08, yeah, you guys are early, bro. Is it 8 o'clock? 9? 9, 10? Psh, bright and early, baby. Bright and early. ALKT, Jana pushing sale. Oh, wow. That's a big pop. ALKT. It's 4%. You're a little behind. Premiums are already jacked, but you might get lucky. You just have to throw, you know? Oh, shit. Yeah, they don't want to give you a cheap one. I mean, there's one decent one. That's still going to be up 100%. I'll leave it for you. There's a September. It's a September, 20 cents on the ask. It's just not moving. I'll give you that one. See, that's what I was saying, though. It's like if we were driving on the freeway and there was a lane. You get what I'm saying? If you all rush it at the same fucking time, everybody dies. So, yeah. See, but that's like saying it has 100%, but no one's traded that. But that's a decent amount of time. Again, it's up 4. MDT, CRL. Again, we just had that. It's not the one buying. Oh, CSL. That almost came back. And then SpaceX. Decent close here. Where's Cerberus? NQ, yeah, a couple of candles. It's 10-minute rigged. CRS? 2.5 billion in the sell side. Not bad. I mean, again, remember Friday was a big to the sell side and we ripped. So that was a pretty interesting Friday. Again, the sizes, the leverage, it should be a lot larger after everything this month. And, you know, people even getting ready for that rebalance and whatnot. SLS. Yeah, it was 4.4. Bobo. Where is the software end, Habibi? Octa. Oh, dude, energy's kind of dumping. I mean, again, oil's already settled, but yeah, Target. Yeah, again, a couple of staples and certain names, they just did not, you know, again, even that's what I was saying. Kimberly was kind of a surpriser. But even a couple of healthcare names didn't do as hot today. Banks. The AOKT doesn't do anything. HD, I've been seeing that one go up for a little bit. But yeah, man, I think we'll be well within range. I was 10-minute rigged. I mean, again, the sell side is to a decent size, but you're not really moving. And I do think, unless you get like the Apple Google moves. Remember Friday, those Apple Google sticks, and then it did end with a fat finger. But yeah, unless any of those move outside of the range. Other than that, I would wrap-a-rooney, Chattadooney, and get ready for the end of the day. Or I'd really finalize it all. Again, you'll get a little bit tomorrow, and then Nike earnings, and then really all the action starts on Wednesday. But tomorrow is the last day of the month now, so even then, with that 2.5 to the sell side, pretty tame. You're not getting any wild swings, no God candles on any of the big tech. AOKT, one of the investors was pushing for a sale, so it popped 5%. Some of them moved, but no follow-through. You may hear more on that, but that was the headline that just came out. Anarchist, whatever flexes. I mean, shit, dude, memory, pretty strong close. Some of them came down here a little bit. I guess Micron closing negative, but all in all, man, chips still 2.8. I think 1.9 on IGV. They may close around exactly the same. You got enough time. Final 5 is approaching. Those AOKTs for September now came back to break even on change close. I didn't take those. So that was that one, but that one didn't go. MS on the low. It's weird. Some banks higher and lower, but banks, Habibi, you're supposed to go. Good night, Josh Atola. Good night. Good night, brother. Rockets, because Rocket Lab bought a company, but I didn't think the market would reward everybody so heavily. I guess it helped the space companies because of their comps, but yeah. Oh, I don't know why Rocket Lab went up with it. Well, hey, if we could close above 740, I think that's a good thing. If we don't close above 740, but still high, I mean, it's not bad, but kind of all of this was for fun, but yeah, it doesn't, like, just like Micron was green, but big red to green, but technically it's going to close red. Octavius, come on, let's get the little Cyber, but Cyber I'm not too disappointed. ADEA, oh, we've heard about it. Wasn't that one with like an Intel or Nvidia rumor the other day, or 2 weeks ago maybe? Well, there's final 5 again, volume increasing slightly. Still more to the sell side, but SPY is not even budging. Again, could most likely be this Mag 7 effect, your Apple, Microsoft. NVIDIA's kind of moving right now. But yeah, you need something, brother, something. Google and Amazon a little bit. 10B. Yeah, DVR, make sure you guys are live. It's been on today. A lot less people complaining about lag today. They cut me off a couple times. But yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Spotify on the low all of a sudden? What's up? I feel like we saw it on the low earlier, but it said only 30 lows. It's in the green. MO, it's weird. XBI Industrial. Why is MO ripping like that? That one's weird. So some money coming into Staples here at... I don't know if this is individuals or what. Yeah, bro, why are they ripping MO? Nike and Constellation after the bell. Tomorrow, not today. TLT into the high? Habibi. No way, brother, look at that. The bond, not too volatile. Small, but who know, you could always use another bond, bond buying. With $1 low today, very good for macro so far. First day in last couple of weeks, everything very bad. So not bad. like unit, whatever that is. Yeah, that MO move's kind of fascinating. And then you're closing out with chips. A couple of others, UNH, that didn't do much today, but it's starting to move. Again, Baidu, those lifts. They lift, they don't even lift, brother. I don't get it. These people, bro. You know, the stock get called a lift, but they don't lift. Fujimori secures Peru election. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Fwonk. That's fun to say. All right, Chad. Well, I think you might get a more solid close. Chips are really going. You had a little bit of final 5 there, 10-minute rigged. Had more to the sell side. Things bounced around for a little bit, but it looks like chips just got turned on here. And they are ramping into it. I think we wait to see what happens with Asia. Any other developments between tonight and tomorrow. And we might have a similar day, different than how this played out. But, yeah, we're not going to have much to react to. And then we all get ready for Wednesday. But you do not have much time remaining. I hope you had a great start to your week and your Monday. SPY is enjoying being out of its little box. A new high into close. NASDAQ 2.25. SPY 1.1. Dow Jones 0.6. And the Russell is right at negative 0.02. So the Russell might even close green. That's been red all day. But, my friends, you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing the events? Are you playing the end of the month, July? Are you playing the chips, the memory, the bubble, whatever it is? You got to make up your mind. Less than 15 seconds. Wrap it up and bring it home and get ready for tomorrow. And, dude, get ready for the second half of the year. But 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. Oh my goodness, Chatadonia. Can you believe it? On a Monday, a glorious Monday, a good day. Market woke up a little bit. Raised the stakes into July. You made it to the bell. Chatadonia. Oh, I need a good game in the chat. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. You learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. God bless every single one of you. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in. God bless you and GG. Oh, hey, man, I see you too, chat. There you go. Adjusted GG. It don't matter. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Oh. Chat, I love you. God bless you. Poor little cuckoo. Make the long-term goal, buko. They hate AI art. Oh, hey, but God bless you, bro. For real. Thank you, man. I love all of y'all, bro. If you use the time today to make your long-term go buku, God bless you. You upheld the honor of the long-term. Jesus is Lord. God bless you. GG, baby. God bless you, Chatadonia. Good game. GG. I love you. Woo! Chatadonia. God bless you. Members, I love you. Locked in, thank you. Everyone else, I still love you. Were you in the game? Did you contribute? Were you a joy to the chat? Did you uphold the honor of the long term? Wow, I love Mondays. I'll see you tonight, baby. I'll see you tonight. Or you'll get me post-leg day. Pray for me, though. Like I told you, my knee last time was a little wobbly. I feel a lot better, but I'm gonna get me a leg workout. I'll see you tonight, post-leg workout. I should have an Instagram video for you, too. We'll see where it leads us. But, Chad, thank you for your time. I hope you're ready to close out this month and start another one. I still think we got a lot in store here, so let's get ready for all of it. But that is all that I have for you today. So go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, if you don't even want it, there's not even any risk. So why not change? Why not change, my friend? And why? And just because you went through winter, it doesn't mean you're going to seize the summer. You know that's a choice. You're going to have regret either way. So choose your frustration, my friends. Why, baby? Why? Oh. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. God bless you, my friends. And may you have a good rest of your day. All you guys in Hawaii, bro, you have a good morning. Okay? And y'all run it, man. Y'all have a joyous rest of the day. Even East Coast, man, you still got some of your day to enjoy. So make the most of it. Get some rest if I don't see you. I'll see you tonight if you're on the Instagram. If you're on the Locked In, the watch list, I'll see you there too. Other than that, man, let's get ready for tomorrow. I hope Tuesday's as exciting as Monday, but either way, man, we got a lot in store for Wednesday. So I hope you're ready for all of it, Chad, but God bless you. Have a wonderful evening, and goodbye. But before I go, take this minute to listen to this message from our sponsors. Use code SAVE10% at checkout. It's not a Chinese AI, but they want to throw Chinese AI money at me. I don't know how much they got.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with
you.
long-term, once-monthly savings
Bye.
and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself